Oh my god.
Yep.
A new Twitch message. Captain Fox
I
56.
have something to say first and foremost. Everything's broken. Everything. The mall's fine, I guess. A sub for... Okay, what the heck is this? What? Okay, anyways. Oh great, look, there's more scuff. Let me fix that real quick. Oh no. It's broken.
Oh my god. A new YouTube message.
So,
welcome Sage Left.
I did not... What is... Okay, I don't know what y'all are doing. Can y'all stop, like... having a war zone over there? Let me first... No.
Oh my god.
Let me say this real quickly.
Message.
First and foremost...
RCN442.
I'm gonna explain to y'all... the real...
Oh my god.
In-depth... Okay, not
a new
that
Twitch message.
in-depth. Let's calm
Bjorn
down
underscore
for a moment.
Hansen
But
underscore VD.
I will actually
Oh my god.
explain
A new
why
Twitch
my
message.
schedule has been
Elf
awful.
underscore pirate
I can
underscore
finally
Zara.
say it. I can say it. But most importantly, so much has been except the mall. The mall itself is fine. It is good. It's the tech. The tech has been rushed. It is broken. But that's the point of this stream and future streams. We are going to be rebuilding my tech stuff, and y'all gonna be learning how to do it. Okay, we're doing this. But
oh my god. A new Twitch
don't
message.
call me
Stricken Nomad.
I'm a little shy. All right, but one moment. Oh, one moment. Or wait, actually, is there even a point? I'm already talking this whole time. I might
Thank
as
you
well
for
just
the follow.
I
See
might as
us
well.
effed.
Okay, did my actual
Banana.
redeem... Okay, well, one of the redeems somehow is working. Someone threw a box on my character. Okay, great job, whoever threw a box on my character, even though you didn't see it. I saw it. Yes, that... what the heck is that? What is that? Get out! Okay, so sorry, see? That's scuffy, because everything has been rushed, and I'm going to explain it. No, there was no aim
Oh my
box.
god.
All right,
a new
give me
Twitch
a
message.
moment.
Sage Luneft.
1 moment!
Oh my god. A new Twitch message. See us effed.
Okay, that was a really scuffed walk. I was rehearsing that at least 3 times, and I fricked it up. Okay, we're doing this again. Everyone shush. Everyone shut up. Pretend you didn't see anything. Shut up. Shut up. Okay. Well, oh, great. Now the tracking broke. Last minute. Wow. Oh my god. The tracking broke. Ah! What are you... Warudo, could you please fix your cinematography glitching issue when it comes to free look? For God's sake, my model stopped rendering because of that bug. Okay, well, that was actually a tracking issue. Okay, we're doing a take 3. Shush! Oh my god, hold up. Wait, what was the freaking button?
Oh my god.
I didn't set this
a
up.
new Twitch message.
My god.
Prevail.
Alright, take 3! Everyone shush! Shut up! Shut up! Okay, shush! Shush! Hold the fort! Hold the fort! Okay. 12! Oh my... Okay, you know what? I give up! I give up! The tracking's broken!
Oh my god.
It hates me!
A new
There's like a
YouTube
dead
message.
zone! Either
Welcome
I'm
to
going way too
Leone.
back in my room or something!
Oh my god.
Could you...
A new Twitch
Please!
message.
Model!
Bad guy 292.
Warudo! Okay, it's... Whatever, you seen the model already. Who cares? Who cares? Hi, I'm Kana now. This is your new snow angel. Hi, there's so many tech issues because I didn't get time to do a lot of things. But I will explain that. I will explain it all. But first and foremost, do I actually look cute enough? Because literally, I've been spending way too much time trying to make myself look freaking cute. Okay? I tried my freaking best. I tried! Also, I haven't even read a single comment yet, so let's actually read the freaking comments. Hold up. Hold up. I'm trying to read everything because I am slow. Alright, early. Okay, someone says it's broken. Hi, RCM. Hi, C. Okay, I'm like running out of breath real quickly because like I was all again. I was rehearsing like even before this. Okay, there's that. I feel like we've seen this model. Yes, everyone have seen the model. Okay, yeah, I could catch up with that. All right, so yes, this is the nuke model. This is how I look like now. I can't tell if my artist is in the chat, but could someone verify if she actually posted that tweet showing the reference sheet? Because she said, all right, I gave her permission to send the reference sheet so everyone could see. Fizzy's the artist. Fizzy's the reason why I look that cut. Fizzy's the reason. And then I modeled based off of that ref sheet and stuff. So, yeah. Hooray. And yes, I have a shawl now. You know, actually, fun fact, by the way, I was also going to show off the fact that this shawl is actually removable. Oh, look, there's my artist right there. Can you do a twirl? Okay, actually, let me do a little bit more prettier twirl. Okay, there you go. That's a bit more cuter now instead of a more gremlin twirl I was doing. Your hair looked very voluminous. I gotta know what product you're using. Oh, well, let me tell you. I use a frick ton of Dove soap and hair mask. Oh, okay, I don't use a frick ton. I keep a reasonable amount, but you get it. You get it. But yeah, so I thought my tracker fell off because it fell off one time. Okay, so to start off, Fizzy here, and there goes my freaking UCAP gloves. They keep doing this. This is why I don't like elastic band mocap gloves. Can we please go back to IMU based mocap gloves? Well, actually, they both have drift. You know what? I have my mocap glove argument. I'll get to that a whole different time. But either way, oh yeah, she posted it. Yeah, she posted it. I'm retweeting it. Let me retweet. I have to retweet it because I told you, Fizzy, the moment I like show the model, which I kind of already did earlier.
A new YouTube message.
Yeah.
Welcome kids to fight.
Let me recalibrate my freaking gloves. Come on, gloves. Why do elastic bands have to be like this? This is cinema. Okay, dang. Again, I will get to one of these days. I will have. Okay, actually, I have so much to say. I have so much to say because now that things are finally getting revealed, I can finally say everything I need to say. I can finally stop being so secretive about everything. To an extent, I still have a couple NDAs, but either way, and those NDAs are not about this model. That, anyways, so, but yes, hello to any new peeps. I'm not. Actually, I am trying my best to read the chat. I have it like big on the right side of my giant monitor. But yes, I am glad that my tutorials have been helping, even though I've been kind of slow about it. But essentially, this will be your first class in session sort of thing. But I have a lot to say before we get into a couple behind the scenes. Meaning y'all are gonna see my blockout. And okay, and I'm gonna be careful how I show it because I don't want the freaking AI bots that these social media freaking things having to beat me up about it. So I'm only gonna show as much as I can, but you're still gonna see how things are made. The blockout, the original prototype of this model, which looks horrendous, and so on and so on. So, as a start, right? As a start. What the frick has been happening to my schedule? Did you? Oh yes, I did. Literally, I woke up. I saw Reddit.
God. A new YouTube message. Welcome by house.
I got so angry. And mind you, I found this out when I was like, I was at my allergist. Literally. I was literally at my allergist, and then I just heard the news, and I was like, well, this is a great way to start my allergy appointment. I did that yesterday. I had to turn... Yeah, everyone please make a reminder, go to your settings and turn that garbage off. We hate AI. AI sucks. Get out. And by AI, I'm especially referring to, like, stolen data, stolen artist data. Because,
my God.
if you
A new
made
YouTube
your own
message.
training
Welcome,
data...
Prevail.
Sure, but, like... Could you stop stealing from artists, you piece of garbage? Anyways. Literally my favorite Allah! Yes, I'm glad a lot of you guys love the model. I'm so sorry I delayed it for so long. And I'm sorry that my wings aren't moving. I didn't get time to actually finish the animations on the model. But the wings are supposed to be moving. There's supposed to be a whole system. And it was supposed to be in a way that's more optimized so it doesn't make my CPU go crazy. Because, oh, that's the other thing too. I have a word. I have a word regarding optimization with VTubing programs. You have no idea how much freaking say I hate the Steam VR IKs and VTuber program. I wish that the UIs in VTuber program were even better. Oh, and I freaking hate the fact we're still in Unity 2022. Let's just move to freaking Unity 6 and 7 for like next year or something. Oh my freaking god. Ow. Oh, and most importantly, not just the UI looking pretty, I want proper user workflow. I don't want to convert 3 models for one thing. Okay. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm like... There was that. And I wish there was an easier way to update VTuber models. And the retargeting issue with new mocap devices. Oh, that's making me angry! Yeah. I have so much to say. Like, there's so much...
Oh my god.
Like, things I want to teach. And then problems I have with these things. Like, it's just getting worse. And I will get to it. Also, before I get... Okay, I'm gonna get really off topic about this. But I keep losing... Okay, I'm already at the weight I'm supposed to be. Actually, I'm gonna say this because my freaking belt keeps trying to come off. And I have my reasoning, even though it's like I have an adjustment thing, it's just whatever. So, let me calm down a bit because I was just like freaking having a crash out moment, right? I crash out. Well, not really. It was just me being like excited about what I have to say. But let's take as much as I can, each one thing at a time, okay? One thing at a freaking time. So, I'll start off with a very off-topic, something to, I guess, have us like kind of chill a bit, I guess. So, I mentioned before that I have been on a weight loss journey for like quite some time. And you wanna know what I have to say about this? You wanna know, you wanna know the original weight I was. And okay, as for I haven't checked the new weight I'm at, but I have an estimate already. Well, I mean, for 2 days, it's like near the same. So, wait, hold up. What are you talking about? M-Tune in the chat? So is this Poyomi no. So this is Nilotune, but... Hold on there, Buster. Nilotune is not the reason the model looks good. And I'ma show you how the model's made. I'm just having a moment here. You will see the blender setup. You will see the AOVs. You will see some of the textures. I forgot the other thing. Oh yeah, that's right. You will also see the blend shape layout, the plugins, the bones, and just everything. Yeah, it's all right. Pretty much. Now, back to what I was gonna say. Sometimes I feel too old to be energetic, but I'm also like, I gotta watch out for my foot on this vent. One time I got my foot stuck there. Anyways. Oh! Wait. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna say this first thing about the weight loss thing. So, I'm currently around 142 pounds. Right? And it's still going low. But you wanna know the original weight I was in? You'd be surprised. I used to be 194 pounds. Now I'm 142. Ain't that something? And the reason why I was so big? Well, because nobody told me I was lactose intolerant to milk, and oh my god. Ever since I stopped having milk entirely, and I've also watched my portion sizes, and I learned to just try new things that are healthier, and they taste better than the milk versions. I've gotten so... It's why my belt keeps freaking falling off right now. And like, literally, I look at myself and I'm like, for me losing that much, and I still look at myself, I'm like, that's pretty good. Like, what the heck? Because I used to be, like, again, really big. Even my everybody would comment about it. And maybe slightly shame me, but not anymore. Because I freaking got hey, wait. Nope. I forgot the freaking thing was like, there's a broken freaking, blend shape. Oh, god dang it! No, my freaking IKs! Ah, what has happened? Dang it! Ah, my freaking leg tracking is still help! Oh my god, who rated?
Oh my god, a new Twitch message. Ashy_goofy.
The IKs were... This is what I meant by everything is so scuffed. The IKs are broken. Also, I think I forgot... There was an... Hold up, let me... There's another blend chip I forgot to, enable. What's it called? Leg blend shape. I want to make sure that's off. Oh wait, that's... Okay. This is what I meant by everything is so scuffed, and we will learn about everything. But, yes, that is a start. I'm trying to fix my foot. Everyone, shh. Shh. I'm trying to fix it. I'm trying to fix it right now, okay? I'm trying to fix my foot. Oh yeah, It's okay, thank you, Fizzy. Thank you so much. I was also gonna let you know the white snowflakes for the chat overlay. There was no separate image for that. Was that part of the old overlay? I didn't get time to prep it up. I didn't. I was trying to rush out a banner. I'm trying to fix this. Free my feet. Okay, is that working? Okay, yes. Okay, we're back in business. I forgot to add the cat. I forgot to do everything. I forgot. Okay. Yes, my foot. It's free now. Please. I didn't set that up properly. Yeah. Okay, so. Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. Okay. So, that's the first thing. I've been on a weight loss journey. Lost 50 pounds. And I'm still losing weight. And I'm hoping to get around like 130, but that's it. Like 137. That's it. Maintain it. And then I'm gonna get into my next arc with my health. Muscle building! I'll get to that. But, now besides that, the next thing I want to talk about that isn't
oh my god, a new Twitch message. Next time 000.
Was that a ba? What? Wait, when you mean by ba, you meant like meh or something like that? I don't know. Hey, next time. Okay, I've seen like so many messages. What's happening, guys? Help! Okay, so what was that next thing? My god, there's like so much to talk about. It's like, oh, that's right. My schedule. Let's talk about it. So, why has this Kana not been posting tutorials? Again. Let me be a bit more slightly in depth. As a starter, well, I mean, I've already mentioned this already, and I was like, I already do. Like, it was like about what happened, like, was it after April? Because it was the original reason why my mate, like, this debut, or whatever the frick you want to call it, reveal, a new Kana, top de party. I don't get it. But wait, hold up. Actually, you guys catching the streaming. Been waiting a while to do something nice for the goober behind the tutorial that made my life. But all you get right now is a raid. Oh, you're the one that raided. I couldn't tell who raided because, like, I just saw my IKs were breaking the legs, and I was like, oh no, everything's breaking. Help. But thank you so much for the raid. I very much appreciate it. Alright. So, what was it? I kept seeing you popping up in the credits of some... yeah! Let's talk about that! Yeah, I mean, that's literally the... Yeah, so, besides what happened... So, the original debut, which was supposed to be on my birthday, unfortunately, I couldn't get time because a lot of things that were out of my control were just happening. You know, I've said before, like, my sister moved in, I kept getting sick way too much. Like, what is it, at least 4 times? 5-ish? I got sick way too much, like, from April to, like, it got better, like, after mid-June. But the thing is that after that whole thing was kind of, like, resolving, right? There came, my booming commissions. So, this was the reason, okay, not the reason, there were other things. But, one of the things, now, you probably have noticed, yes, I've had my name probably mentioned in many debuts. But I also haven't made posts about, or at least a lot of posts, because trust me, I've worked with, like, a lot more than, like, 10 VTubers and stuff. And I haven't, like, make a post on every single one. It was more of, like, if the person tags me, then I'll say something. Otherwise, sometimes I'll just forget, or I didn't get time to do a video. So, pretty much, around July-ish, essentially the summertime, there has been a lot of commission demand. And that's not a bad thing. No. I want to say this from the bottom of my freaking heart. To all my clients, thank you so much for trusting me with your VTuber models and your tech setup. Because, like, I'm not even kidding. Like, even, like, my past clients, y'all helped me so freaking much when it comes to these freaking bills and like, trying to get these freaking computer repairs and this and that. So, like, thank you guys so much for, like, commissioning me. Even though, like, most of my commissions have been private because I have way too many, like, I'm at a point where it's like I have so many returning customers. Like, I don't need to announce my commissions because I already have way too many returning. And I mean, I made an announcement regarding, like, the public AR kit and the mocap consultation, which is on my website. But the thing is, I only made that because people were asking me about the pricing, or at least my personal clients, or my personal clients wanting to refer their friend who's not a client, and then I didn't want to conflict with schedule and stuff. Or it was more of like they want to refer but they don't know where, or if their friend wants to get information before and stuff. I tried to make it a little easier on them.
Message.
That's why there's a public post and stuff. Yes, there's so much stuff. Yeah, so much stuff. I mean, there's still stuff happening right now, but it's okay. You're probably gonna see more of it eventually. I'm just talking about my schedules and stuff. and then we're gonna get to the 3D part, and I don't have the sketches. Wait, yeah, I don't have. It's fine. Fizz, I was gonna ask if you could just like send me a couple of the sketches, but I think we're fine because I could show that Google Doc of like the original planning, just so people get an insight of what was thought through on the model. When your commission's open again, like that's well, technically it's complicated. It's complicated. So, all right. So where was I? But yeah. So around July, my commissions were booming essentially, and it was getting harder to manage my schedule. It also doesn't help the fact that I had a last-minute planning of going to college. Yeah, that was actually last minute. I'm not kidding. The whole college thing, that was super last minute. It caused my whole schedule to practically do a 180. So, honestly, it's not really a secret. I don't mind telling you what I'm majoring in or trying to do and stuff. But I do want to... I will have a warning, because when I say this, okay, you'll see what I mean. Okay, so essentially, besides the amount of commissions I was doing, I pretty much was talking with my family, and I wanted to eventually get to a point, like me personally, for the sake of my family and myself, I wanted to eventually get a job that was even more stable than commission. Now, don't get me wrong, I love doing my freelancing, and I hope to try to do it as much as I can, but I really wanted to strive for more stability. But I also wanted a job where it's something that I know I, like, at least IRL me. I mean, you see me as like a freaking goofball who teaches you like 3D stuff, but there's also the other side of me you guys don't know. But I've talked with my, especially my sister, who inspired me to take on this path. And essentially, I am going to be doing college, and as of current, I'm going to be majoring at an associate's degree in science to pretty much become a nurse. So, the reason why I was talking about the warning thing is that I want to preface that first and foremost, I am not a nurse currently. I am going to be a student doing prereqs. And two, oh my god, see, this is why I meant like Steam VRI case. I need improvement. And two, the thing is that even if I become a nurse, right, that does not mean you guys DM me or ask me, hey Kana, I have a boo-boo, can you tell me the answer? Talk to a doctor, because just because, like, when the time comes where I do officially become a nurse, I'm only gonna focus on that job IRL. I do not, like, I'm mainly saying this because, as I go through with my schedule, it's going to be very taxing, especially around November. November is, essentially in November, my schedule is going to be crazier because I will be doing anatomy class, I have to do a lot of studying, and it will, yeah, and then, again, year 2, I have a slight idea, because me and my sister, we're at the same school, we're both going for the, she's in the medical, she's doing her bachelor's right now, and I'm doing my associates as of current. I might do a bachelor's, we'll see. I'm like, it's mainly just more of like, I want to see how my scheduling can be, because, yeah, well, being a nurse doesn't give you, yeah, exactly, no, that's the thing, Stricken, no, that's the thing, I am a nurse, that's not a doctor. If you want a diagnosis, you talk to a doctor. I have a doctor. I have a primary doctor that whenever I have problems and stuff, like how, I talk to them. And then I have my other separate doctors. Like, I have an allergist, I have my primary, and other doctors I have. I even have my own eye doctor. Like, please, because that's the thing. That's why I meant stricken, is like, it was the original reason why I didn't want to say anything about it, but I'm like, some people were already like finding out, and then I have other people asking about my scheduling and stuff, and I'm like, I don't mind talking about it, honestly, but just please, even, like, no matter what, just please, if you have medical problems or anything, talk to your doctor, no matter what, okay? Even a doctor, like a licensed doctor on social media, go to your own doctor, okay? Go to your own doctor, okay? Please. Please. The internet is not your medical place. I understand, like I understand some people, like, look things up or try to get, like, quick advice, but just please. Heck, nowadays, I'm not kidding. I don't know if this is happening in your area, but, like, I literally have an app where I can message my doctor in case I have, like, question about certain concerns of mine, like, oh, is it normal for my throat to swell up when I eat this food and stuff? Or if I have, like, my allergy questions or other health concerns, I could just message or email my doctor. Please do that. If you're not able to go, like, in person, or you just want to ask a quick question, do that. That's so much better. It's right there. Right there. And yeah, but anyways, let's stop. Like, I'll end it here, but I just want to preface that heavily because I don't want to. I just want to make sure, for my sake and everyone's sake, please, no matter what, I cannot diagnose you. I cannot help you. I only just, when I do graduate, I will only do the job IRL and based on what I am told to do, what I'm trained to do. That is it. That is IRL me, and that's separate from VTubing. But just know, schedule-wise, I'm going to be, yeah, exactly, nurse, not doctor. But even then, it's like, I rather my nurse, like, anything nurse related, I'd rather keep that in IRL. Like I'm not gonna talk about, like, what I learned at college. I'm not gonna talk about, like,
oh my god, a new Twitch message.
I'm trying to let's just keep my my IRL stuff separate, please. Like, please keep it separate. It's probably best to just not talk about having a job and they're similar. If people don't know, they won't bother. Yeah, that is true, Chilky. Also, hi, Chilky. How you doing? But, either way, let's move on now. Cause, yeah. Alright, next thing. Let's see. Oh yeah. Is it moving? No, I'm not moving houses yet. But the reason I brought that up was because the only reason I brought that up, the college thing, was because I was explaining about why my schedule has been so fricky. And essentially, because the college thing was last minute, a lot of, like, my scheduling and original plans, especially for commissions or other projects, they had to be moved around quite a lot. And because I had to do so much, like, pre-college prep to get, like, documents in order and stuff, on top of trying to, like, multitask with so many different debuts, because August was, like, a really busy month. I think I had to work with, like, 5 different clients at once, and these weren't small commissions. Oh no, I had to do so much work. I'm not, again, just know I just did work. At least 5 people, could be more, but I was just working a lot. And because of that, it resulted in me having less time.
Polygon VR.
It resulted in me having less time to finish the tech setup. The model is finished. The bone rig is practically finished, and so is the blend shapes. But I didn't get time to do the tech stuff. And the reason why I wasn't like, oh, well, I could just delay it again. No, I've delayed this whole new model multiple times. So many times. And it's gotten to a point where it's like, I have college, I'm already expecting more clients late August and so on.
Thank you for the follow. Last 90.
And so on. So because of that, I didn't want to delay showing this model anyway. And plus also, way too many people have already seen the model internally, mainly for, like, feedback, where they accidentally saw the model on my PC. It just popped, it just happened to be there. Great job.
Oh my god.
Great job, Kana. You revealed yourself.
Message. Phoenix Slayer.
Yeah. So that's the thing. It's just, there was a lot just happening at IRL, and it just caused so much. Now, I did my best regarding, like, stress management when it comes to, like managing, doing so much though, which I'm really proud of myself. I've done a lot of great progress. So, yeah. But either way, it's just that things happen, really. Now, it's not to say, like, even Block's hat. But yeah, it's not to say, like, again, the stuff that I've done, right, with my schedule, that, you know, like, I couldn't finish the text up and all that. Was that a bad thing? No. I can't wait to go to college. I appreciate my client for commissioning me and making sure that I'm able to just keep paying the bills. And I've also even learned different methods, because that's the thing with the with my clients, is that I've even accidentally teach myself a new technique or something, like how do you make the animator even more cuter but organized so things make more sense, or how to handle like a model that has 3 outfits in one, and then you have to make each outfit have its own toggle, but it has to work in both Warudo and VR chat, because so many people like mixing matching, but you also want to foolproof it enough so that way you don't break the freaking bottle and stuff like that. So yeah, I learned a lot of things and stuff, and that's not the only thing. There was also like well, I learned from another client, like, essentially how I would organize, like, my parameters and stuff, and, like, how I labeled things. It was much nicer and looked fun for the client. And then just a lot of things. I can't now, unfortunately, well, and I say this mainly because out of respect for the clients and also the 3D modeler, is that I do not, now, unless I get permission, I don't always show the behind the scenes of a client's file, which is also, now that's the other thing of why I didn't, like, you've seen my name probably pop up on so many debuts, but you're wondering why didn't Kana made a post, what's up, that's content right there, right? Like, you just show what you made. And the reason why I didn't say anything was because, one, I didn't make a video or a proper showcase video. A lot of the videos or stuff I made for the client were more scuffed, and in a way that's like, they're very long videos. But also, even then, it's like, I just was so busy just handling other clients. It's like, I work on the VTuber, right? Debut. I do the whole setup. I finish it. I'm immediately working on the next client. Immediately. In fact, actually, like, literally after pretty much this model, I have to immediately work on someone else. I have to pretty much jump from debut to debut to debut, and so on and stuff like that. It's like, that's literally been my schedule. And again, I learn a lot, and I get paid good, so I appreciate it. Yes. But eat the water. It was funny, I actually forgot my water bottle. Silly me. Silly me for forgetting my water bottle. I'll probably... I didn't prep... Well, I didn't prep... everything's scuffed. But, either way, yeah, so pretty much just a lot's been happening, and it's also just me just getting so busy, I just couldn't post more videos about what happened behind the scenes with my clients. I also wasn't sure if I had permission to show it, or so on and so on and so on. Sometimes I had permission, it was just like, it was like a mix of like NDA, and then clients I could show, but it's just something I can't show for, it's just a lot of stuff. So, that is why Kana has been so busy, non-stop, and I probably sound crazy. You're whatever, it's fine, It goes up again. But, besides that, it's been like 30 minutes and I've just been talking non-stop. So, I think it's about time, at the very least, we should at least like start going when it comes to like showing some of the behind the scenes. Yes, I've been very freaking busy. Like, you have no idea. Actually, I do want to showcase. This is the least I can do. Oh my goodness. The least I can do. Wow, I am short. It's the least I could do to just like oh my god. Okay, camera. Yeah, the camera's all broken and stuff. Ah. Okay. So, yeah, so let's have like a little close-up of this Kana's face. Hi, how you doing? Hello. Okay, so whatchamacallit. Alright, so I'm gonna show you some emotes, right? If you guys have any other question about the other stuff, feel free, but I also hope I didn't offend anybody with what I said. I want to make sure, if I offend you, you better say it to my face. Or if I upset you, or something like that. Anyways, I just want to make sure we're all good. Alright, so let's start off with, some emote, or the face expression. I wish I had emote. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. There was a lot of scrapped stuff for this reveal. Like, I originally wanted to have, like, the original, like, kind of like the original animated trailer I had for my old brand, because I made that myself. I couldn't do that, and there was supposed to be an environment, there was supposed to be, like, other stuff, and I don't know about emotes. Also, I just realized something. My eyes are not rotating. Oh my goodness, Warudo, why did you freeze my eyes? What did you do? What did you do? Why are my eyes frozen? They're like locked. What? Huh? They're not moving. What? You know what? I don't even know anymore. The fluffy head moves, yes, and that's my bird. You're an owl now. What the heck do you mean by that? So let's start off with this expression. I fricked up the, yes, I know everything's all broken and stuff. Again, I will fix it, whether it's on stream. Oh, owls, yeah. I don't know why the eyes broke. Cause eye facial mocap's fine, but I'm not surprised if it was like something in my blueprint. I don't know. We'll fix it. We'll get to that, okay? So there's this expression, awa, and then there's like this like more. It's like a more softer like little smile, awa, and then there's this angry one. This is probably the face I'm gonna be doing a lot because it's like a lot of people getting real angry or something like that. Or not like that. If anything, my expression would probably be more like wrong one. I meant this one. I'd be like, heh. Ha! What? Haha, you need that one before. What? Yeah, there's that. If anyone makes me confused, I'm gonna be like, what? Seriously, can someone tell me how to fix my eyes? Actually, no. I'm my only answer. I'm my only answer. Wait. Oh! I know why the eyes don't move. I know why. It's because the way the blueprint is set up. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna do a stupid. If you give me like one moment. Cause okay, I'm gonna do a stupid. Bear with me, everyone. One moment. If this breaks, it's not my fault. Oh. And I broke it. Hey, at least my eyes are back. At least my eyes are back. Or is it, yeah, my eyes are back. It was because of that freaking blueprint. So I'll have to keep in mind to update. Actually, wait. Can I actually just do that? Oh no, because okay, fine. I'll rebuild this blueprint later. Way too much stuff is broken. A lot of it also came from like old blueprints, and then I had to like remake or like re-edit the heck out of them to make them more optimized and stuff, and everything's scuffed. Whatever. And then there's like this relaxed face because I sure need like I forgot. What would I need? Some water, probably. And maybe a sandwich. Yeah. A sandwich. I like sandwich. And then there's this new okay, this is definitely a newer expression. Kinda existed on my old model, but not like this. Oh! What the heck do you do? You said something offensive! You said that French fries were bad! Actually, what offended offended me more. Someone told me I'm not allowed to have pickles on a chicken burger. If anyone disagrees with me, you're a chicken. You're a chicken McNugget. Chicken, 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 chicken. Or something like that. I don't know. I like breaded chicken. I think it's tasty. But then you got this one. And there goes my mocap. Yeah, scuff, scuff. Scuff, 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 scuff. Hold up. I gotta calibrate the freaking hand tracking. Great job. Yep. 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 Okay. So, yeah, it's fun. Yes! Exactly. And then this one. Smug. This was supposed to blink, but the blink was like broken so badly I didn't bother.
Oh my god.
It's super cool. Your channel has helped me become a VTuber.
From Space
I learned every little thing it wanted to. Thanks a lot. LOL! I'm happy to help you though, but yeah, the smug face. Ow. And then we have, what is it? We have this expression. Oh! Who said that, wait, something. You said something. And I'm very shocked at you, and I don't get it. I absolutely don't get it, and my chair was covering my tracker. I am sad. Wait, actually, I am sad. There are tears. I forgot to put an outline on them. Oops. Now I'm very disappointed. Fun fact, by the way, these like little symbols, I made them have the ability to animate. I just did not have time to animate them. Which makes me even sadder. This is literally my whole... This is literally me this whole time when I'm like having a very scuffed stream and everything is like freaking breaking. This is literally me! Ah! And then we have this one where if I'm like, oh my god, I really love... And what do I love, actually? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I forgot. Something. My Teto figurines. Oh yeah, that's the thing. I am finally getting my other Teto figurine, in a couple days. I can't wait. So, I don't know, honestly, when it's arriving, but it's arriving! I'm getting my Teto figurine, I'm happy about it. And then you got this one. I got, like, stars and stuff. Wah! What do I love? I don't know, you tell me. I also don't know! I don't know what I love. I guess French fries. That's a good one. What is my actual favorite? I mean, I like fried chicken.
Oh my god. A new YouTube message.
Or bread chicken.
Welcome
like
to
fried bread
chicken.
chicken. Well, you gotta be careful what type of breading you use, though. But other than that, I'm pretty good. Yeah, fried fry. I like fries and bacon. I love like bacon, lettuce, the tomato sandwich or BLTs, right? Those delicious sandwiches. They're like so good. Yeah, I love them. Say who loves a bacon or something. And then you got this one, which I'm like terrified. This is probably the face I'm gonna have either if I'm very disgusted at you or I'm very scared of something. So there's this face. Or something like that. And then that's a really good question. I think that's like, I mean, I have like the separate one, and of course I have my dizzy eyes. Oh, look into my eyes, or something like that. Or if I'm like, I usually would use this if I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot to say there actually were new derp emotes. I forgot to bind them. There goes everything. The most important, muy importante emote ever. The derp. It wasn't binded. But if you give me a moment, I will show you what it should look like. But it's broken though. I have to fix it. But I'm gonna show you. I hope you guys will like it, and if you hate it, well, this has been a waste of time. Have a nice day. Okay, so, espérate for one moment. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is the reason why. Okay. And yes, the eye facial mocap blueprint's the reason I'm like locked in the center. I'm so sorry about that. That was just let's just say let's just say you don't want to have like a very bad nose. That's all I'm saying. Don't have a bad nose. Ugh, nasty. All right, so yeah, this ain't a perfect debut. I'm already making so many derp ups. It's okay. It be like that. But let's see here. So this is probably one of my favorites. I hope you guys will like it. Cause it breaks the eyes. Cause I have eye spheres. We're gonna get to how the eye spheres are made. But I want you to pay close attention. Look at my eyes for like 2 seconds. Oh, wait a minute. Well, okay. Well, that wasn't my favorite one, but there's that. But no, that's not the one that I'm talking about. The one I'm actually talking about is the... Wait, that's not the one. Oh my god. Ah! Okay, no, not that one. This one. Wait. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, pretty much. These were supposed to be the derp eyes, the new derp eye toggles. And then there was also this one, which is Yay! And they break the eyes too, because sphere eyes. Yeah, I will explain. But give me one moment. There was a different one, but it breaks the mouth tracking. This one's very funny. Yeah, so this is like one of the other ones. I just didn't set it up properly. Like, yeah. So this was the other derp expression that was not binded at all. Ah! I'll fix it. I will fix it. I promise. Hey, I could do that too. I too go into space. All right. Let's see. Yeah, essentially, like, yeah, the other stuff is like how I have like a blush toggle, but it's honestly, it's kind of hard to tell the blush. Oh, a little bit, but it's like I already have a blush on my face by default, so it's kind of just hard to tell. Yeah, just separate toggles. Why not? Why not? I can show off everything. All right, I can show off everything. So there was that, and unfortunately, there was supposed to be a glove toggle because I actually have modeled nails and stuff, and yeah, and then the shawl was supposed to be toggleable because there was supposed to be a part of the model that was a resemblance, like the design is a resemblance of an older design that was brought back, and the shawl toggle was supposed to kind of give that resemblance, and then I fricked it up. Yeah, the whole point of this whole new mall was essentially combining all the Kanas into one Kana. This is the Mega Kana. Or the... No. Actually, no. I want a stupider name. I am the client. My bad. I'm the Kana. That's it. I'm the Kana. Or something like that. Yeah, I'm the Kana. Yeah, take all the Kanas, and what do you call it? The Kana. Yes. And most importantly, most important of all, I did brought another friend back. Oh, and I crashed. Did I freaking crash? Oh, OBS, like, had a heart attack. Great job, OBS, you OBS. And hello, darkness, my old friend. I'm a banana. Yeah, it's not fit for my model, though, but just know, yes, the banana redeem is also trying to come back. Or it will come back and stuff. Like, I have the redeems essentially ready. I just haven't binded everything and stuff. Oh no. And I think this will be everybody. Well, actually, I'm not gonna trigger it because the camera's gonna break, and I really don't want to deal with that. Just know, yeah, the Kana. Yeah, the Kanana's back. Yeah, because a lot of my redeems were pretty much broken, and they still are, because I'm literally still in the progress of, like, or the process of, like, redoing stuff. But, yeah, anywho, let's... Oh, at least I showed off some stuff I can do, even though, like, it's not everything, but that's the thing. Future streams, future videos, or whatever, that's gonna be where the other features are coming and stuff. Like, if you want to see them, they will come back. You will see how they are made and stuff. Alright, yes. So, let's go ahead, right? And, we're gonna move to the next screen, because I'm gonna try my best, and okay, not probably. I will frick it up. We are gonna look at the original, where is it? Oh man, I really lost a bookmark. Okay. I am a silly. So we're gonna look at the original doc that I made to plan out my design, if I can find it. Oh, I found it. There you go. So, I don't know how to go about, like, a new, yeah, well, we're gonna try our best. But don't worry, I made sure, like, a lot of other programs and stuff are, like, streamer mode, so they should not appear. And if they try to, well, yeah. I also have 2 monitors, so yeehaw. But let's go ahead and we're gonna go to this screen, and that thing is, like, broken too. If I can find, yeah, I gotta reorganize everything. So let's try our best. I'm gonna move the Kana to the corner. We're gonna talk about the stuffs y'all been, like, y'all been waiting for, because I keep blabbering and blabbering and blah stuff. Ow. So, let's get to that. Also, hey, Cap, can you do me, like, a freaking favor? Could you stop? Again, at least, like, Cap has, like, expressive finger tracking. But, like, I mean, I'll be honest, like, the Rokugo gloves I have, the finger tracking's, like, perfectly fine. It never has issues. It's just that the wrist tracking is derped up, and then I have the V1 gloves. I don't have the V2 and stuff, and it's just, yeah. It's just blah, blah, blah. So, let's see here. Let me make sure, let me make sure, like, because I think OBS doesn't pop up on, I think I have it showing up. So, I'm trying to make sure that I show at least this up. Yeah, that's my blender. You just see, like, the freaking different blend files I was trying to work on last minute for my model. We're gonna look at those, don't worry. Miss Yapalot, how dare you? You cactus. Also, fun fact, by the way, did you also notice the new alerts? Yeah, I made those with Canva. Yeah, I had to, like, activate trial just to export those. So that's fun. I hope you enjoy it. You better. Or something like that. Let's see here. Oh, I didn't put a display capture. Probably because, like, it just the resources. We're gonna use giant monitor. Yep, you are exposed. Or something like that. Canva, I use them sometimes, yeah. Canva's pretty good. Oh. Whoops. Okay. Hi. We're gonna look at the freaking thing. I'm gonna be careful. So this was, like, one of the original, documents I made that was, like, essentially going over, like, the model where I was explaining, like, how I wanted the ref sheet to be. So it looked like this.
A new Twitch message.
I was referencing how this was, like, because Cryptic was also helping out with the initial, like, reference sheet planning, where I wanted it to be, like, 3-sided, something like this. There was also this, like, some of the shading style that I liked. Then there was the original sketches. Some of your fan arts are probably gonna be here because I also requested like some reference to it. There's Yorege's tiara sketch there because I was emphasizing the simplicity of the tiara. Then I was talking about, and yeah, some of these also came from Pinterest. And look, that's one of the sketches. That was one of the earlier sketches of the This wasn't the like the first version of like my character, like was it my character I forgot. Also, like real quickly, let me make a projector here just so I can see on my other monitor in case like tracking breaks and stuff. Hello. Yes, infinite Kanas. Wait, you seen problems? Oh, you meant that. Hi, Kana. Hi, Kana. Hi, Kana. Hi, Kana. Or something like that. All right, back to this. But that is one of the original sketches of this design. In fact, funny enough, I think this was made. Was it like pretty much a couple months after I already revealed the other model, like 2023 when the other model was something like that. I don't remember. I think it was like earlier. I don't know, but Fizzy made this one though. Just know that. And then I meant there was references to Sailor Moon, how they did the hair highlights. I was unsure which one to go. We went for this direction. And then I wanted to try doing this. Unfortunately, due to how I modeled the eyelashes, I couldn't do this. And it was perfectly fine. I was talking about how I wanted, like, more fluffier eyelashes. And once again, Sailor Moon Crystal, Season 2, I believe. No. Was it Season 2 or Season 3? I keep forgetting. But it was one of those seasons where they had this specific style, and I really loved it. And I also was referenced, yeah, like, because Sailor Moon Crystal had, like, different styles.
A new YouTube message.
So
welcome
it depends what season. It depends what season we're talking about. And then I think this, I feel like Fizzy drew that one too. This sketch in particular, I don't remember. I feel like because there was a lot of sketches I've gotten from Fizzy. And then this was mentioning, was it the nose or wait, the nose? Oh yeah, the nose. It's just a freaking line. That's it. It's nothing complicated. And then I was saying how, like, the bottom part... It's funny, because I said the bottom part should be, like, about the same, and I ended up just getting rid of the face lines and adding a blush and the shine from the previous models, which I have, like, the board of, like, the older models of mine and stuff, but yeah. And then there was the wings where we wanted it more fluffier. Essentially, you see how I made this for my artists? So, like, this is kind of, like, what helped... now, again, you could look up tutorials, you can... Please consult your artists, depending on how they prefer how they prefer their references. But this is how I prepared mine. I could have made it even more fancy, but it's all right. And I tried to make sure these weren't AI generated. I even referred to, like, actual, again, artists that have made sketches. And I really love, like, some of the fan art. Or not. I love all my fan art, but there was, like, some that had, like, very specific details I really, really wanted in my new design. So hence, like, there was, like, other mention that aren't here. Also, this I drew this in Clip Studio. I believe it was the 3.0 version. I have 4.0.
Happy birthday,
I believe.
More of a snow bear penguin con.
Yes, hi.
Happy birthday. Oh my god.
I saw my birthday
message. On the arc.
But yeah, but there was a wing mention, and essentially this was one of the earlier sketches of the outfit. I forgot to draw the fluff. I just forgot to draw the fluff. But I drew this with a drawing tablet when I had one, so that's cool, and I got lazy with the face. And then I only mentioned, like, the A pose, T pose, mainly for rigging purposes, but it did not matter for the reference sheet. It's a reference sheet. But yeah, but there was, like, IRL references on, like, the bow type. I even sketched how the bow might look like, and then Fizzy... Oh yeah, and then this one here, Fizzy sketched that one, because she was making, like, different versions. I was referencing my older model, yeah. And yes, my designs also inspired by Cinderella. That should be a given. It's like a Cinderella snow angel. The choker, the way that the dress is just modeled. And this one from Cthulhu, I really would love that to be an actual modeled outfit. But I still have this fan art to this very day, and I love this. So, yep, this is one that I really love. And, yeah. I don't know why did I mention it? Oh, it was because of the arm folds. Like, these things in the ref sheet. I was talking about this. That I wanted it to be a bit more detailed, but we ended up just keeping it more simple. Honestly, it was just for the best. And I think, yeah, this one was just more like shading style references. Yes, these two were also like mentioned for reference. Now, technically it's possible to kind of try and get closer to something like this, but I have to like do more stuff with the post-processing. I could also like edit the texture to help with it too. It's not just post-processing, but it does.
What happened to the other burb on your shoulder? Happy birthday, Kana. What happened to the other burb? Thank you for the bits.
There's two birds. There's two freaking, they're birds right here. They're my sons. Well, Saren's a girl and Mr. Fluffy Canary's a boy. But yeah, and then I mentioned about the see-through eyes, which I have that. I even did a weird last-minute glasses stenciling, which I will try to fix the Blender model for that one. But yeah, but pretty much this is like how I organize like references for my artists. Like, you're free to take inspiration, because the thing is, if you want, if you are particular about how it should be set up, at least be very again, sometimes there is like over detail, but I made sure this was approved with my art with Fizzy. She was perfectly fine with it. She even loved how it was set up. So yeah, but something like this. But I've seen people do a way better job. Some people do Pinterest boards, which I also did a Pinterest board, but I'm not gonna bother with Pinterest, honestly. But essentially, I did whatever I can to organize my references, so that way Fizzy can cook up the new one. Now, real quickly, and I want to show this. It's the new reference sheet. I just want to make sure I didn't like expose any personal information. Yeah. So this is my website, right? And there's a new design right there. Yep, new 3D model. Hi, or something like that. This was fun fact. This was rendered in Blender. This is entirely with Blender. And under the copyright tab, you'll see the new reference sheet, which is 2026 Kana, and there's Fizzy, who's credited. She made this. This is the ref sheet that was used for this 3D model. Now, the thing about this 3D model is that it was intentionally not supposed to be one-to-one. If I made it more one-to-one, I would have been probably a little bit more pickier, but no. There was a reason why I didn't made, like, the goal of the model wasn't to be one-to-one in terms of, like, the exact shaping. It was because my model's priority is that it's supposed to look good as much as possible from all angles. Because sometimes when you're making a 3D model, this is fine, right? But as you make more models, you start to notice that as you do, like, essentially the live 2D 3D models, there are many times where people don't consider their quarter angles or even their side profile. And the model will look perfectly, like, really perfect on the front, but then when they look at the other angles, it looks really awkward and stuff. So when I was having Fizzy make this reference sheet, the focus was not to be one-to-one, and essentially it was kind of replicating, like, the sort of workflow with an older model of mine, which was the model before the last one kind of did this workflow, where it wasn't one-to-one, but it was based off of the live 2D, either way. So, but that's just me, right? We, you know, everyone's 3D models, this is art. Like, we have our different preferences, different opinions, different viewpoints, right? But for me, I wanted to essentially just make it similar to the ref sheet, but it's like sort of unique in its own way, right? So now, but that's ref sheet. There's also the old one. I kept it here in case any, like, let's say, because I'm sure, like, I do appreciate everyone saying, and I cannot see the chat, by the way, because, like, I'm so sorry, I didn't even, like, see the chat. There's too many, everybody run. Congratulations on your new 3D model. Ella. Okay, and then yeah, penguin. And then that awesome character sheet. Yeah. So yeah, pretty much was it what the heck? There's the old, because I know that there are gonna be, now I don't blame
Oh my god. A new YouTube
anybody
message.
for
Welcome Savon 4990.
I love your new 3D model. I'm so glad a lot of people really love the new 3D model. I appreciate it. But the thing is, I know there probably are some people, and like I said, tech-wise, right? The anime emote symbols, the wings, they are coming back, okay? And the redeems, they are in the Wario scene. They're just not binded, and we will get to that. I promise, we will get to that. We will. But the thing is that, what is it? I know some people. Now, first of all, I paid for this art, and this is beautiful. Okay, even though like we have new Kana design, I still want this Kana to be acknowledged. So please, still, because again, this design of Kana literally started essentially like defining, I guess, the core character designs of what makes up my character, right? So I don't want it to be like, oh, we forget about this Kana. It's like, no. Even though this new model is taking over, I still want to remember this beautiful work here. Even the old model, even though they're like on the actual 3D model, there's a lot of like angle issues, and I don't mind even showing you guys so you see what I mean. Because my past model was essentially modeled where it focused so much on the front side and it sacrificed the other angles. And that's the thing. I will show both models because I think it's good to see the differences of how much went into the old and the new one and stuff. Like even just learning, like, you know, with 3D tech. But yeah, so I still want this to be you again. If you want to make fan art with this design, please do. I'd appreciate it. But if you want to make fan art of the new one, that's fine. Fan art is like, it is optional. You don't have to do it, right? And even then, like, I usually try my best to pay my artists. So yeah. Also, fun fact, by the way, the emotes and the eye texture, Fizzy textured those, and I appreciate her so much. They are beautiful. Like, she did a phenomenal job at the eye and the emote textures. Because the emote texture, I was gonna try doing it myself, but I asked Fizzy if she could be able to do it. She did, and she cooks so well. They look amazing. I thank you so much, Fizzy. You mean so much to me. But yeah, so there's that. Now let's go. Now I don't have like some of the older sketches. They just kind of went all over the place on my computer. But we could go over that in the future. But, or even like if you follow Fizzy on Twitter, I'm sure she'll post some of the older sketches so you can see what went behind like different changes and other stuff. Because I gave her, I told her,
God.
show them off, show off the original sketches. I want people to see what, like, how the thought process was regarding like the design. Because again, if people want to take inspiration on how to go about like commissioning an artist for a reference sheet or even making a reference sheet on their own and stuff, this is like the process. This is the behind the scenes. We're talking about the behind the scenes right now. This is what started the plan of the 3D model. This is important because without the 2D ref, what are you doing? Well, I know people could 3D model without a 2D ref, but it helps so much to have reference material. This stuff helps. So let's go over to Blender, right? And let me double check my I'm gonna double check OBS. I like the hair on this one. What are you using to track the hands? This is Warudo, right? Now I'm using, well, technically 7 Vive trackers, but you could do this with 6. And I'm using UDCAP gloves. That's what I'm using. Sometimes the UDCAP gloves kind of like drift because of how elastic band ham trackers are, but yeah. But yes, again, thank you so much. For everyone who's liking them all. And again, if you are... No, okay, this is what I was going to say. If you are not a fan of the new 3D model, that's perfectly fine, right? Because I know there are people who... I mean, I haven't even heard of it from, like, the models, like, before. But I wouldn't be surprised if people miss the previous Kana due to how... I guess it's a bit more iconic and more kind of more simple. I don't know. That it's subjective. It's why I say the old ref sheet is still going to be on my website. You can still make fan art. Like, even if you reference the older Kanas or the last Kana model, just have fun with the fan art as long as it follows, like, the rules on my website, please. But, yeah, so if you prefer the older model, that's perfectly fine. I respect it. But just know that moving forward, this is going to be the model that's taking over. Regarding tutorials, unless I'm making an example of the older model, you're mostly going to be seeing this model in the thumbnails, videos. This is going to be the Kana. And also, like, I'm telling you this as well, it's been so difficult, like, trying to use my old model as an example, when I was trying to record or stuff, because the setup was so jank. I was so used to the new model setup, I had a hard time even using my older model setup. Ain't that something? But let's get into the blend. Oh, well, actually, if you give me a moment, I'm gonna switch from here to this blender. Okay, so, cause what we're gonna do now is that let's look at a couple of the early model stages that this model went freaking through. It's a lot. So bear with me, everybody. Bear the frick with me. Now, I will make sure as much as I can.
YouTube message. Welcome Nanya Business 5602.
So I'm gonna try my
3 years. Great work on the new model Kana.
Great
work. Thank you for subbing again.
I just realized there's like an echo. That's because I forgot that VTS Pog is already reading the messages. And oops, because I forgot VTS Pog was reading the messages, I accidentally, when I was swapping out the alerts, or the animation, I accidentally re-enabled the thing. So please, ignore that right now. So I'm gonna try to I'm gonna try as much as I can. I can only show so much, because I do not want to get bonked. Essentially, was it,
oh my god.
Because I've heard, like, my friends got banned on Twitch just for making a base model, even though it's a Barbie doll. Let's see. I think maybe this blend file here, if you give me a moment, I'm opening it up. So, let's talk, did I actually have a proper, like, face, like, an early face mesh? Okay, kinda. Okay, one moment. One moment, the Kana is loading back. Oh my goodness, that was a awful crash. That was an awful crash. Hello? I can't tell if anything's working right now. I am, like, trying my best to fix everything. ASAP.
Oh my god.
Hello?
A new Twitch message.
Is everyone there?
Sorry_bot.
I feel like also just... Okay, hello? Okay, I sense... Because of how SteamVR is, it also probably just caused that to happen. Great. But that's fine.
Oh my god.
That was
expected. A new Twitch message.
Hello?
Wallace_VD.
So sorry about that. That was not my intention. It's just...
Oh my god.
That
a new
has
Twitch
happened
message.
quite
RCM442.
a lot. Oh my goodness. That's been happening a lot, and it drives me crazy. I've had it, like, really bad where there were times where the freaking, it would black out entirely like that. It was all because of the AMD drivers. And yeah, but at the very least, honestly, I've already did the whole full body thing, like the full body mocap, and I'm already just like yeeting the freaking thing. So let's, yeah, I'm already unplugging stuff right now. So yeah, we don't be wasting on the batteries and all that. But yeah. Now we're in, like, a sort of, like, 2D-esque, live 2D, movement, thing. So, yeah, but hi! Ow! Or something like that. The main setup was built from Gilly, but I did do a lot of, like, modifications, I guess, like, just to tweak it a bit more to my liking. But, yeah, yeah, so sorry about that. Let's, if you just give me a moment to just get these freaking things off of me.
Oh my god.
One moment.
A new YouTube message.
Yeah, one moment,
Welcome,
guys.
Prevail.
Because I need to yeet the shoes and, What is it? Okay, that's fine. Oh my freaking god. Okay. Yeah, that was a bad crash too, like, cause like, OBS was just frozen, and then it crashed itself. I tried to reopen it, then the whole PC did a black screen. Not the Windows one, it was just like, there was like my Miku cursor and stuff, and then I was like, what the heck? So I don't know if it's like, I don't know what's up, honestly. It's weird. Yeah, I don't know. And the thing is, my PC is powerful, but it just does these dumb crashes. I don't know if it's a Windows bug, an AMD bug. It could be anything, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if it's AMD again, because I keep hearing an issue with the freaking drivers. And there's a freaking integrated AMD GPU in the desktop, so it's like, oh no, I'm screwed. But I don't know how bad Intel integrated one. Anyways, let's continue. Let's do one. We're gonna do one blender at a time for the sake. So the reason why I can't just go to Blender, my Explorer and stuff, is because the older files are somewhere farther in my PC.
YouTube message.
Because
Welcome
they're
to
old.
Neko Amy.
So if you give me a moment, guys, I will pull up the freaking older files. I will open the blend, and that we're just gonna bear with me on how the setup is. I wanted this to be a PowerPoint and stuff to like showcase some of the things, but again, I don't have time for stuff. It be like that. Yes, so let me make sure, yeah, so that's, okay, my goodness, Windows Capture, okay, remember Windows Capture, okay, ignore that, that's an older texture, like, behind, there was a different ref sheet there, but this was one of the older, this was like a very early block out. Also, why is Audible there? What the heck, Audible, what are you doing? Hold on one moment, I gotta also get this freaking playing and stuff. Okay, bear with me, bear with me. So, this is one of the blockout stages that started the model. As you can see, the face looks different. Definitely not one-to-one to the current model, but that's because a lot have changed each time, but this was one of the earlier versions. So this is how the blockout essentially is. I tried my... Again, I am not good with anatomy, and eventually I will learn anatomy and blah blah blah. But don't worry. But essentially, like, I believe like pectoral muscle, and then I was just like implying that there was supposed to be like, you know, from the pecs to like the shoulder, that it's supposed to kind of like exist and stuff.
God.
I'll try to make that clear.
Message.
But it's just a very rough breakdown. This should have been in 2 pieces. I don't know what the frick I was thinking. But it was supposed to be in 2 pieces, but again, these were not made final, right? These are not the final meshes. I just simply used cubes just to try to get myself a rough idea on how long the arm should be, how long the foot, the legs. Essentially getting like a rough idea on how the body should be. As for the face, whole different story. So... the face, now I'm gonna quickly close Blender. I'm gonna show you a bit of how the face was modeled. But again, a lot of editing. A lot. Because originally I was supposed to have more pointed eyes, but the reason I went for more rounded eyes is due to the fact I wanted to use the sphere setup. And I will show you that. So, there was an even older one, but that was like that was a mistake. So... let's see. I'm trying to like, I guess show like this. Let's try this one, right? You guys take notes. This is the 3 stuff. Okay, so ignore that. Essentially, these are the ones in the back were references for like the face that my friend Cryptic provided, which I appreciate. But essentially, I was modeling the, this was like one of the earliest versions of the face being modeled, where I would just like start off by defining the front of the face, and I was trying to get the, like the angles, which now looking at it, I can see like this part here was really deep in. This should actually be like more like forward and stuff. But I like at the time I was making it, I always keep making my head like that. This is
a
not
new
good.
YouTube message.
You
Welcome
don't
to
want
the
it.
spread.
You don't want it flat either. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you want it where the eyebrows are more noticeable, but you don't want your eyes to look like they're freaking deep in. So you essentially have to balance that. And also, you don't want your cheek, unless it's intentional. That's, you know, your style. You don't want the cheek to like be outward. It's still noticeable, but just not like where you have a strong cheekbone or anything like that. Now, as for the eyes, this was essentially okay. I had to remake the eye meshes at some point because I did a frick up. But essentially, this was how, like, the... Oh my goodness. Okay, don't do that. Essentially, this was, like, how the, like, early eye mesh was. It's just a sphere, a UV sphere, and the front was edited to look more like irises, and the bone placement, the origin point here is located at the center. So, therefore, that's how the sphere eye is structured even on the current model. But, again, this is one of the earliest face meshes. This ended up, like, you can see where I was trying to do a more pointed look, still kind of roundish, or to get like a sort of like, yeah, just an eye working, especially one that works with the sphere eyes. But this was eventually like abandoned. Now, it's not impossible to have like the pointed the eye style for sphere eyes, right? It depends how you go about it, like depends on the style you prefer and use case and stuff, but eventually with how much rigging stuff I needed to do, or I wanted to do and stuff, having the more rounder eyes, now it gave a cuter appearance too, but also it just fits the sphere eye stuff. But yeah, so let's exit out of this, and I'm gonna show you, I guess, sort of like a even more broken down of how the face was modeled. So instead of just seeing like, oh, a sort of complete face, this is sort of like how the face was being modeled. It looked like this. This is how it, you know, I guess sort of the starting. So this is what I mean by defining the face, right? You start off by defining like from the front, like how it should look like. And then I guess I think the way I went about like early planning with this kind of ended up freaking up so much because I kept getting so much feedback about like the cheek, the eyes dipping too much, and the eyebrows and stuff. Again, like, it just depends on the face. That's all I'm gonna say. This was like very early, so I can't be too nitpicky about it. Plus, yeah, my preferences have changed and stuff. And you can see also, again, the pointed eye looked a little better on this one, I guess, but again, just that is inevitable. But you can see how, like, I went about, like,
YouTube message.
Yeah, define the
Welcome,
face.
Fiffles.
And then, hi Fiffles, how you doing? And then you have, like, you then model the eye loops. And then once you, like, model the eye loops, I then model the nose bridge. So it's kind of like a mask when you think about it. And that is at least, like, starting the face. Now, I was, there's an ice cream truck behind me. Please enjoy that. Please enjoy the ice cream truck. So yeah. I also, by the way, is the stream, like, going well, by the way? We're not having any other issues or audio problems and stuff. I just want to make sure. I'm just lowering the music a bit. What's your music taste? I say hello. And again, so sorry about the crashing earlier. Like, that was not my intention. Do you have a separate scene for full body tracking and Wado? Actually, my scene has it where the full body is in the same scene as the non-full body setup. It's just very broken. But I have made it possible for my clients all the time. I just never got to finish my setup. That's why there was issues like the IKs and stuff, because I did not actually go deep into like fixing those problems. I've been aware about it, but yeah, it's not crashing. Okay, that's great. Okay, very good to hear, very good to hear. I should also, like, real quickly, I want to pull out the streamer bot chat so I can be able to see both.
A new YouTube message. Welcome, Akio.
I want to see, like, both, like, I want to see the chat while I'm talking about 3, in case anyone has questions, because right now we are at the part where, again, this is the goods. This is where I'm talking about actually, what yes, the stream died earlier. My OBS crashed, and I had to forcefully reboot my PC. It was annoying. It was annoying. But yeah. Yeah, Mala looks so cute. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, that was one of the earlier head models, or at least like you could see how the starting phases. So if you're, I guess, if you are curious on how to go about the starting, what is it? The starting phase of like the head is what I did, but again, I know other people go about it differently. It depends on, like, if you're doing like low poly, for example, people model from a cube and keep it very simple, like define the planes of the face and stuff like that. And then some people for more complicated ones, some people they'll model the nose first. Well, some people kind of do that, but I'd say, and I know like other friends of mine may or may not, it depends on people, but essentially eyes first. Well, you could either go like, for this model, the eyes were actually modeled first to essentially get like a start of like how, you know, I guess the eyes distance, and then what happened was is that I believe, yeah, the general face mesh here was made, and then the eye loops, and then the nose, and then everything was starting to like come together pretty much. So let's see. So let's move on to a different face progression. Because I also want to get into like some of the Unity and the Warudo stuff, right? So this is another. Oops. This is another. Are you guys listen? Are you guys taking notes? If you guys are not taking notes, we're gonna have a problem if you're not taking the darn notes. No. So this was one of the other progress thing. Well, this is a more completed face model, but it's like very rough. Like you can see how like the bottom part of the chin's like very flat, because the final one, this part here was a bit more higher up. But this was while I was, but this was during when I was trying to essentially sort of like set up the outlines, because since my model is like cell shaded, it's not the usual like live 2D style and stuff. The outlines especially were very important to achieving the style that I'm going for. So when I was working on it, I was using the Solidify modifier to pre-plan the or at least like get started with like making sure I modeled with outlines, so that way the outlines can always look good as much as they can, pretty much. So, and these are the, well, my hair is so giant. I think we're gonna have problems with games where it's like, oh, I can't see stuff because Kana's hair is too big. Oh no, but you can see at the bottom right corner, these are the settings used. Essentially, there's a vertex group, which, is there actually? Yeah, so there are some data, which there's this for the eyes, and then the mouth area. And yeah, so pretty much this is how my setup was. I just simply use an emission for the material, and that's how the outlines are made. Essentially, is that.
Oh my god. A new YouTube message.
Hi, Monta.
Welcome,
How you
Mantra
doing?
Tsenko.
Hope you're having a lovely day. Hello. Also, for everyone who's like, who just like joined in, right? This is how the model looks like, even though I'm like slightly tilted. The stream is very scuffed. Yeah, nothing but hair. Yeah, I will talk about how I tried everything I can to make the wings not go through the hair. I mean, sometimes it may still happen because there's just some like not like some parts of the collision weren't big enough, but yeah. But thank you so much, yeah. But yeah, so pretty much what is it? Yeah, I will talk about the magical cloth setup. I'm not gonna lie, the skirt could have been better. I'm aware the skirt needs more gravity. I tried every setting. For some reason, the skirt hates me. Maybe there's just a really giant collider I just forgot about or something. I don't know. It'd be like that. Yes. Physics. Okay, physics, I see you. Something like that. So, yeah. So, pretty much that's how this head's made. And these are the earlier version of the ears. because this was based off of like how Fizzy usually makes her ears, but I ended up remodeling the ears entirely because there was a different style I wanted to get into, which you'll see that, but it's not to say these ears were bad. These are actually fine, right? Especially if this is your type of style. But you can see also, like, I made it where the way that the ears are set up is that, because again, the outlines are very critical to the model. So all, like, there's still going to be clipping here and there, don't get me wrong. Like, 3D is it's not perfect, but you, like, my intention was that the front would look like this, but on the side it would look more like it was filled in. It was like sort of like just something cool I wanted to like have where, because most people usually, especially if they're making like a live 2D-esque model, a lot of the times the outlines are usually never considered. Now, again, to each their own, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just for what I'm going for, which is the cell shade style. I was trying my best to experiment with the outlines and try to keep it, you know, close to as much as I can to how I, like, yeah, the style I'm going for. So, oh my god, I clicked the wrong button. So, let's move on. Like, I guess you can see, now I don't know if this can actually work. I don't think the, oh wait, hold on a moment. Windows capture. I want to double check real quickly. Yeah, okay, so I got scared for a moment. I thought like the wrong text will pop up and then something like glitchy would happen. So this is a more like, I guess not, now this eventually got in, like, this was like what the prototype head, which there was the prototype model, but pretty much you could see how it reused the old eye texture. You see that there are base colors, but they're literally just emissions. Now, this is not to say, like, your final model should just be consisting of a frick ton of materials with just, like, diffuse, right? No. These were... The way I did this is that these were test colors. This is mainly for me to know where certain colors should be, if I have to do certain edits here and there, like, this, like, the eye should be this, that. So the colors just help me see things better for the model, and you can see how was really coming to shape. But of course, it did not become the final Kana though. So yeah, and also you see how
oh my
here
God.
there was implied. Yeah, we fixed the crashing issue. I'm so sorry about that, y'all. I did not mean that. So there was supposed to be eyeshadow meshes, and I tried as much as I can to make them work, but due to the fact that I had to over-rely on blend shapes for tracking, but also just a lot of other things, it just made it really... Now, if my model was just purely for animation, that'd be a different story. It would definitely work out in that case, because I would have even more control. But because it's a VTuber model, and there were just some things I just couldn't do, eventually, the eyeshadows were abandoned. And I believe also it was because of the fact... Here's, like, the eye bones here. Whoops. It said... I think, like, as some... Yeah, like, it moved perfectly fine here, but I think there was, like, some clipping as things were being added to the model, and it just caused way too many issues. But you could see, like, how, again, with the eyes... Now, if it's a sphere eye, right? Again, the bone is literally in the middle of the eye. If this was... I mean, I guess it just depends on, like, how your eyes are modeled, the face and stuff. Some people may have it where the eye bone is a lot farther in the back, and that's... If it works for the model, that's fine. Sometimes I had to do that for some clients where the bone had to be far back, just due to how, like, the eye... Like, either the eye socket was way too small, or the way that their eye... Like, the eye placement or the size of the iris just caused a lot of clipping. So it depends on... Like, the eye placement does matter. I would experiment with it, but for at least how these sphere eyes are, they are placed in the middle. So... and you can also, again, see how the topology is. This is how the... I mean, it's not the final one, because there eventually was the Rembrandts that were modeled in. But I focus more on just the shape. And once again, the ears are connected, but they eventually got remodeled, and you'll see that. So yeah. Also, originally too, about the eyes, is that they were supposed to have this detail where, because a lot, I know, I think IRL eyes, they do something like this. Not exactly, again, this is like a test, but it's where like you have your actual like, I guess, iris color, and then this is sort of like the, I don't know the eye parts, I really need to learn that, but pretty much you have like this cover on in front of the eye, and this is something like with IRL eyes. I also seen a lot of 3D VTuber models trying to replicate this, and don't get me wrong, like, I've seen it look good, like, really good, right? But then there are many times where, like, I look at the mesh and then I get really confused because then we have a lot of stretching issues occurring and it drives me insane. But either way, this eventually got scrapped. The reason why is because this thing kept the... So when I was joining the meshes together, it caused way too many problems with the solidify modifier. Oh, hold up one moment. I just realized, like, iFacial mocap was, like, freaking sideways. I'm like, what the frick? Okay, what the... iFacial mocap. Yeah, okay, rotation's correct now. So, yeah, this wasn't abandoned, but that was one of the considerations. Also, when I was looking at other animes as well, essentially the eye looked more like... not exactly like this, right? But essentially, it's like, they don't have this, like this exact like eye cover thing. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, but the ones I was closely referencing, they did not have that. So it style wise, it just I just didn't go with that. Also, the other reason why I went for the sphere eyes instead of the usual way that 3 modelers would make their VTuber models, which is essentially the what is it? If I could get the UV real quickly here. Right, so why didn't I model like this? But, so, that's actually just the problem there. Now, this isn't a problem, because there's, again, with this method, I will say, it does allow an easier time when it comes to managing things like eye expression, especially if they're mesh-based. It definitely gives a better time, especially if you're doing, like, MMD-related blend shapes and whatnot. But it's just... This method is honestly just, like, easier for most people, especially when you're sharing the model. It's just easier. And I guess it also gives more flexibility for the eye type as well. Like, for most people. But the reason I went for the sphere eyes was because of the fact that this happens. Where... Now, again, this was... Like, I had the issue where... Yeah, the issue where, like, this part would be, like, too far in the back, right? But this would be shown a lot. And because of that, even if you could just be like, oh, well, why not just put far back into the eye? The thing is that if you do that, you essentially get this. And it'll look good in the front, right? Look good in the front. But the side profile looks confusing. Is that an eyeball, or what is this? And this was an issue. Even my previous model had this, right? So, previous model had the same issue. And it's the reason why, like, I went with the sphere eye method. Now, I wanted to do UV eyes, but because of... As of right now with VTuber programs, they don't really do a good, like, too much... No, it's not impossible. It is possible to do it, right? But just with the current workflow that I have, it just was way too painful to experiment with it. So I just stuck with the UV or the sphere eyes, which I've worked with sphere eyes before, even on even older models I've never shown on YouTube and stuff. But that's the reason I went with that. I didn't want this shown. I wanted to look a lot more natural on other angles. And if you take I'll show you even current model right now. You can see what I mean, where the eye, instead of seeing behind the iris, it looks like an eyeball at that angle right there. See? Even like when you look at my model from the side, you can see how the iris is at the front, like an actual eyeball, instead of being like far back. Now, of course, I will mention there are issues with the blinking blend shape if I want to be a perfectionist. So, there is... I know I have that add-on for the in-between FBX blend shape, but because of how there's other programs that are old as heck that can't really support that, it would just cause problems with like compatibility with other like older programs I used, used to say like MMD. MMD's old as frick, abandoned pretty much, but we still use it. NPM Editor. Yeah, it doesn't support that add-on, so, and because I eventually want to put my model into MMD, yeah, that's why I couldn't use that add-on, but I do have it, and if there are clients or other peeps in the future that I work on with that want the spherize, or I guess depending on the blend shapes they want in particular, then I can use that blend shape. Now, let's see. We're gonna yeet from here, though. But I just want to at least explain, I guess, like, yeah, the initial with the whole thing. Now, let's get into something, I guess, I think some of y'all are probably curious about, and I think what some of y'all been pointing out, the hair. The hair. I'm gonna show you how the hair is modeled. So, give me one moment. Now, the hair, so there was the reference. I'm gonna hope it even, like, shows up. So I think I did the bangs first. And I'll try to, like, show it quickly, because I do want to get to the Unity stuff, but bear with me, there's a lot of information to learn. So, let's see, which progression do I want to show? I guess this one. So give me a moment, because I want to make sure also, like, what I show. Okay, yeah, I just got, like, there's so much pink. Ugh. Okay, yeah, because some of the references I either accidentally deleted or moved. So, let me show you how the bangs were modeled. So the bangs were modeled similar to this, or this, yeah. They essentially use a plain mesh. Now, usually, yes, well actually, yeah, this one used a plain mesh. The previous model used a UV sphere that I cut into a quarter, and then I modeled from there. But this used a play mesh, I believe, and oh my god, it has been nightmare. And in fact, like, the thing is that I used a subdivision for this, and I had to, like, really, like, heavily modify the bangs because they were way too high poly. Now, I understand, I get why I used it, because it does allow more smoother shape, but I was essentially, like, rushing the model, and I'm glad that a couple of my 3D friends, like, pushed some, like, I guess, I don't know, punch some sense into me, where I took more time on the model and result in the quality that we have to this day. But either way, I had to do a lot of edits with the thing. But yeah, that used a plain mesh, and let me show you how the side hairs were modeled. The side hairs, well, they just use the same method, essentially. Let me also make sure you don't get, like, because, again, there's the references, and you're just going to see a whole lot of bright pink. So, yeah. So just one moment.
Oh
right?
my god. A new Twitch message. Made Magdev.
Was this,
and add.
Was this a breakdown? Okay, this looks like a block out of the hair. This is not what I'm talking about. Hello, how you doing? Hi, hi. I'm like spinning. Help. Help. Oh no. Okay, so this was,
oh my god.
essentially,
a new Twitch message. Guys,
I was blocking out the side hairs because because there's, I think, again, I lost the original ref sheet that was behind here, but you can see how I was blocking out the hair.
A new Twitch message.
So, it wasn't merged yet.
Welcome new YouTube sub.
JCO0348. Hello to the new...
Oh my god.
Well,
a new YouTube message.
Streamlabs
Welcome
broken.
Fluffy_Canary.
I use OBS though. Yes, hello everyone. Oh, see, there you go. Now it's working. Yay! So, you spin me right now. So, yeah, right now, but hello everybody. Hope you're having a lovely day. Yes, the new Kana's here. And right now, I am showing the behind the scenes of what went through the model.
Thank you for the follow.
Earlier...
Oh
my goodness. Earlier today, yeah, also ignore that shading issue with the box. That's because the box uses unlit shading, not Nyla.
A new Twitch message.
So, so Actually, well, no. The OG ref is not lost media, actually. It's actually in my artist DMs and stuff. We still have it, it's just gotta dig for them. But they are still there. How you get the box and not go through your hair? Colliders. You can actually edit them in Warudo. But yeah, I think I made, like, if you look, I think the water tutorial I made for Warudo, I went over, like, how to edit the ragdoll settings, which essentially helps fix the collision. So, yeah. Also, the box I made had, like, a rigid body where there was, like, multiple sides. So I even gave out the box on the Discovery tab. So if you are using Warudo, you could just download that box. And that one I modeled myself. So please use it. But yeah, but back to the model though. Yeah, I broke down the freaking side hairs, and yeah, that was it started off with plain mesh. I think I blocked it out, then I did the plain mesh, and then eventually got to a point where I slowly merged the hair. But you can see how, like, even the side hair was, like, really freaking scuffed. Also, I didn't have that reference either. It was confusing. But yeah, oh no. I used the box, I'm happy to help you out. Yay! Share the, what is it? Something. What the heck? A giant emote? What the heck? It's broken. We didn't test this. It's broken. No! The alert's broken! No! What? There, now, there you go, now you know. Yep, a broken alert I have to fix. I was rushing the alerts, though, that's the thing. Like, I really was rushing it. No, wait, it'll just be so clipping. It'll break everything, guys, don't do it. Okay, but let's get to the next progress here. I'm just gonna, like, skip over the side hairs. Let's talk about the giant hair. Oh my god, the giant hair gave me so much, like, problems. So, hold on a moment. Hide the Windows capture. I want to make sure I don't, like, burn my eyes or your eyes. Which one's the... I mean, again, like, you don't, like, I don't have to show every step, but it's just I want to at least show, like, some of the breakdown at least. Which version do I want to show? I guess maybe this one, but the refs are just non-existing, so give me a moment. Yep, non-existing. Also, for the sake of, my goodness, I still remember how, like, my earlier base bite was, like, a lot more detail with the muscle groups. Then I had to, like, simplify it. I mean, it's still there, but it's just, I had to simplify it because it was too high poly. Ah! Okay, so, too high poly. And yeah, I did try to, like, have a bit of a, well, not, like, muscular, but just more, like, I guess, semi-atomically correct, but still decent for, like, outfits. But let me show you, this is how the hair is made. This is the hair. They just use cubes. Now this looks painful, right? This looks painful, and you're probably wondering, Kana, how the frick you modeled this, right? Well, they are in groups. Wait, not like that. They are in groups. So I had a separate ref that somebody did, like, a quick note sketch for me. I appreciate it. And essentially, I modeled it where they're in separate pieces like this, and they all use the cube method, where it's essentially just a cube that you extrude to try and make the shape. And yeah, that's pretty much how it's broken down. And then the same with the top hairs, are all just freaking cubes that are just shaped around and stuff. I had to do so much freaking edits with the freaking hair because of the fact I had to use the lattice tool in Blender so much, because one of the things was that the inner part of the hair here was a lot more like, was it arch like this? It didn't felt like, because the hair is so fluffy. Oh, well, this is like, it looked a lot more flatter here, but it was supposed to be a lot more curly, because that's what it's supposed to look like, but it's also supposed to be very big hair, and this didn't give the look of big hair, so I had to use a lot of lattices and proportional editing to make the hair look more full. And as you can see, when you actually look at the, my actual model, you see how instead of like having a big dip inside the hair, it actually comes off more fuller because of those edits. You can see, like, yeah, it freaking giant freaking criatura or something. So yeah, and I even tried everything I can to make sure even the outlines of the hair, you can see how it splits, right? It's not perfect. It'll have outline clipping, but I still tried everything I can to make the outlines as clean as I possibly can for when it comes to the freaking hair. So yeah. Yeah, very poofy hair. Wow. Fluff, 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 fluff. So yeah, very fluffy hair. Yeah! I would never. Well, let's just say I had an even more crazier idea for the dress, but I think we simplified it because I was like, I'm gonna be full body tracking. I can't have a freaking ball gown. Also, it does not do justice. Like, if I'm gonna have giant hair, having a giant dress is not. That would just be way too much. Way too much for the character design. So yeah, but that's at least like the breakdown of the hair. And then I guess fast forward. The wings just use cubes, by the way. It's the same method I've used on the old model, except just different. Wait, the hair highlights are mesh? No, they're not. No, the hair highlights are done through an emission mask
oh my god. A new YouTube message.
A new model.
Welcome, Hammy Hamstrudel.
Right now, you are in the tutorial. All of y'all. Essentially, y'all are in the tutorial right now, made with fancy words. Yes. So, what is it? There's a lot more progress stuff. But there was even like, what was it? Oh yeah, I remember doing the early rigging work, and I remember, the skirt. Oh, the skirt. Oh, the skirt was nightmare. So nightmare. Because my PC crashed way too many times while making the skirt. And I kept losing progress. And then when I got to actually getting the skirt working, oh my god, because the skirt is a double-sided mesh. Alt-S. Well, that's the thing. I was using an older blender, and now I have like better blender as of recent times. But let me show you. I mean, honestly, I could quickly show you the final blend file, right? Just so, like, for those who are just here to see the actual, like, the final blend file, how things actually looks finalized, I'll show you that.
A new YouTube message.
But I still have the blend files that show the whole PC, not just Blender.
A new Twitch message. An 8 fan account.
Yeah, just give me one moment. Oh, well, Blender just opened up the... Actually, it didn't even open up anything. It just, like, for Gorsh. So yeah. Let me just show y'all the final blend file, and then, like, if you want, again, I can only go through so much on this stream. Like, how long has this been? It's been, like, well, I mean, then again, we had, like, that hour or something, like, earlier, so it's kind of, like, well, then, we lost that, I guess, but, yeah, let's do the final setup here. We will see the true Kana, and if you guys have questions about how something is modeled, I don't mind showing it, because the skirt was modeled with a circle mesh, and let's just say it really was a nightmare. I had to, like, define the folds early, and then the fluff is actually attached to the thing, and it had to be a double-sided mesh, but also account for the outlines. Yeah. No. Not showing the code, y'all. No. I'm only showcasing my model stuff because, well, who do you think I am? This is the moment even though this stream is, like, very scuffed, right? A lot of things have broken went through garbage, right? Right? The thing is that I've been waiting to show y'all all this stuff. Now you may be wondering also, kinda, why didn't you just like show the model progress like during the whole time? And the reason why was because I initially wanted this model to be an actual surprise, but it ended up becoming a failed surprise because due to the amount of NDA projects and other stuff happening IRL, I literally could not show anything, and the only thing I could show was my own model, because this is my model, and I tried to still keep it a secret, but then it just backfired, and it just caused a whole lot of chaos, and I just want to, like, rip my hairs off. My giant chunk hair. But, anyways, yeah, you're the kind who plays Peak, but never invites nobody. What do you mean by that? I literally, had a Peak stream with, like, 2 other friends before. What? And I don't mind doing it again. But yeah, here's the model. The final model, right? This is, like, besides the other stuff I've shown, and again, like, yeah, this is the freaking final model. They just, oh yeah, I it's funny, I actually played the, was it the update, right? I couldn't do Ascent 8, unfortunately. But if I do hope eventually I will get to that. But I have played the new level. It's really cool. Like, it's awesome. But some of the tech, right? Here's the armature, guys. Oh wait, I just realized. Also, I'm like really hungry. What the heck? Don't worry. I'll have like a chicken or something later. I don't know. But I'm gonna like hide myself in the corner, I guess. For now, or I'll put myself, because you're gonna need to see the right side a lot. So I'm gonna just make myself really small, because you already are seeing me. Yep, I'm tiny. Help. Help. Yes. So this is how this is the freaking the whole entire model. This is the armature. Oh my god. I also gotta be careful with this model too, because this model, one misinput, I will crash and die, or something like that. So, yeah, so this is the whole freaking armature. You can see how the bones are set up. You can see that, yeah, these things are parented. Honestly, I would have preferred to just make them, like, just a single bone chain. This has just caused me so much problems. I made it work, right? Like, the little, like, side chain stuff. I made it work with the hair, but something I just kind of wish I just made a single chain. But honestly, it does help with, like, posing. Like, even though, like, VTubing-wise and adding actual physics is, like a pain, I will say, posing-wise, I love the control I have. And also, let me, like, rip out my wings for, like, 2 seconds. Oop. Yeah, the wings are a lot more detailed. I actually have a freaking thing that connects to my spine. That's how detailed. And there's a reason I haven't, like, shown, like, the actual base body's, like, I guess, topology. I'm just, like, it's a Barbie doll, right? Barbie doll-esque base body. It's just that I don't know how Twitch is, because, again, I heard, like, a friend of mine was, like, modeling, like, a base body, and they got banned or something, or they got, like, a warning, so I'm just trying to keep it safe, because I'm multi-streaming, so it's like, I don't know. But, yeah, so that's the thing with the hair. There's also a facial rig. Yep. There's a facial... Oh my god, my stomach is, like, freaking hungry. Stop, stomach. You will get some food. Oh my goodness. You will get food. Stop growling, please. Stop. But yeah. But there is the... Yeah. So, the facial rig, phrasing? Wait, what do you mean by phrasing? Also, again, this is a time to ask questions, right? The whole point of me showing the behind the scenes of my model is because I want to show you guys a couple of the technique that goes behind it. So if you have questions about the model, like how a certain thing is made, let me know. This is the whole point of the stream. This is a learning stream. Please ask your 3D questions. And, like, there are gonna be some stuff here and there depending on, like, I guess, like, what people are interested in, and also I think that Oh, why does it cause your PC to crash? Oh, okay. So the reason why is because the outline... So the model's using an outline mesh, and right now the model is at 300k tries, but the actual model's polygon count, if it's like the actual... So the actual base of the model, the core model is 90k tries, but there's a lot of extra, like, stuff that I've added, like the emote mesh and other stuff that added up to the polygon count, and then on top of the outline meshes, it makes the try count is like really high. So on the final export of the model, there is no outline meshes because Nilotune has a way of handling at least the outlines pretty good. It still works though, but it's honestly better for right now until I can find a freaking shader with like proper tangent support and stuff, which are like, I don't know. Not to say there's none, they do exist. It's just I don't know where. So yeah, so unfortunately, now originally I wanted to make this model very optimized, but and I'm like, honestly, there is ways to make it optimized, right? I probably shouldn't have used the double meshes here because yeah, this is a double mesh because of the fact that the top of the skirt here, right? The snowflakes. Oh my god, the freaking textures here gave me hell. And then the inside of the skirt, they are intentionally done differently, like the layout, because I think like the original intention was that the snowflakes were supposed to be a parallax shader, but because it, like, if I'm pouring this to MMD or a program that I can't have custom shaders on or something, it would just cause problems, at least, you know, the use case I want for my model, right? So because of that, I had to kind of force it to work, and that's why there's a double mesh. And, like, it's not impossible, right, to make it where it could just use a single mesh. It doesn't need the double-sided thing. It'll be more optimized and less buggy, right? Where I could have the inner part still be like dark, like the shadows, but still have the top part looking good, right? But that, like I said, when it comes to porting to other programs, I just wanted to have like an easier time when you're putting the model in other programs, even like new ones, right? Because this is my model and I do a lot of testing, so I try to consider my model for stuff like that, because there will be programs that they don't have certain stuff yet and they're still just working on it. And maybe I like the program so much that I want to just make sure I try to make it work, I guess, but of course I give feedback. So yeah. Now, I'm sure some people are probably curious about the shawl, right? The shawl is probably something that I think a lot of people, when I was posting some progress on this, were very interested on how this was rigged. Let's just say, is my PC growling at me? It kind of was. That's sad. So, the way the rigging was garbage, honestly. So, technically, if you want this even more perfect, you could have like bones and utilize constraints, but the reason why I didn't do that was mainly just for simplicity's sake, because it felt just very daunting. It mainly just felt daunting. Yeah, no, there's a logical explanation for the shawl, is that essentially it felt daunting, so I tried to make it work. So it was a mix of, so these are like my plugins on the right side here. These are, I don't use all of them for this model. I only use like a few of them. So this plugin, for example, which Carlsu made, it's their weight paint transfer add-on. Now, I know a vanilla method to it, but I really like how with their add-on in particular, in comparison to Robust Transfer, because Robust Transfer does a really good job with transferring the weights, but it keeps it very smooth. Carlsu's is, like, the way they've done it is that it's a lot more one-to-one, but it doesn't give smoothness, though. It just depends on the base weights. So I did use this as a base, but there was so much just posing and just trying to make it work. But also, there are downsides to the shawl too. If I were to rotate like this, there will be clipping. And because of how like mocap is, right, where they don't use twist bones, they don't use twist bones at all, or consider like they don't use it. It's the raw humanoid bone that they do. So because of that, this was a problem I've had a lot. And essentially I used a plugin. Now there was a booth plugin I used for VMC for Blender, but that add-on does not work in the newest version of Blender. So if you are in the newest version, I heavily recommend this add-on. It's called the VMC Link. This one's wrong, and I have to fix that add-on because I don't know what happened. But there was there's a VMC freaking VMC like to Blender add-on that's like new. It's in the extension stuff, and it actually did a really good job. I had to use that on Charlotte, which for Charlotte I was able to showcase the twist bones for her model. And that one used that plugin because she was having a lot of issue with the twisting on her elbows. And that add-on had saved me a lot. Now, it wasn't perfect, right? I still had a lot of issues with trying to repair the twisting issue that she was having. But it just helped make the work better. So I can see the issue and then, like, essentially replicate it and then try to fix it as much as I can. But some issues like this is inevitable. And even though I'm the tech artist, or I'm the modeler, this is my freaking model. I made this creature. And even with that, I just admitted that, hey, it's a freaking shawl. What do I expect? It's inevitable. And that's the thing you have to keep in mind. It's not to say like, oh, like the quality and the rigging is garbage. No, you try the best you can in a reasonable amount. If it's like too much, or if it's like it's getting impossible, it's okay, it's perfectly fine. But I did test this as much as I can with, like, at least when I was using the elbow trackers. Definitely when I was using the elbow trackers for my Vive setup, it made the clipping with the shawl literally, like, not exist. I was not wearing the elbow trackers because I was trying to hurry up with the full body stuff. Also, I don't know what's up with like my PC or Warudo. Maybe I don't know who like what to blame. But the point is that like yeah, all I know is that if I'm doing full body tracking, all I can do is just chatting stuff. If I'm doing gaming, I cannot. This is why I still use the leap motion. It just crashes. To be fair, it doesn't make sense with the elbow pad. It doesn't make sense. So the reason why I said that the elbows make the shawl better is because in the VTuber program, there's IKs that are happening. And because of that, the IKs in VTuber programs...
Dire Pants 5000.
What do you mean, Dire? But the thing is that because of how derped a lot of the... like Warudo, Virtual Motion, right now, only VR Chat is the only one that has, like, the best IKs. Kinda. I mean, there's still issue with it, too, and I've been seeing people making VR Chat add-ons or Steam VR add-ons to fix the IK issues when it comes to the Vive Tracker. Because, again, the Vive Trackers are perfectly fine on their own. Well, okay, the dongles could definitely be better. It's why I bought, like, third-party Kudoshin dongles, but... The thing is that, especially with Warudo, there are issues, like, there was just, like, issues with how it handles, like, assuming, like, if you have no elbow IK, like, trying to assume, like, where it's supposed to go. So, essentially, when I was doing the 6-point tracking, when I have the elbow IKs, or when I have the elbow trackers, when I'm, like, let's say moving my arm around, right? And my elbows are, like, actually low, it will be correct, like this, right? But if I were to have it where there's no elbow, like, tracker, right? So let's say if I were to move my arm more downward, essentially what happens is that the program's going to assume that my elbow is a lot higher. Also, my iPhone was, like, dying. I forgot to charge it. So it'll assume that potentially, this may not happen for everyone, depends on your settings and other stuff, but essentially the elbows may be assumed to be higher, and what will happen is that I will start getting this clipping issue because the IKs of the program is thinking that my elbows are up here when it's not. So essentially me having elbow trackers kind of helps force the program to have better IKs, even though it's still borked as heck. It's just to help, like, because it corrects the elbows, it in return makes the arm movement more natural, therefore hiding more of the shawl issues that do appear. So that's why I say, now this is not for everybody, right? Because this is specifically for my model. When I'm referring to other clients, right? Many a times I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, considering other 3D artists are probably going to do a constraint method to making it a lot better, or they'll just admit they'll just accept the clipping as is. It depends on the use case of the client, or usually if a client, let's say, have the off shoulder, oh my god, the off shoulder, trust me, that makes every 3D artist cringe. Like, every 3D artist, when they hear off shoulder with the rigging, it hurts because it is painful. It is painful to deal with. Cause it depends like how it's set up, but let's just say like just weird clipping, or when you're trying to do like a lot more extreme movement where you're like, let's say your arms are really high up and stuff, like it could just cause problems. Now thankfully for the shawl, and I try to do the best I can. Also, there's even like clipping here too, right? And the way I went about like fixing that clipping issue is with corrective blend shapes. That was kind of my other workaround, like, because I found the constraints a bit daunting. I just forced the weight paint to work, but also I utilized the corrective blend shapes, so it just fixes it. Let's, hold up. Like, enable that, because that's supposed to go together. Yeah, so essentially when I have that enabled, it's gonna make, like, the arm here look so shrinked. In fact, actually, we could just look at the outline of the base mesh and you'll see what I mean. So it literally looks like this when the toggle is enabled. It looks really ridiculous, because if I were to do without corrective, it would look more correct, but with it looks like that. But that's because of it's trying to reduce the clipping issue with the shawl, especially since I do full body tracking, or at the very least like extreme movements with my arms. I did that in consideration of that. Now, will I do that every single time? Oh no. If there's no other choice, then sure, but I'd rather try to keep it as simple as I can. Like, this shawl, this dress pains me. So the dress, fun fact, and I know my friend Mari made a video about using proxy weights, where essentially, in case you don't know what the frick I'm talking about, so proxy rig, or proxy weight, proxy mesh rigging, whatever the frick you want to call it, essentially it's where you'll take, let's say, like, you make a very basic mesh, right? So you have your detailed mesh here, and then you have it where you make a really stupidly rough mesh and stuff, like something like this. Doesn't have to be perfect, right? And then you rig that, right? Make it smooth as you can, because there's no detail, right? It's simple, you know, it's simple and low poly, or whichever. It could be high poly, but essentially there's supposed to be no details. And then what you do is that you transfer the weight paint, either with a vanilla, robust, or Carls's weight paint transfer, whichever method you prefer. But you'll weight paint transfer from the proxy mesh to the detailed skirt, and that is how, like, so originally the skirt had it where the little like parts here would actually be separate, but with this current rig, it's a lot more like, I guess, like, kind of like how a live 2D model would move when you're using the deformers. So it'll look, you see how, like, when I move the skirt, you notice how the areas here, they're not splitting, even like at extreme, like at extreme range. Now, of course, it'll break. We also notice how the outlines are not breaking as much, and this is with the proxy rigging method, it helps a lot. So if you have like skirts like this and if they're supposed to be together, especially if it's like a live to model, then yes, utilizing the proxy weight paint method is definitely very, very nice. It can even apply for hair or other stuff too. You know, it depends on the details. Sometimes it's, you may not need it, but it just depends on your preferences. Depends on you. Depends on, like, again, there are like, is the dress flowy? Maybe a little too flowy. So this is the actual, like, skirt. It doesn't, I gave it gravity. It just defies gravity. I'm not even kidding. Because, like, when I, like, tilt my hips like this, you see how the skirt just doesn't go, like, completely down? I try to fix that. Believe me, I've tried for hours. I've tried every setting. And it's funny because, like, with my clients, I can always give them perfect skirts with gravity, and yet this kind of is like, nope. But I think it's just because
Oh
of
my god. A new Twitch message.
colliders. Hi, Flocko. How you doing? Hi. Ow. But yeah, we're going over my model right now, and I'm just showing the skirt here. But yeah, and you can see how, like, on the actual 3 model with the proxy rigging method, that allowed the skirt to not have clipping issues with, you know, or at least the outlines. The outlines don't clip as much because of that. Now, if only I was able to figure out that with my freaking hair. But do we get what we want? No, we don't. Wait, wrong emote. Okay. Anyways. What? All I can say is that this model has actual shoulder muscles. I could probably maybe show that, like the shoulder muscles. I feel like if you did that with your hair, you'd crash. Actually, no, it is possible. It's just that modeling the hair was pain. I mean, well, it's not even a modeling thing. If you do the proxy mesh in a certain way, it is possible to make it look good. But then you'll have, for the hair's sake, and with how things are split, it just like just with how big my hair is, it just wouldn't make sense. Collider wise, would just be awful. That would just be a single bone chain, and yeah, actual real. Hold on a moment. Let's go solid mode for a moment. Hold up. Let's try to make sure. Okay, without breaking my shoulders. Yes, the model actually has a shoulder topology, which I've shown on Twitter before, but yeah, it has an actual shoulder topology right there. Also, that's vertex colors. This is the vertex color for outline masking, and there's another one for the freaking shadows, but for some reason it's not. Oh wait, because I'm on the wrong mesh. Whoops. And then there's that one for the freaking yeah, the shadows thing. Yeah, yes. You should also see how the hands are. Yep, the hands actually have freaking, yes, it has actual nails modeled. I finally have nails because my old model, I was too scared to model nails. That's why I didn't do it. But that I have actual nails finally. Been years. And then the gloves actually have, like, okay, I was going to just draw the seam, but I guess I just got a little extra lazy and just modeled them in, which technically they weren't like modeled in. It was more like I just modeled the hand, and then all I just did was like, there's this like seam. It will be naturally modeled, you know, most of the time. And then all I just did was I just beveled it and then set the middle line, and that's how I made it. Yeah, that's pretty much that. Oh, there goes the missing Kana. And she's back. And her vertex colors are derping, but it's whatever. I'm not even saving the scene. So it's okay. But,
oh my god.
I fell asleep.
Message.
It's okay. I had like crashing earlier because my PC wanted to have like a heart attack or something. But yes, hello. We're just showing model because people wanted to see like the final model, and some stuff. But yeah, but essentially, like I said, the shawl is just, I use Carl Suits as a base for the weights from the base body, but I use... So it's a weird mix of... I had to manually weight paint it with the brush and my beloved Godsend add-on. I love it so much. Best 20 bucks I ever spent. Like, I've used this add-on for years. I will never get rid of it. I don't care what anyone says. It's like my Godsend. Handy weight. I could literally manually edit the mother freaking thing. I could just like... Okay, well, the thing is I already like smoothed the frick out of this, but essentially I could just edit the weight paint by touching edit mode. Like, if I want to be more, like, precise with it. But, yeah, it's already, like, freaking smooth as heck. So, there's that. And also, what I meant by the shawl is toggleable, it was supposed to look like this, where, the bow was supposed to have a bone movement, like, in the anime, you're supposed to move the bow lower, right? And it was supposed to reference one of the older model, or even the first version of my model, where it actually had the shoulders exposed, and it's supposed to look like this. I just didn't get to make the toggle, because it needs the animator for the freaking bone thing. But, yeah. Also, fun fact, that, freaking shadow over there, that thing, yes, freaking lighting. And yes, Rembrandt's... and the triangles, yes. The good lighting, which you can see what I mean. Oh my god, it's not even want to show. Ah! Yeah, you can see what I mean by, like, the final model has it where it's, like, all just modeled in and stuff. So, yeah, and there goes my eyes. Yes, nice shade. Yeah, I'm just gonna, like, slap my... Yeah, yeah. It's funny, because I have photochromatic lenses, and I also wanted to add that toggle in my model, but... actually... That was more of a down-the-line sort of thing, but it's okay, it's okay. So... Yeah... That's... the mother fricker, and, yeah. What is it? I already went over that. There are, like, the twist bones here, right? Even calf bones, too. This was just me freaking around, because a lot of my friends were like, oh, what if we tried to do something like this? And I'm like, challenge accepted. I gave myself calf physics, which no one will ever see. But it's there in the model. It just, yeah. It just exists. And then there's the freaking twist bones where it go, Whoa! All I can say is that if... there would be a lot of pointed edges when I convert this to VRM, but, with how Auto is set up, I was able to have, like, more than, like, 4 vertex groups, because Unity could do that, but it's just not optimal, because, you know, PCB processing stuff, so yeah. Don't worry, Kana, I'll remember they exist, and I'll pretend... Wait, and I'll pretend... Wow! I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Anyways. Can't admire something I can't see, Kana. Well, you wanna know what else you can admire, too? Tiny Kana. Who disappeared into the abyss. Something like that. But yeah, so there's that. And here's another technique I'm going to show. And I've been using this so well, this is not a technique, it's a freaking plugin. I'm gonna show, right? So, it's the freaking Mio shape key add-on. I have folders. I have shape key folders. Look how beautiful it is. Look at it. I love this frick so much. This has helped me so much because I have 417 blend shapes. Like, look how beautiful it is. I can just, like, do this. Everything's organized. The search is like, based on, like, what you look, like, what is open. It's beautiful. And then, most importantly, I have presets. Now, sure, this add-on is, like, half translated, but, like, that doesn't matter. I don't care, right? I understand what it's saying anyways, because I have blend shape presets, and I can make my own. I can also, I could take 200 blend shapes of this model, right? None of them having, like, left and right blend shape variants. this add-on will just do it for me in like a minute, and it's perfect, and just everything about this.
God.
I love this add-on.
Message.
I can't count anymore.
_VD.
Yes, this model has 417 blend shapes. Now, y'all may be wondering, Kana, what the frick is wrong with you? Why do you need this many blend shapes? And to answer your question, because I can. I'm the 3D artist. This is my own dang model. I can do whatever the frick I want with it, okay? I can. And I will. And I did. I did. Okay? I freaking did. Alright? I want my model for MMD. I want to animate stuff. I wanted to animate my emotes. And then correctives for future outfits. Because again, I didn't forget the maid outfit, huh? You think I forgot about that? No, I still remembered. I was just working on this creature, but now eventually I will become maid Kana, and it'll be like I want to be like those like royal maid dresses, you know, the super long ones, but they're like so elegant and pretty. That's what I want. But also, like there's so much.
God. A new YouTube message. Welcome, Lord Edgar.
Thank you, guys. Love from Turkey. You saved my life as a 3D artist. No problem. And again, guys, this is a perfect time to ask questions. I'll answer them. So please tell me, do you have a question? Una pregunta. Any questions at all, right? Ask away. This is like if you have questions about the normals on the face. You have a separate seat? No, I don't. So let's actually, we can move on from like the escritura thing, and we're gonna move. Do you know how hard it is to pull a question from nowhere? No, but you could ask like why I'm T-posing like this or something. How do the corrective blend shape work with tracking? Okay, wait, what do you mean by, do you mean like the, AR kit, or do you mean the body correctives? Because the way that the body correctives work is very basic. The face corrective, so technically I wanted to also show off the fact that I do know a method on how to do the tongue shifting tech. I just didn't get to put it on this model, but I will show it off on Twitter. Body correctives. Okay, so, now that depends what we're talking about, right? Why are you T-posing? Yes, because I can. So, the way that the, and I will get to the Warudo sub, right? We're gonna get to that. I'm gonna show you a couple blend shape, setups. I don't care if you reference them, it's whatevs. But, like, we'll get to that. And you'll also see how I do the mocap swap, blueprint, which is still scuffed as heck, but you'll might get an idea. So, pretty much when it comes to, let's say, the correctives, right? It is based off of Yeet the Water. My god, I really need to get some water, don't I? Actually, can I quickly, like, BRB for, like, a moment? Now, the BRB screen is, like, really scuffed, but I'm gonna be right back. And then we're gonna quickly talk about the freaking, like, how I did the shawl corrective, which is simple. Yeah, so I'll be right back. I need to buy more snacks. I mean, I could get chips, but it's like, not that I chew loudly, it's just, I don't want y'all hear me chewing. Like, the mic is, like, literally so close to me. It's like, and it's powerful, too. Like, I'm not doing ASMR in front of you. Heck, no! Alright, hold on. BRB, guys. I'm gonna put the screen, and I'm getting the water. Just give me, like, a few seconds. Oh, wait, hold up. Y'all can still hear me. Hold up, let me mute this. I told you it'd be very quick. Yeah, hackers. It's like literally like again, my house ain't that crazy. No. It's not small. It's alright. Oh, that feels good to drink water. Woo! Always good. Usually I'd be drinking 5 water balls a day or something. I hydrate too much. That freaking hamster. Alright. So, regarding the correct, like, for the shawl. So, essentially, it's just, well, that. It's essentially a blend shape. So, and I go over here, right, correctives? Now, again, I'm not showing, like, the model without, like, the full base, mainly because I don't want to get bonked on the freaking, this is the whole AI detection thing they be doing. It's so annoying. It's stupid. Again, it happened to a friend, and I'm like, I'd rather keep it safe. So, essentially, I use an add-on, at least if you're doing the body the corrective to, like, hide stuff for outfit outfit swaps.
Oh my god.
So this is probably really good to have
Captain
if,
Fox
let's say,
56.
you're someone who wants to have, like, 20 freaking outfits or a frick ton of outfits. So, it's not this add-on. It's located, here. I put it here. So, it's, Mio 3 shrink tools, and essentially, what you do... So, I don't know why the auto shrink breaks on me. Maybe it works better on booth models. But usually what I do is that I would select a part of the model, right? So if I were to make a new blend shape, right? So we're on the new blend shape here. What I do is that I would click on the button that says snapping the vertex to bones. I click on it and it'll make the blend shape do that. So therefore... this could be good for, like, outfits, especially if you're swapping or if you are insane and you have an all-in-one outfit. Like, let's say you have, like, 20 outfits in a single model, which if you do that, holy freaking goodness, do not make me convert that model. Please be the... I'm hoping you're able to handle it with the tech stuff. That's insane. I've seen people do it, though. I've seen people do, like... I'm not exaggerating. I've seen people literally have... an all-in-one model with 30 outfits. Like, I'm not even kidding. Some, like, again, don't get me wrong, I love, like, how, I love that VTubers are having fun with VTuber outfits, but sometimes they, I guess, in terms of tech and logic-wise, some people do take it a little too far, and it just makes me rip my hairs. But at the same time, though, like, I do learn a lot of, like, animation tricks and, constraints from it, so yeah. I have 50 outfits. No! Get out! Question after this, before I forget, how do you handle the eye? Oh! Wait, everyone shut up. Shut up, I have eye jiggle. Yes. The eyelashes move. Even the tiny ones, but yeah, I want to point this out before I forget. I don't know if it's obvious. If it's not, well, I just suck at my job. Yeah, anyways, I just wanted to, like, show that off, because that's a detail no one will ever see. Okay, so anyways, the physics for... Wait. Oh, wait, it's funny because you say eye highlights and I was reminded of the eye physics, or the eye jiggle stuff I have. Were you actually asking about... Wait, you actually were asking about that. I was, like, half reading what you just said. Do they ever clip in combination when the face shakes? So, if you're doing the method where you're... okay, I see. So, this depends on the VTuber program of choice. And don't worry, I'll get back to the correctives. So this is... Oh my goodness. So it depends on the VTuber program of choice, your use case, and other stuff. So if you're doing Warudo, right? You can use the pendulums and utilize a blend shape. Now, the thing I would heavily recommend when you are doing the blend shapes is that Blender has in the shape keys, right? And I'm going to show the vanilla one here, right? So let me like, yeet. So let's say, for example, over here, and I were to do that, I don't know, something like this. You have, okay, not like that. So you have over here your minimum and your maximum. So I'd say utilize this, right? So if I were to go over to, this is probably better if I actually just showed you how the actual blend shape looks like, because it's right there, dude. So yeah, it's very messy here. That's why I used the Mio add-on to organize how this mess of stuff. So over here under highlights, it looks something like this, where the eyes will move, and I have, oh my god, there's so much stuff I must teach you guys. So you see how like the eye highlights are just moving, right? So sometimes if you've noticed that there's a lot of bad clipping and you're unsure why, what you could do is that try to add a minimum. So let's say to like -1 or -2 even. And you can actually, because the way Warudo works is that when you're using a single blend shape, you're not using the blend shape from 0 to 1. You're actually using it from a negative value to the 1, depending on your weight value. Now, you could clamp if there are problems, or lower the weight if you'd like, but if you want to do further testing, I heavily recommend doing this. You don't have to keep on -1 if you prefer to keep it from 0 to 1, depending on what you're doing. But I had to do this quite a lot to verify if some blend shape were fricky, and trying to fix it as much as I can, or simply just reducing the value, or maybe doing mixing with multiple blend shapes to get the effect that I'm going for. So there's that. Now, I do also want to emphasize this, because the model uses sphere eyes. So the problem with sphere eyes, I will say, is that when you are like essentially rotating the eye, now besides clipping issues and blinking stuff, right? So usually with my AR kit blend shapes, I usually would do it where the eye itself will rotate. And again, I haven't forgot about the correctives. Bear with me. I'm just like addressing the elephant in the room. So you'll have it where the eyes rotate. Like I usually do this where the eyes rotate via blend shapes. The problem with this, especially for sphere eyes, is that if you're going to do things like, let's say small pupils, right? You're gonna deal with clipping issue, because again, remember that blend shapes are not linear, at least how majority of VTuber programs handle it. And a lot of times, even if you could get linear, let's say for Blender, it can't translate to other VTuber programs, because unless they add a proper controller for it, they are not going to be linear, and even then it's just, yeah. So this is a problem that I had the experience with my sphere eyes, is that I could not use blend shapes for the eye movement. Now the blend shapes there, like it just exists for reference, but the thing is, the actual AR kit is handled via eye bone. So the iris itself moves with the eye bone. Why am I so giant on screen? I am so sorry, I just realized that. My bad. And then the actual eye look blend shapes, they're just the muscle movement. I did rig again, I originally rigged it with the eyes actually in there, like moving, but then like last minute I had to yeah, I had to get rid of it. So there you go. In terms of like at least the eye thing. Now back to the freaking correctives. So essentially for outfits, the blend shapes are just that. Like, it's based on like the type of outfit, and it also depends on like your use case, because there are times where you can have an outfit where, yeah, your shoulders are exposed or something like that, but you don't need correctives. This entirely depends on the outfit. But when it comes to what I had to do, this was because of the fact, the reason I did this was because of the type of range I wanted with my model, which is this. So having this enabled, it allows it where, yeah, like, so the way I made it, if that's what you're really interested in, it was used with the sculpt brush and proportional edit. That's how it was actually made. But overall, it's just more like, if this outfit's enabled, make these corrective blend shapes to 1. If it's disabled, then you'll have to make it 0. And if you're a VR chat user, you would do this with the animator. If you're doing this with Warudo, you could either do animator or the expression settings. And then for VC Face, VNON, and so on, or like programs with VRM, you define that in the blend shape clips. So even though VRM is really bad at handling normals, it's just kind of bad. So yeah. But at least, like, for the shawl, it uses this, like, because I really tried to make it, technically at some point it was able to work pretty decently without a corrective, but again, because of my range, and there were just some super tiny clipping that I could have just thought nothing of. The thing is that I was like, I wanted to be a lot more stronger, hence why I did that corrective. And I think that it's fine. Like, I think it's a good thing to have corrective blend shape when you can. But do keep in mind, if you're doing something like with VRM format, depending on the blend shape. So if you're doing something like what I mentioned earlier, right? Because this is very important for VRM, my VRM users. Because I experienced this with a client's conversion, and it was really bad. So when I say about using Mio's tool here to do this, if this was on by default, right? This is default, and you're kind of like reverting the blend shape to show this, the normals is going to break when you do the VRM conversion. So you can't do that, which gets annoying. It's why, like, I don't recommend VRM for like crazy outfit toggles. If you want to do crazy outfit toggles, then I would just recommend, like, obviously VR chat, stick with the animator. If you're doing VTubing, I would just recommend using Warudo's animator, or even if you're doing VNeon or VC Face, you can technically still utilize your animator and just define the parameters. Now, it's easy for me to say because I know how to do it, because I had to learn all this and even learn more. But I understand, like, some people may not understand. I've made a video talking about how I do the emotes for VR chat, and I still use that method to this day, and it's a similar method that I do for outfits, but there is a different method I do use for, like, the ones who have, like, multiple outfits in one sort of deal, and there's, like, specific toggles. I'm still trying to figure out how to explain that one. That one was something, because yeah, especially if you're using Poyomi. Well, Poyomi's fine. If you're using Liltoon, good luck. All of this is super helpful. I'm working on a Warudo that's buff, so it's good to know. I can do sculpted blend chip. Yeah, you can do that. It definitely helps, but again, also know so honestly, for most people, right? Because for my model, I have to heavily worry about the normals and stuff. It's because my entire model is heavily normal edited to have smoother shadows. And I know majority of VTuber models, they either don't normal edit, or at the very least they'll slap on a sphere normal on the face and maybe do some small normal editing, but they mostly just focus on the face. Everything else, it's like whatever. So, like, I guess I wouldn't worry too much, but again, if you're doing the VRM and you're utilizing, like, shape keys that look like this, be warned, your normals are probably gonna break. But that's not even your fault, that's just VRM's fault with, yeah, just how they do their thing. I'm sure there's a workaround, and I've tried to figure out ways. You could utilize material toggles. So that's the thing also I do want to preface too, is that there are going to be some oh my god.
And add.
There are going to be some areas of the model where shrink keys, now, besides what I said about VRM, right? Let's say we're just doing, like, pure Warudo, VR chat, right? We're doing, you know, we have more power to do, like, the complicated stuff. So there are going to be areas where you cannot do the shrink blend shapes. I had to deal with this for a client, and I had to swap out 2 material toggles due to this. So my model has it where the hand has a shrink shape key where it'll hide the fingers
Oh my
and
god.
the hand,
A new Twitch
so
message.
you don't see the
His
clipping.
money.
I'm doing some teaching. Take some notes, everybody. And again, next stream, I'm gonna be well, actually, I think next stream we'll probably talk about using the animators and stuff. I mean, I'll probably, like, go over some stuff today, and especially the lot of the blueprint, but next stream will either be about like blueprint creating or something along those lines, because I have a lot. I have a giant list of things I have to do for my model, so I might as well take the opportunity for these streams to work on it, and then like you guys can literally like ask questions and actually see like work that I do. So yeah, very good opportunity to learn this stuff, y'all. But this is what I mean, like, this was so these, the shrink shape keys, these, were more for, like, I guess a placeholder until I can get a proper material mask for this. But the problem with having shrink shape keys on the fingers, and not many people talk about it sometimes, is that, now, this depends on your use case, right? But, is when you're doing, not that one, yeah, so let's say you're doing this, right? So for most basic hand poses, you see how, like, there's no clipping, right? But then when, let's say, depending on your finger tracking of choice or certain animations, you'll probably start noticing when you're trying to, like, bend the thumb, which, mind you, the thumb placement is pretty normal here. You'll start noticing clipping issues. And this is the reason why, like, especially for fingers, because there's so many different joints to consider, because, again, like, yeah, look at all these joints here. I even have my metacarpal bones right there. Oof. So, but you don't have to rig the metacarpal one, but it does help for, like, animation purposes, right? But I heavily recommend for the hands, at the very least, especially if you're doing glove toggles and stuff. Or even if, let's say, you have the fingerless glove and you're trying to even do a toggle with that, I heavily recommend doing the material toggle, or, like, essentially, yeah, swap your... Either you swap the material itself, or if you utilize decals, you can have it where the original texture, like the diffuse, will have, like, the transparent mask, with the, like... And then, like, the decal will have the full base layer where there's no masking. Or, depending on the shader, there's also toggles you can do where you can toggle the alpha mask instead, which will probably be, like, less painful. I had to do that for a client. I utilized the alpha mask toggle, not the material swapping itself, and it was more easier and cleaner that way. But again, it depends on your setup and depends on the shader being used and stuff. Because you do have, like, that's the stupid part. It's like, there's so many different methods to doing one thing. So, it's just really freaking annoying at times. But, yeah, just keep that in mind. As for other areas, like, let's say, like, for the body, which I forgot to enable this earlier, but, I have, like, let's say, again, full body ones too, where it's like you could shrink the hips, the legs, and yep, that's, you see, look, my legs are disintegrating. They're just lines. So that's, yeah. Now, I made this mainly just when I make other outfits. This is just merely to test and stuff, but depending on the outfit, I'll probably just do, like, again, a material mask for the most part. But, was it? My god, Kana. So, like, a material mask, and, what the frick? Yeah, pretty much that. I personally would just prefer that. No, shawl corrective. Keep forgetting why I actually named that blend shape. But yeah, let's just actually... Yoink. Okay, there you go. So, there's that. I hope that answers your question as best as I can. Like, there's a lot. And that's again, that's also one of the reasons, like, when it comes to, I guess, like, explaining how to go about, like, the outfit toggles, right? Because I know, all I can really say is, again, all of my commissions have been nothing but, okay, well, either it's a new model, or it's just always a new outfit for VTubers. I don't even remember a time where I had to work on, like, a redeem commission, other than, like, outfit redeems maybe, but... Yeah, it's been, like, quite a while. And like I said, like, I understand, like, the hype with outfits, but, I can understand that because of how outfits are, well, you probably don't think nothing of IRL outfits, even though a lot goes into them, like how to, like what material they use, or different type of materials, the shaping, different sizes and stuff. For 3D, not only do we have to like worry about like our shaders being like the IRL clothing materials, and then the sizing, you know, fitting the 3D model. We also have to consider the logic of the outfit, which is like trying to prevent clipping, and what if the client wants 5 outfits in one model, and that sort of thing. And then the whole mixing and matching, and you have to foolproof it to where it could do about anything, even though it can only do so much. And again, like, I get it, right? But I still do ask for clients, or like especially clients who are not sure about or unsure about like what goes behind the 3D model. I'm telling you, from someone who have been doing 3D for like 9 years, please don't do the 5 outfits in one model. Like, unless you're doing it yourself, I don't even recommend I don't even recommend myself doing it. Why would I? Like, no. I mean, if you want to do it, sure, all power to you though. But it's like, I'm not. Again, I am capable of doing it, but it's just, I have way too many different techniques I go about it. Because you have the game object method, where you swap the outfits itself. You have the material method, and then the blend shape method when it comes to fixing as much clipping issues, or trying to hide them, because some rigging issues are just inevitable, right? So yeah. Now, is there any other... Okay, well, was there an... Okay, I think the other question I had from someone was Warudo related. And it was... Oh yeah, about the separate scene thing, which it's a single scene. So before I move on to Warudo, does anyone else have any other questions about Blender? Even if it's your own model, right? Because I know I'm showing off my model. But again, if you have a question about your personal model... Yes. Hello, Fenico. Is that how you pronounce it? Fenico? Aww. But I do, if you have... Again, if it's about your model, or even a project you're working on, feel free to ask. Again, this is literally my job. So let me help you guys by answering your 3D question. Or even, like... If you even have a, like, a friend of yours ask a question stuff. But otherwise, we are gonna move over to the Warudo setup, and this is where I'll be showing you guys the blueprints, and we'll probably work on a couple of them. Wait, how long have I been shooting for? I just want to make sure. We're so good on time. So yeah, if there's no other questions, I will move on to the Warudo setup at least. I mean, again, there's still a lot more, right, that have went behind this model. Like, again, like the base, more in-depth base model stuff, or how the shawl was modeled, because the shawl was modeled twice. The skirt was, I think it was essentially modeled twice as well, thrice. And then, yeah, honestly, the shawl... ain't that crazy? It's like, I deliberately asked for this outfit. I deliberately asked for it. Oh yeah, that's right, someone asked about the physics. I'll probably quickly show some Unity, as like quick Unity, and then Warudo. Cause I think you should see the tech that went behind how the frick the hair is not like stabbing into the wings. Like, every time I'm like turning my head, how's the hair not stabbing through those wings? Like, that's some giant hair. Oh yeah, and fun fact too, there's even a corrective where the hair won't even clip into the skirt. Let's just say the setup is very unoptimized. I know another tech artist or two that would hate me for the setup, but then again, this is... I'm very self-aware of like what I do, and I know what is unoptimized. Sometimes I also just don't care, but also just, yeah, I still keep it to consideration. So don't worry. But if that's all, hurry. So we're just gonna yeet this. Frick off! All right, now you're gonna have to give me a few minutes because we gotta pull up Unity here, and we know how Unity is. Sometimes Unity be wanting to like vanish into the abyss. Okay, so give me one moment. Unity Hub's loading up. And then we open up the project, and all we're gonna do for a moment is that I'm a yapping yap, something like that, while we wait for Unity to just not die. And then, yeah, because I want to do the Unity setup first, or like show the physics at least. The shader, now technically, I am allowed to show the shader UI, but I believe I'm not legally allowed to make a tutorial for it, which is whatever, or something. I mean, I respect it though, right? But I'm not gonna even bother showing the, I'm not gonna even bother showing the UI, like, nah. Like, again, I love the shader, right? Shader's nice. And I appreciate, I appreciate it a lot, right? Because it's what my my model uses. But, yeah. It's more, it's those things where it's like, Because, I know I have, I guess, my grudges with this, with it. And I'm not talking about a logical standpoint, right? But it's kind of like, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna get into it. Just know that, eventually I know for a fact I have, I am testing a different toon shader. So the problem is they have broken out, well, my mod does not react well with it. So the only thing, my only best bet, I'm also trying to, move my chair. My chair is, slow. And, I am testing out another shader, but it's, outlines are bork. And then there's another shader that actually has outline tangent support, the thing that I've always wanted. So, yeah, I am looking forward to that. And again, it's not to say that the shader I'm using is bad. No. It's, I guess I'm just a little more picky, I guess, but even then, that's the logical one. Like I said, there's just other things I'm just kind of like, I don't know. But yeah, but either way, I'm not gonna show the UI. Now I can still show because again, it is my textures, and also my Blender setup purposely my Nylotune setup purposely was replicating the Blender setup. The Blender setup came up first. The Nylotune I made it to replicate what the Blender setup had because, yeah. So keep that that in mind. But also, the way I've done the setup, I can literally do the same. I'm not even kidding because I essentially did it with my past model where I made a Liltoon version because at the time I was using I was testing it for VC Face and Vignon, and I pretty much well, was it Liltoon? Yeah, it was Liltoon. Yeah, it was Liltoon because I really like how they handle the AOs for the type, how I do my stuff. So yeah, my shading setup can be replicated with Liltoon, but even then, the shader is not what defines the looks of the model, because that's you pretty much seen in the blend file I showed, the textures were right there, right? And it's not oh, well, I'm gonna rely on the Unity shader to make it look no, in Blender it literally looks like that. And even if I remove the toon shader, right, that's in the blend file, it is still that's just the model. I even made a combined texture, which also shows that yeah, it's the texture quality that defines the model's look. The shader only enhances, not defined whether or not you're gonna look 2D. And even when I mentioned that when I was making my model, I focused more on the angles, which I probably, oh my god, again, so much little details. Because again, this whole, the model has, in case you're wondering how long this model took actually took a little over a year to be modeled, and the other planning stuff, there was like the planning stuff had a lot of delays. We were like, I was essentially thinking about the new design since 2023, but it was kind of an in and off thing, and then it got more serious, and then I commissioned the ref sheet, or well, I got the references first, commissioned, and all that. And also, I'm just talking about this because Unity's like taking way too freaking long. I should probably have myself in the center, because like we're just waiting on Unity, and Unity be slow. Very, very slow. Unity, yeah, like a fuck. But was it? I was just talking. Yeah, so I was talking about yeah, I was talking about Unity being a slow frick, and yeah, the model. Yeah, and that's why like for the model, I remember an issue I had in VR chat. Do you have a question about it? So I will say I do VR chat conversions. I just don't let my model touch VR chat because of game rippers. I like, I don't want people touching my model. No. Unless it was like unless it's a 3D animator that I really trust, right? Or something like if it's like a friend who actually like knows 3D and I trust them like with handling my model, that's a whole different story, which I can only name like 3 people. Only 3 people I could name that I will gladly like let them like I guess like essentially like see the model files themselves and all that, but it's like at the same time I do not give out my model file. I keep it to myself. Plus I also don't want people to just take my model, or like even my own friends. Oh. Wait, how the heck, wait, how did the redeem? Okay, that's okay. That one's broken, but I still have the thing. We're just waiting on Unity. Unity's taking too long. One moment. I got it. I done. And Warudo's freezing up. What? Warudo. Warudo. Literally, I was using less on update. Really? Okay, I was about to say, like, was Unity, like, causing you to lag? There you go. There you go. You get the blocks. Yes.
Oh my god. A new Twitch message on the arc.
Oh my god. I just realized something. The captions were missing the whole time. Oh no. We're screwed. Still waiting on Unity. It's almost done. Oh wait, actually. It's opening. Oh, there goes the Unity thing. But let me I guess finish like what I was gonna say. So it was about yeah, it was about the mesh thing, and it was deliberately why with my model I didn't model it to be 1-to-1. I modeled it reference. I treated the reference sheet as a reference sheet, not a tracing sheet, essentially. And I took more. It was also why like I had a lot of people not see them all like as in they had the files. No. It was more of like a lot of my 3D friends saw the model way earlier. I'm sorry you guys couldn't see the model progress earlier, but I had my 3D friends, they were giving feedback like, and trust me, a lot of them, okay, so like there was definitely like, again, reasonable like feedback, but there was also like, well, honestly, like the anatomy overall for the model is like pretty good, especially like with my current knowledge with anatomy. It's definitely better than the last model. But there were some people that I guess were being a little too nitpicky that I had to kind of tell some people to calm down about it. And by nitpicky, I didn't mean like, oh, the feedback was bad. It was more of like, it just got to a point where it's like, essentially it was essentially they were like unintentionally advising to remodel some parts, and I'm like, no, yeah, nah, that's fine. And again, I can still see, like, even with my current model, like, there are still areas I could improve on. Like, maybe I could do some more improvement on the eyes and the overall, like, proportions of my face, or maybe even, like, add more details to, like, the back muscles and stuff. Like, that could be better. 'Cause I've seen other references that, you know, that had some really good back anatomy, or even, like, the abdomen area, like, not to make it muscular, no, just like reasonable with the what is it, reasonable with the anatomy, because again every single body type is different, so you have to account for that. But yeah, but either way, it was like, yeah, I mean, besides like the feedbacks I've gotten like beforehand, I will say, like, again, they have helped a lot, because those feedbacks that I was given, right? I'm still talking. Oh my god. I was like, I'm about to get ready to like show the Unity setup, a little bit of the Unity setup. But the thing is that, what is it? The feedback that I was given from like, you know, other 3D peeps, or even like non-3D peeps, it wasn't just exclusive to 3D peeps. There were, yeah, just normal, like my normal friends or even family I've gotten feedback from. And it helped a lot. It definitely helped, because like if it weren't for their feedback, I wouldn't have gotten a base mesh that is like a lot nicer for like full body tracking, and definitely like for a really long time. Now again, I'm sure there's probably going to be another Kana in the future, but I don't want to think about that. I just now, okay, well, it's because again, I've been looking at this mall for over a year, right? This mall, well, essentially, yeah, over a year of seeing the mall being built, but also, like, I guess the almost final version of the mall, I've been seeing it for, like, a good couple
Oh my god,
months and stuff.
a new Switch
So,
message.
yeah, thanks for the stream,
Pray
Kana. And congrats on the debut. Take care, Presville, and make sure you rest well. Thank you. And again, thank you, everybody. But let me go ahead, like, and prep up for the Unity setup, though. A Unity. If it'll even show up. This? If things break, it's not my fault. So, yeah, so regarding whatchamacallit, and I just, like, forgot everything. What is it? Yeah, pretty much, oh yeah, I was saying the feedback thing, but, yeah, it just helps shape the model, but I don't want to, yeah, I don't want to think about another Kana model, not anytime soon, no. At the very least, I would like to actually maybe try for other outfits, though then again, if I'm gonna be honest, I mean, I have references of potential outfits I want to work on. I try to keep them as simple as possible. It's just kind of hard to imagine another outfit right now because, well, one, a lot of the tech stuff still needs building, like, you know, rebuilding, and two, I already have, like, I literally have to, like, work on monthly debut projects now, which, again, it's not a problem. It's just that, well, because of it, I probably will not have time to work on an outfit, so yeah, that's all I can
Oh my
pretty
god,
much say.
a new YouTube message. Welcome, Risa Nomura.
So, peek. Yeah, so this is the Unity model here. This is the one that you're looking at, and this is the model that just stares at you and just wants to, like, burn you or something. Something like that. So, yeah, so there's that, and this is, we're here to talk about the freaking, physics, which, allow me to show you how it looks, which, yeah, they look like this. This uses Magica Cloth 2. Now, there are some issues I have with it, though, that are related to the fact that a lot of the fixes have been done in a newer Unity version, and a lot of those in Unity 2021, so it makes me cry. But you see how, like, you see how flowy the skirt is? Yeah, that's a skirt. And then, probably wondering, you see how, like, the hair doesn't clip into the skirt, or not even the wings itself, at least for the most part. Sometimes it will at certain angles when my head's, like, rotates a lot more. You'll probably see it, but yeah, but how on earth is this possible? You may be wondering. And this uses a very, very unoptimized way of the colliders. Do I recommend doing this? No. No. So, just to kind of show, this model has a full body collider. This was also kept in mind for when so I use pumpkin tools to transfer, like, the configuration. So when I make another outfit variant or something, I will transfer these colliders, but not the skirt. No. And if I had, like, a smaller skirt, I would not be doing this. It's just because of... It's because of the hair. The hair is just way too big. So, what's happening is that... oh my god, there's so many bones. They use a capsule collider that's directly on the bones, right? Because I was like, man, I'm not gonna make a game object for each of them. And it looks something like this. And with Magica Cloth's edge detection, it allowed the hair to just not, like, even that, like, most extreme... I mean, again, there'll be small clipping at the ends of the wings here and there. And again, slip-ups happen, like, you know, probably possible gaps, or just, again, like, you can only do so much with, like, bone stuff, but for the most part, that's what's happening. And then, what the frick is it? The freaking dress uses capsules as well, and you can see how it's just on the skirt. Now, like I said, this can cause optimization issues, especially if you're, like, again... if you're someone who's a lot more, like, knowledgeable when it comes to, like, hardcore, like, optimization for game engines, this is not recommended. It's if anything, it's a lot more recommended to probably have, like, even the bone count on the model is already very atrocious, which I am aware. Like, if I wanted to make a more optimized like, if I were to port this to VR chat, right? If I were to, which I don't because of Game Rippers, but if I were to, I would have done a lot more things differently. I would not have a double-sided mesh here. I would definitely have merge a lot of the bones. Like, the wings could I could probably get away with just a singular bone here. You'd be surprised what you could do with weight paints. And you also gotta consider the vertexing. The hair, if I want to be crazy optimized, you could do one chain, but just expect the collision to be garbage. Or at the very least, just have, like, a lower amount. Or just don't have this hair mesh type at all. And stuff. You know, there's just a couple things I could be like, yeah, and then delete some stuff there and then there. Not to, like, change the whole, like, models, like, mesh and character design. Because, again, I could still keep the hair. But just some things internally that I'm like, yeah, this could just, you could just do this and that. Also, I just realized something as well, because I was wondering, why does my skirt come off narrow? I think I know why that's the case. Where's the frick? I think it's because of the gravity. I was right. I mean, honestly, it doesn't even freaking matter. Like, I'd rather have a poof here, because the gravity doesn't even freaking work on the model. The model just rejects it. Even with animation ratio thing, like, disabled, but whatever. I've been having an issue with Warudo for a while. The blend shapes that use texture atlases come out looking cursed. It only happens in Warudo and not elsewhere. I've been looking for a solution. So, is this, I don't know if you have a Void model and you're doing, like, the texture, like, the UV sliding... Because, am I getting it right, where you're doing the UV sliding method to, like, swap out, let's say, like, the emote for a void face, or let's say, even for an outfit, or something, you can, like, change a different variation. Like, instead of doing, like, a hue thing, and instead of doing, like, multiple material swaps, you just do a UV sliding, or UV scroll thing. I wouldn't say scrolling. But you're not animating the scroll in terms of, like, it's a forever loop. It's just, you're just going from this placement to this placement. I believe so. It's like 4 different... Okay, that sounds very similar to, like, like, what people do with, like, Void models and... What is it? Void models and, like, how they do the face emote, which I don't blame them for that method, because VRM kind of forces you to do that. To an extent. Well, if you've done, like, again, if you made your model in Blender, usually people will just, like, duplicate the face mesh, then retexture it, and that way the face is, like, 1-to-1. They just use a blend shape to trigger on and off. But for cases like Void, I understand some people avoiding Blender or something the model just comes up that way depending on who touches it. There could be multiple reasons, but that's like, again, like regarding the model, and because I refuse to show the shader, just so I could be safe legally. I'm not gonna show it, right? But that's at least the physics setup for the model. I wish I could show you the animation, but they don't even exist, and I will get into that, and I will make sure I have like a showcase or something about it. But let's move on to the Waterdo stuff though. And I'm gonna bring up the emote thing. I'm gonna show you a couple things about the emotes, right? So unfortunately this one will require me to do display capture. I wonder if that's the reason. Badly, because again, I got rid of display capture because of the fact that I was told it was like it could be more heavier, especially when you have game capture here, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But let's see, let's try to do this, right? I'm gonna hide myself. Okay. And then we're gonna window capture the Waterdo. Hold up. It's doing it wrong. It's doing it incorrectly. This one. And then I'm gonna try my best. I guess this is, again, everything's all borked. You know what? That's fine. Oh my god. Okay, so what is it? Also, is it me or did the... Oh, please do. It's appreciated. I hope to use water again. Been using Bean for a while. Also, did the... I was just making sure, like, my shrimp bot was still updated. Because I know sometime after, like, a while, it just, like, breaks and stuff. So, yeah. So, what you're seeing right now, this... And you're probably gonna see, yeah, the, thing pop up and stuff. Or... If there are times where the freaking thing, like, breaks and all that, let me know. I know things happen. Alright, so let's try our best not to crash. So, when you're using emotes, right, you will handle them in character expressions over here, and this is where they all are located. And, you know, if it's a void model, you can simply do the import Vrim expressions. But there may be times where, let's say, for example, I'm gonna use this one as a rough example, right? If you look at my face real carefully, and if I press this, you see how there's an issue with my eyes every time I toggle that. You see how the heart just clips into my eye and it looks kind of weird. Or even the fact of, like, seeing the hearts come out of my head, seeing that clipping can look weird. You can apply the same knowledge to the UV scrolling, where let's say you're going from blush to face shadow or so on. You'll have a very weird scrolling effect when you're trying to transition over, and it just looks weird. Like, what the frick? That looks like a horror movie. So the best way to go about that is that you have to make it binary. You have to make it binary, or have no transition at all. This goes for VC Face, Binyan, and Waterdo, whether binary or just the strip, zero transition. And the reason for that is because it will immediately go to that, emote that you're going for. Now, if you really want it to look more natural, if you don't like the immediate look, you're gonna have to use a shader like Poyomi or Liltoon that has proper decals, or, yeah, essentially that, and you're gonna have to use the animator, or technically you could do it in Waterdo, though I don't like the UI for it, but I also know it's kind of inevitable. Like, I get why it's set up the way it is. But you could do those, so you can essentially use alpha to toggle the I probably would recommend Poyomi, honestly, because at least Poyomi has 4 decals, and if you have like 4, like the blush, face shadow, maybe a blue shadow, or even a blood toggle. I don't know why I've had clients where they have like a blood toggle. I don't know. I've had like at least 3 clients with that. And yeah, Pretty much for those cases, I'd either, yeah, just do like the decal thing, which it would look nicer if they want the fade transition. But otherwise, that's something I would do. But if you're talking about a different thing, that depends. That depends on the problem. You might, I don't know if you're in my Discord server, but you might want to send a picture of it. But if it's more of like you're unsure how to go about, I guess, like what values to put for like the UV scrolling, like, you know, from like this corner to that corner. Again, it depends on the resolution, but as long as it's like, I guess, a square image, I think it'll be fine. And I believe like the numbers you'd probably put will either be like 0.25 or 0.5. You kind of have to do a mix. Like, let's say, for example, X would be 0.5 and Y would be 0, or sometimes you have to put 0.5 on both of them, or 0.5 on Y and stuff. That's something you could do if you're curious about placement wise, but again, that depends on the texture, its resolution, and also depends if it is a void model or if it's not a void model but it uses a similar technique, and it depends on like where the UV is located, because I don't know if it's a face, is it located in the dead center of it, or if it's in the top left corner or something. Yeah, it depends, but those like rough numbers I can give you about texture scroll as best as I can. Sorry, I don't have a model. Like, I think sure it's like deep in my computer, but I'd probably be like 30 minutes trying to find like those old files, because again, like after some time, like the Unity projects will just be outdated, and I just lose access and stuff. But yeah, I usually try to back it up with my Google Drive and stuff. But, this is the Warudo setup though, and I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all are confused, curious about how things go. So this is probably a perfect time to ask Warudo questions, right? Because I'm showing the Warudo setup like right now, and so I want to show at least like some tricks regarding the Warudo setup, right? And like I said, these will eventually become their own tutorials. So let's start off with Joy, right? So with Joy, you can see how the eyes are not clipping. I am blinking IRL, and then the eyebrows are not moving, and the mouth is like slightly like moving, right? So how did I made it where at least some of the AR kit is essentially moving, but there's no clipping happening? It's not just these are like quick ways to disable, like, okay, the eyes, the mouth, like it's quick. But the thing is that Warudo, with these things, even with all of them on, right, Warudo doesn't know, let's say for example the cheek squint, it doesn't know whether that should be an eye or a mouth blend shape, so you just kind of left it up to the user. And this is where this thing comes in, where I had to essentially tell like the expression set when cheek squint, like, you know, when the blend shape is activated, you have to make it 0, because otherwise you're just gonna clip into the teeth and stuff. So this is something I do to fix clipping stuff. And I know like Void models, they have like the mouth open. I've also, well, I didn't intentionally do this because of Void. This is more of like this is more just a personal preference. I just wanted to, like, I guess have like more mouth relay like poses, because I just think that they're like fun and stuff. So but yeah, but there's the angry. I did the same thing here, and you can see there's even more blend shapes that I had to like lower down. Some of them either were just straight up zeroed out, but there's also others which I'm trying to find. I think it was where it's not like fully zeroed out, so there's still like some movement with the mouth, but not enough to clip. Oh, look at that, I found a clipping issue. The mouth roll blend shape. So for that, if I want to fix that, I just go here, do mouth roll. Oh my god, mouth roll upper, like zero these out. These two here, this is mainly for like this thing here. I don't know why it's set up that way. Like honestly, this should not even appear if this is blank, but whatever, I guess. And let's go ahead And then we're gonna do lower. Should, yeah. And now the issue's gone. I'll make sure to save my scene. Yep. But that's how I go about, like, at least, like, making sure that when I do my expressions, I try to not have any clipping. Because I know a lot of my clients, so many times, they will have, like, they will say, like, oh, the expression's clipping so much. Sometimes, I do, like, again, there are some that are perfectly fine with the clipping. But I also know, like, there are certain emotes I've seen, especially ones like this one, where it's kind of like, okay, the clipping is, like, so bad, it's just like, oh no. And for that one, it's like, there's a lot, well, luckily for something like this, you could just disable these and just disable the cheek squint, and you should be fine. But, yeah. But those are the couple things. There's also the layers to keep in mind too. 0, I usually do that for my base emotes. And then you have 1, which is for the additive stuff, like this. Yeah. And yeah. Alright. Now, it was the mocap toggles, right? Because I know this is a common thing where some people, right, even with full body tracking, because I do the same thing, because there are times where if I'm playing a game, I cannot have Steam VR running, because even with my settings, trying to not only just disable the headset for Steam VR, but also even trying to lower all other settings, which I have a separate setting for when I do, like, if I ever play, like, VR chat with my friends and stuff. Even with all those edits, I still have time where, like, Steam VR would just kind of, like, still, I don't know, it just kind of, like, makes my CPU, it makes the CPU, I think the GPU is fine, I gotta double check, but it just, there was more power going on with the CPU, and trust me, I have the new, like, one of the newest AMD CPUs, like, this is not a budget CPU. Oh god, no. And even with, like, the newest AMD CPU, which is a powerhouse, it is amazing. It still has issues. But there are times where I just stick with just iPhone only, because it's more optimized, especially for more intensive games, especially the Unreal Engine games. I can never do full body tracking with Unreal Engine games. But not to say, like, you can't do it. It's just, I guess it depends on your setup and all that. Also, a lot of those, like, base optimization setup doesn't 100% help either as you add more stuff. But there's times, for my clients, and this is another thing I've done for myself, is that even if it's not about the game, sometimes I'm just not in the mood for full body tracking. I just want to be just a live 2D bouncing 3D model, and that's it. I want to just chill. Like, right now I'm just like crisscross applesauce in a chair like a cat right now, and this is where mocap toggles come in. Now, it's kind of hard for me to explain it, because you might be wondering, oh, Kana, didn't you have to, like, make the blueprint manually yourself? And it's like, no, actually, fun fact, you could literally just take the blueprint from the onboarding assistant. You could just, like, back up those blueprints and then just import to a different scene. I'm not kidding. Or even use a plug in the, like, the scene combiner thing to combine. But either way, I do the onboarding thing, and then I just export out the blueprints, and then I just kind of, like, after I export out all those blueprints, I put them together, and I would categorize it with the categories here. So you have non-full body tracking, and if I'm talking way too fast or am I not making sense, please let me know. And I'll see how I go about making a tutorial about this, because just me even saying, like, oh, I don't actually make the blueprints manually. Well, I will say, like, for my specific setup, I do heavily edit a couple of the blueprints. But for at least my client stuff, no, I don't have to do that unless they are... Unless, like, for example, they want something similar to VC Face, they want more one-to-one, that's a different thing. But I don't really get those type of requests anymore. It was, like, only 2 times I've did. But I have non-full body tracking here. Now, for your, like, for what most people's cases, they could just have like an eye facial mocap only for like the iPhone stuff, and they have a separate blueprint for the face. For my case, I just split the face and the body, but then I realized I forgot the this part here, which is the face, that's controlling the eye bones I have, so I have to move this. I have to move this setup over here, so that way the bot, like, just so it's like bugs out less when it comes to the what is it? When it comes to, yeah, like when I do it, because I personally prefer to have the face separate from the body. That's just my preference. But for other clients, I don't do this. It's kind of not necessary. Like, at least the way I do it. And then this is what the blueprint looks like. But what I can do, just to kind of simplify this for you, right? So, yeah, I mean, you could do the on Stream Deck toggle, but if you're doing keyboard, right, or even Stream Deck trigger, essentially you're doing a flip-flop node. I know someone that hates it every time someone uses a flip-flop node, but sometimes it does get inevitable. I don't blame people. Plus, but I mean, I personally have used the Stream Deck toggle node, and honestly that has been a lot more nicer. So if you could use that for your mocap toggle swaps, yeah. But essentially this is how, like, this is a bit more, I guess, broken down on like going about the node, unless, again, if it's a Stream Deck toggle, then you save yourself an extra node. But if you're doing, like, pretend this is the keystroke thing, I guess, or you can just put it here, I guess. Like that, right? So something like this, if you're a keyboard user. So what's happening is that the top row here enables the full body tracking. Now, if you're using Gilly's setup, you have to use the flow function thing that is called Free My Feet. That's the IK thing. And like I said, my setup is like the template that Gilly has, because I really like how they did the steppies. I did reuse that scene setup, but I did, like, modify a lot of other things, but it's still their setup, for the base, so yeah. But the top here, though, yeah, I use this function to disable the, and it's supposed to also disable the pendulums on the arms, but I forgot to add that, or, I guess, fix it. That's my case, thank you, yes. Now, and in the blueprints here, you can see how I have nodes that says toggle blueprints in groups. So instead of toggling every single blueprint manually and having a super long chain, this is a more cleaner approach, because instead of just, again, there's so many blueprints, instead of making it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 mocap blueprints, I only just have 2 groups, the full body one here, and the non-full body. And that's what it does. It just disables and enables them. And then this one disables. Now, again, if you use Gilly's setup, or you utilize arm pendulums or IKs, that I would recommend having, like, something like this, and I'll show you how that looks like. But if you are not using either of them, I wouldn't worry about it, but by default, Warudo does give you arm pendulums, so you will have to factor that in. And the way you disable the arm pendulums in the toggle is by doing the god node set asset property. Again, like I said, like, about everything is controlled by this little frick. So essentially, you'll just, like, scroll down a bit, very small bit, and now, if you have eye jiggle, I do not recommend just mass disabling your pendulum. If you don't have if you don't have eye jiggle, and you just only have the basic Warudo arm pendulum and the basic pendulum stuff, then you can just mass disable it, and I'll just keep it more easier. But that depends on you. But that's how you go about, like, the disabling of the pendulums. But yeah. Now, I will say there are cases where you probably may end up being better off using, like, having your full body tracking in a different setup. And there's a reason to it. So the reasons I'd say to keep your full body tracking as its own scene is because if you're handling environments or redeems that involve like throwing you across the room or even animation or pose controls, when you're doing non-full body versus full body, they are very different and they can't really work together. Because, for example, you just saw what happened when there was an explosion trigger because of something I forgot to disable on StreamerBot, where after the yeeting was over, it didn't fix the foot IKs because I forgot to put a node to fix that. So stuff like that, or even the pendulums, or even like, let's say, because again, depending on the mocap tracking solution you have, you may want to have a different placement in the environment for your full body tracking versus the non-full body. So for cases like that, I'd say having a separate scene is better. But I also know it's daunting because again, if you're somebody who has like, let's give an extreme example. Well, then again, I've worked on scene setups that the client asked me to make like 500 plus toggles. Not exaggerate. I'm not even kidding. I literally went in and I counted as much as I can. I literally counted up to 380 at some point, and then I recounted, and it was like 500. And I gave up on 510. So yeah, I'm not kidding. Again, trust me. I've counted to 1,000 before, like without like wasting a breath. But I was like a shrimp at the time though, and I keep annoying people. Yeah, I am like not exaggerating, and I was paid to do this work. But yes, I've had clients who be asking for like most extreme, like that's probably the biggest amount of toggles I've made for a single person. Now it's not all at once. It was more of an overtime thing, right? It's like they like a regular that comes in and they will commission for more and more stuff, and it adds up to that number. It's not like I did 500 in a single commission. No. It was more of an overtime thing. But and like the cases like that do exist, and I'm aware. I know how even VTuber clients can get with their models. Like you'd be surprised. It could be a mix of they either don't use the toggles or they will actually use all those toggles, and you'd be kind of surprised like how attentive to the details they are, which I'm kind of jealous because I have really bad eyesight. Like, come on, how could, like, please let me see more attentive details with my texturing. Well, I mean, yeah. Like when I was working on the freaking like line stuff. But anyways, yeah, so there are times like, yeah, if you try to do it separately, now unless you're fine with it and depending on your use case, that's understandable. I can see that it's daunting to where you'd want to have the full body, like the mocap swap essentially right there. So this is what I did for my stuff. I used to have a more insane mocap swap. I had to swap between around 8 different mocap setups. Like, for example, there was like Slime VR with UCap, Slime VR with Rokuko, and Vive with Rokuko, Vive with Stretch, and Vive with UCap, and Rokuko only, and then Rokuko glove mode only, and I've had a lot of comp, probably way more than 10, but the reason why I don't do it in this scene, you don't see all those like toggles. It's on the old one, but it's not on this one. That's because, do you see me actually using all of my other mocap devices? I mainly do them for testing. Otherwise, I'd rather just pick the, like, at least, I'd rather pick the mocap devices I actually commonly use the most, which, as you can see, I primarily I'll use just an iPhone and a leap motion majority of the freaking time, and other time when I feel like it. And you just saw me like use the freaking 6.5. I would have done 11, but I was kind of scrambling, and it was kind of like, oh no, it was almost 6 p.m. and I was also like trying to run, like I was trying to test because I realized I could also talk about like Vive stuff too, like how I have to handle like the drifting. So again, what happened earlier on stream, that issue where my character just didn't appear, it was a mix of like that free look camera bug I sometimes get, which is why I'm trying to figure out a way to make orbit work, but also make orbit act like free look due to how Warudo handles it when it's like reloading and stuff. But also, it's not just that, it's also the fact that I went way too far in my room, and there's like a dead zone there where if I go close to that area, it will make the Vive trackers stop tracking. Also, I don't know if I accidentally hit one of my base stations. That doesn't help either. Or, again, reflective surfaces with your Vive trackers, they do frick up your tracking. Please, water your phone screen. Anything that is reflective. Now, if it's reflective and you're using it, sure. But I recommend please I had to move my water. I had to even hide my phone under my pillow, and it actually fixed my leg tracking after that. So I'm telling you, reflections matter. And also, if you have too much lighting, the base stations will hate that. Kinda. I wouldn't say 100%, kinda. But it's more sunlight they don't like. Room light's fine, but I'd still balance it. Like, don't make it too bright, but don't make it too dark either. Have some balance. Sometimes, you mentioned desync with UCAP gloves. Do you have to calibrate them? So, hold up. So, when I've mentioned would glasses be I probably minuscule. Probably minuscule. Now, unless your glasses are so glary, it's a concern. I'd probably say no. Like, I think your glasses are fine, but if you know for a fact that, like, if you, like, a small light will make your glasses, like, so shiny, like, you're like, whoa, that's shiny. Then, yeah, your glass will probably be a problem. For my glasses, the ones I'm wearing right now, I don't know if I told it, I don't know, I didn't say it, but, like, I did bought, like, new glasses, like, a couple months ago, because, it was, like, about time, like, my prescription was expiring and stuff, and I also wanted to, like, get updated records on, like, what the frick my prescription is, in case, like, I want to get, I don't know, VR lenses, down the line, because of how bad my eyes are, like, pretty much, no glasses for Kana means game over. I will get lost. It's bad. But, yeah, I have anti-glare, which, yeah, I mean, what is it? There's multiple things they put in my glasses. Photochromatic, it has anti-glare, and it has blue screen protection, which is why I'm able to tolerate my PCs, because I have a blue screen protection on my eyes, or the glasses. But also, I put a tint. But anyway, not to get too off topic, but yeah, just watch out for the glasses, I guess. But otherwise, I don't think, unless they're so shiny, it's minuscule. But you could, if you are seeing issue, like, let's say you're with your Vive trackers and you're like, huh, my tracking's a little funny, try to move them and see if it helps. If it doesn't help, there's also dongle interference. It's a problem. Well, it is something that people talk about, but I don't, it's like, it is emphasized, but maybe it could be emphasized a little more or something. So with the what is it, the also actually, because I talk with my hands a lot and y'all aren't seeing my hands, let me pull up the lead. I can at least verify I've tested this scene with a leap motion, so this should be fine. I do have a corrective blueprint that does make it where the arm pendulum should not trigger. Oh my freaking god! Help! Help! What the frick? An ad! Oh no! Also, that's the other thing too, is that the freaking leap motion uses quite a bit of CPU power, so that makes me even sadder. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Ow, 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 ah. Help me, God. Wait, actually, hold up. Oh, what the frick was that? But yeah, there you go. I got my hands. Look, I have hands now. Ow. And yeah, you can see like, yeah, there's outline clipping on the freaking thing. I had like other ideas on trying to combat it, but the shader was fighting me. I didn't want to bother. Blech. Trust me, it used to have been a lot worse. This thing used to have been so much worse. It's a miracle that this shawl even works with a late motion. It without constraints. It's a miracle. Just so much freaking smoothing. Anyways, so yeah. So what is it? Talk about dongle interference. When it comes to dongle interference, right? You see, I'd say the general rule of thumb when it comes to that is that you need to have all of the dongles for the Vives have to be in the dongle cradles, but they also need to be 3 foot apart. Now that's a lot of distance. How, like, cause I don't have a big room. Even like after I did like my room renovation, right? And I have a lot more room to like jump around and do some stupid stuff. It is still a small room. It is still a freaking small room. I can't like run around too much, or else even that thing could just like fall on my head and I could just like get bamboozled. So let's not do that. But when it comes to that, it was the reason I got the Kudoshin dongles. Now I don't know what the frick is happening. Is the music even playing? What is happening? Is the music dead? Oh, it's just really quiet. Oh, hello, piano. So, what is it? Yeah, so with because with my small room, it's why I eventually bought Kudoshin dongles, because Chilky was here earlier, and she was actually the one that convinced me to buy it, because it worked wonders for her Tundra trackers, and it worked wonders on my 11-point tracking sub, and even on my 6-point tracking, it actually does a really good job, due to, like, I guess how they, like, I guess they use a different chip on how they're processing the Bluetooth, and because of it, it just has better handling when there's a lot more Bluetooth, like, waves going on, essentially. And again, some may argue, like, oh, it's a scam, I guess, but when I actually had the Kudoshi dongles, I can at least confirm to myself, like, yes, it actually worked, and it works well. Now, I am still unsure about their customer service. I don't know if they're still selling it. Like, even though the website's still there and you could place an order, I've tried to contact customer service. They haven't said anything. Even, like, the Discord server, I just got ghosted. The Discord server just comes off as a friend server. Keep your business and friends stuff. So I don't know, but whatever. Point is that, like, I mean, I have my little grudges, but that doesn't mean like I hate the dongles. Like, I really love the Kudoshin dongles, right? I'm just very, like, I'm still unsure about them in terms of like present time of ordering, but when you actually get them, they actually are worth it. Now, if you have no choice but to use your current Vive track or the Vive dongles that you're provided, right? Because I don't blame anyone for still using it, then the best way is to, again, do the 3 feet separate. You also need to make it's also the reason, like, the wire that comes with the Vive tracker, right? It is 3 feet. You have to, like, if you're unsure, like, oh, how long is 3 feet? Use the freaking wire that was provided in the packaging. It's 3 feet for a reason. They also say in the instructions, do not have the dongles next to the PC. It's the reason why they said keep it away from the PC in the instructions. So what people tend to do is that they will put the Vive dongles on the wall. They'll actually tape the dongle cradles to the wall. They'll be sideways. So as long as your eyes are able to see the, like, it's funny how, like, I just, like, switch from, like, talking about, like, oh, the 2D stuff, then immediately talking about some behind the scenes of the modeling, then immediately talking about Blender, then immediately talking about the Unity physics, and then talking about freaking this, and I'm now talking about mocap. Oh my god, it's, like, so much. My brain cells, but I like it. Anyways, so, when it, back to the Vive thing, yeah, people would tend to tape the freaking dongle cradles to the freaking walls, and that's not a bad technique as long as it's in line of sight, because you can't have the dongles in a separate room, because what happens is like it's like pretty much is like how Bluetooth headphones work. It's like the farther you're away from them, the worse the interference gets. And walls, it's also similar to like Wi-Fi, is why they say don't have your router in a separate room. I mean, Wi-Fi is different. Like, it's usually fine, right? Like, it can spread out to the house and stuff. But sometimes, some people have to move their router in the same room of, like, their bedroom. Like, some VTubers have to do it just to make things work better. Or some people do Ethernet. But anyways, that's off topic. When it, but yeah, so the wall thing, I know it's not pretty, but some people do that. For my case, because I am using Kudoshin dongles, I'm able to have them closer, but that doesn't mean it's recommended. For my case, it's inevitable to make them space out. I also cannot modify the walls because we are again, I don't know, when are we gonna freaking sell this house? It's a lot. But because that's still in the plans, I cannot touch the freaking walls. I can't, like, drill. I mean, unless I repair and stuff, I can't be taping stuff on the freaking painted walls. So, nah, that's not an option. We have to keep the walls clean. So, because of that, it's the reason I have my Kudoshin dongle. It's like right in front of me. It's on the right side. And call me crazy, but I have a 20-port USB hub specifically for the UCAP and the Vive dongles. Now, do I use all 20 ports? No. Funny enough, there's still like, I mean, it's 11 at 20 being used. 20. There's still like 9 more I can use. There's 11 dongles plus the 2 UCAP ones. So 11 plus 2 is 13, and so okay, that's 7. All right, that's 7. Unless there's something. Oh no, that's 7. Okay, so that's how much I have like the ports left, which is really nice. Now, I don't know what type of USB port type they recommend. I believe it was 3.2. That's usually recommended, but I think you're fine using a 2.0. There's been debates going on about that. Like, some people say the 2.0 ports are better to use for Vive. Some people say 3.2 is better. There's a lot of back and forth. I'd say try it and see what works better if your PC has both types, right? So, yeah. But other than that, that's, like, some tips I could give you about Vive trackers. I definitely keep an eye on the, like, reflections, dongle interference, but also remember, keep the dongles in their cradles. If you don't, like, the point of the cradles is not like just an extension. No, the point of the cradles is to stabilize the Bluetooth interference as much as it can. But of course, if you're using 11 trackers, it does get inevitable, unless you space out as much as you can. If there's enough space, like, usually you should be fine. Also, your base station placements matter too. I know some people have it where all 4 or 3 or 2 of their base... Okay, well, if it's 2, I recommend keeping them on tripods, like, above you. But if you're doing 3 or 4, I would recommend making sure at least 2 of them are high up, but the other 1 or 2 at the floor, so you can balance between, like, the upper and the lower, like, tracking stuff when it comes to your Vives. Okay. Trust me, some of these blueprints here have been, like, a lot worse. But yeah, so let's see here, because I know I am kind of getting a bit tired, but that's because I haven't, not gonna lie, I haven't really eaten much though. So probably next stream I'll probably save that, alright? I know I have a lot of redeem stuff I want to do. I literally just, like, had a crash thing. I was also jumping around. It's just that I was earlier and stuff, and so yeah. And again, I will say I was, like, monitoring, like, how the tracking looked like, because I always have to monitor them all in case things broke, considering everything. And yeah, honestly, I was quite impressed again. Like, oh, even despite the rough setup,
Oh my god.
like
A new Twitch message.
like the
Floppy
way
3D.
I was able to like jump around and stuff, I was okay. I was like, I actually surprised myself with the stuff I was doing. Because mind you, I technically tested my model for full body tracking, right? But I didn't test it that thoroughly. I only tested the arms thoroughly, not the legs. So it was like, yeah, I also, as you could tell, I didn't test the, also, hello, Plubby, how you doing? I'm having a lovely night. But yeah, there are a lot of things that I haven't tested thoroughly, and there's gonna be issues here and there. It is what it is, right? But at least, right? There's still a lot that I need to do on myself, but because I'm here now. You're seeing you're seeing new Kana. I'm already showing y'all the model. Even though it's a failed surprise, it's okay. It is okay, right? Also, I'm gonna like, oh yeah, I want to make a little shout out, I guess. Just realized I want to make a little shout out for a moment. I want to thank what is it? Like, okay, well, there's a couple plugins I use. Like, Veasu, thank you for your plugins. There's some plugins I'm still trying to experiment with, but it was a studio dumbing, studio dumbing. I wanted like just mainly thank them for this freaking plugin. The two of them, Dumming and Damio, cause Damio made the image background plugin, and Dumming made this other plugin I use, which is Spout Plus. Cause for those wondering what the frick is, what is this? What is this add-on, Kana? Cause I don't know Korean, but I got it to work. Essentially, what this frick of a plugin does, right, is that because Warudo, when it comes to the URP for the post, I mean, even BIRP, it has the same issue, which, like, I mean, honestly, it's kind of like a scratch in the head on, like, going about the I mean, it's possible.
Oh my
like,
god.
I know it's possible,
A new
honestly.
YouTube message. Welcome,
What?
Mokumachoy.
Hello, Madeline! How you doing? I'm talking about, like, this plugin here. I'm just trying to remember, like, what the frick is making... Okay, so that one is this, and then, yeah. So, this plugin here is the reason I'm able... Like, they just added support for BIRP. Now, I have the other plugin, which is a Spout... Yeah, post-effect Spout. So I use both this plugin and the other one. I tried them because I was curious what's the difference. So there are some differences. And I don't mean visually, they look the freaking same. Like, no, like, they look the freaking same. The only difference is the handling. So with post effects, I like that, like, what is it? I guess, like, in terms of the English UI, it is easier to use than this one, because I only know English, I'm sorry. But the thing is that with the post effects one, the thing is that in Warudo, I wanted to have it where I have the chroma key background, mainly for previewing sake, and that in OBS, it looks, OBS looks beautiful, but also I want it to look beautiful in Warudo as well. So that plugin had to require me to make a second camera to essentially be a follower, just so I can preview in Warudo properly while I was editing the effects. And that was a bit, I'm sure maybe they fixed it or something like that, or maybe they're planning on a fix there, but I got this add-on, I paid for this, and this one, I didn't have to do the second camera thing, and it was just, even though, like, again, essentially both of them have pretty much the same settings, I guess. This one probably has maybe a little more, but they're not as, like, necessary, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, they practically are the freaking same. I guess it just depends on you. But I'm only using this because I don't have to do the camera thing. It's also just how I want to personally preview in Warudo.
Oh my god.
So
a new YouTube
that's
message.
why I use
Welcome,
this one.
Ringo-kun.
And hello, Bingoto. How you doing? I'm having a lovely day. So yeah, so this is, so I personally use this for the the spout thing. There's a third plugin I'm aware about, but they didn't add BIRP support, because the thing is that I will admit the post effects add-on I did use on the client. I made sure they paid for the license, because at the time this add-on didn't have BIRP support, and the other client needed a URP and a BIRP setup, and they had a lot of glowing stuff, so I had to use that plugin. And again, it works. Again, it works, and I also still like the fact that it is still very simple for the client to use, right? Because again, the other add-on is just easier for English users. This one, again, at least it's like, again, I appreciate that it has English and Korean, but I'm pretty sure you can make the add-on have a language swap. I've seen some add-ons do that. They're similar, not the spout thing, but just assets, plugin stuff. But you know, but otherwise, I'm still able to use it. I really like it. And then this other one here, I use this because sometimes I will be in a call that uses the virtual camera, and I don't want to have OBS like running, because again, Warudo already tanks my specs, even with my CPU core splitter and other optimization stuff I'm trying to keep in mind. Like, I'm trying not to use on update nodes as much, and trying to make it more on data change or just on trigger rather than just updating multiple times. And I'm trying to use less if statements. I'm trying to keep everything optimized, but even that doesn't always help. Like, and again, when I load my model, like, model's fine when it's loaded, it's just, yeah. But essentially, I will enable this. It's kind of hard to see because I have because this doesn't, I don't think this works with the spout thing. But at least, like, for the virtual camera, it works perfectly fine. You won't be able to see an OBS because I have to configure it for the others. Because I have two spout captures, a main one and then the one from the plugin. So, yeah. But this adds a background. Now, there's a free so this, while this one is a paid plugin, there is a free method to that one. So you don't, yeah. The only reason I use it is because they have like the Nilotune support thing that makes the post effect stuff nicer, right? That's why I bought it, but I also love the handling with the backgrounds because it actually doesn't clip. I can literally scroll to infinity and my model does not clip. The free, or this one's made by a Sprite, and I've used it. It works perfectly. It's just that when I scroll far away, which again, not everyone's gonna do that. It's just me. It's just that when I scroll very far, it just has a lot of like like clipping issues because it's far. Where the flip is it? Screen? What was it called? It was a plugin. Yeah, okay, it's called Screen Backplate. This plugin, if you essentially want like a background image that's like in your WADU, especially if you're doing like the virtual camera or virtual camera stuff, I recommend this plugin. And the blueprint's right there. Just copy this blueprint essentially, and you should be good to go. Like, you will need a screen asset, so you add a screen, copy that blueprint, and make sure it's to the screen you want. It should be good to go. There are settings where you can adjust to reduce the amount of clipping if you like to scroll far. But if you don't do that, then honestly, this is already like really good. So I recommend it. Hey, y'all. Alrighty then. I wish this feature would be available in Warudo 2.0. It's funny because Warudo 2.0 is an April Fool's joke. Okay, actually, I remember. Okay, yeah, Warudo 2.0 is literally was an April Fool's joke back in like, I don't know, like 2 years ago or something. I don't know, but if any, okay, what is it? If some people, okay, I don't know, because I've been hearing people were saying like about like either Warudo 1.0 or something serious about Warudo 2.0 actually not being an April Fool joke. Who the frick? Okay, I need to know from verifying sources. Who the frick said that? Unless it's from Tiger himself, I'm not believing anybody. Alright? All I know is that Warudo.
Thank you for the raid. It's Kuke.
It's Cookie! How you doing? Oh my god! You just bonked my head. But yes, hello, hi! We're talking about 3D stuff. It's learning time.
It's Kuke.
We've been talking a lot of stuff. I was showing like the behind the scenes of like how the 2D references became like the ref sheet. I was showing about how some stuff on my model were essentially built, right? I was like showcasing that. And then I was showing off the blender, like the final blender setup, showing the correctives, explaining some like stuff, and showing off a plugin. And then like there was like, oh yeah, that's right. The first part of the stream, I had full body tracking. I was doing random stuff, and then I later crashed my stream. That's great. This has been a very scuffed stream, but also, like I said, a lot of text.
Thank you for the raid.
Hi, DJ Keys. Oh my goodness, you bonked my head. But yes, hello. How you doing?
Oh my god, a new Twitch message. Ohio_Rency.
What? Yes, yeah, I had full body tracking, but it crashed. Okay, well, it didn't crash the stream.
Oh my god.
But
a new Twitch
I was
message.
opening up
DJ
3
Keys.
blenders because I was trying to find out which blend file had the right, like the version of the blockout stage that I wanted to showcase and explain about what went on with like the blockout of the body and stuff. And then I crashed because OBS does not like it when I open up 3 blenders. When off stream, I would be having like 5 freaking blenders and 3 Unity projects open. I'd be like normal. It'd be like that. But yes, I had full body honestly, I really don't mind like putting on the full body tracking again, but then again, it's like it is kind of getting late and I am starting to get a little tired. Well, also I probably should have eaten food, but like, okay, well I had breakfast,
oh my
right?
god.
I at least had that,
a
but
new
I didn't
Twitch message.
like eat too
XTR1
much because I was so locked in on trying to hurry up with the banners and also finishing the alerts. Like, essentially, I was trying to make it a little bit more, I guess, nicer when it comes to some stuff, but I didn't get much time.
Wishing you many hamsters and a good model debut. I know that the hamsters at Kia Motors Incorporated invented would be happy to see it.
Not the Kia Motors, oh my god. Listen, if like, sometimes it makes me unironically just want to buy... Okay, well, I'm not gonna buy a car, no. I got other expenses to worry about, but like if I were to buy a car, what if I just unironically just buy a Kia Motor just as no, there is a different car I do want though. Well, I mean, I'm still already happy with the family car. I really love it. But yeah, you have time to yeah, that's the thing. It's like everything's scuffed, but at least the main mesh is fine. It's just we have to work on the tech stuff, really, like finishing the Warudo scene, making the animations, and also things will change over time. I mean, I did.
Who gave Kana and Mario mushroom?
Ah! Scuff is powerful. Yes, it is. So yeah, what is it? Awa. But yeah, wait, Tiger was say, wait, hold up, wait, I wasn't reading because I actually was on the wrong tab for chat because I had the combined chat and I had my Twitch chat. Ringoto said Tiger was it, can someone like, I don't know, I don't know if anyone's in my Discord, can someone just like link me the message that Tiger said? If Tiger wants freaking, if he wants to know how to make Warudo more user-friendly, talk to me. I have UI advice. Well, I'll even draw it, okay? I'm not gonna say, I'm gonna draw it, okay? I'll make it better than the last sketch I did. I'm gonna do it, okay? Please, Please, I will do it. Let me help. Let me help design the UI. I will draw it. I sketched it before. I'll do it again, but better. When it's like, I just give me a chance, please, please. I want the UI. Like, again, like in terms of the style, it's fine. It's just that there's just some buttons and navigation that could just be moved around in the place where it's like it's so much friendlier. I can name it. I literally had it all planned out. Literally. I even was giving another developer, like, not just shaders, but another developer, which was a program thing I was, thing. I was giving them feedback too about the UI stuff. Although I do like their, I also do like, again, there are some things that they also gave, like, their input on, because, again, I'm not gonna say I know how to make perfect UI, because I know for a fact that no UI is perfect. You will have your issues, no matter what. But, at least, like, what is it? So, Kana, I made a Kana, I made a poor financial decision. Oh yeah, by the way, guy, wants all the water. No! I just want a better UX, at least the UX. I mean, then again, UI and UX going hand in hand, so yeah. Kind of over here being like the guy at the bulletin board covering strings, photos, news, something like that. But yeah, all I can say. Also, oh yeah, I'm like looking back at the older messages. Wallace is like, welcome, right? And then I just see yours. Holy heck, you've undergone a growth spurt. Jokes aside, love the... Yeah, that's the thing too. Yeah, the interface design's fun and... Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. Because I always have to think... Because again, I don't think about it for myself. I always think about, like, let's say, for, you know, my clients, for example. Oh my god, I'm so proud of you. It's so... I hope it's, like, a really good live 2D model. And yes, guys, just remember, live 2D Kana's still a thing. Now, this model... At first, I was, like, slightly debating on also getting a live 2D model with this model, but I was like, no, because I tend to always just use a 3D model, so there really is no point. But at least if, let's say, there are tutorials that include... Oh my god, the freaking leap motion eye case. But, like, if, let's say, for example, there are, like, a 3D tutorial that involves, like, let's say, putting a live 2D model and stuff, right? I will be using the current live 2D model of Kana, and even maybe even doing practice whenever I can. But yeah. Oh, that's good. If it's that expensive, it better be a good quality.
A new Twitch message.
Yeah, my Discord server just pinged me to be like, hey Kana, yeah, you asked for this. I'll be like, got it, and then I'm just gonna be like, hey Tiger. Okay, I'll be like, hey Tiger. Okay, no. Nah, it's alright. I just didn't know, because again, I haven't been looking at the Wadudo server, because I've just been way too busy with commissions and doctor's appointment. Because that's the thing. Like, I don't know if, I don't know if anyone knows I'm taking allergy shots, and I've been slowly getting better and stuff. I mean, there's still things like, of course, my body's still improving on, but at least it's definitely improving. Definitely better than what it was before. I'm so happy to have my allergy shots. But I have to take them weekly, though. RIP.
How did Kana enjoy her birthday today?
It's not my birthday.
Thank you for the bits. How did Kana enjoy her birthday today?
Bruh. I finally understand. Or finally, fully, I feel... Thank you, though. Thank you. And like I said, I promise you, I will fix this shading issue with the freaking transparency thing. I was already aware about this, like, yesterday. But I just didn't have time to, like, split the materials to fix it or add, like, a mask. I'm probably going to see about, like, probably a masking technique? Nah, because now it's like
frozen.
It, but yeah.
Thank you for the bits. On the art. Frozen.
Face is frozen. No, that's normal. That's normal.
Bing bong. Hamsters.
No bing
Thank
bong.
You for the bits.
Well, I would
DJ
play Peak though, but that could be for another stream or something.
Bing bong. Hamsters.
I know some of y'all were mentioning like Peak again. Like holy frick, you can talk with a mouth open? Yes, I can. Yes, the mouth does like slightly move. Yes. Trust me, I've gotten smarter with like my tech stuff, and Yay. Yeah, I was, like I said, I tried to be very attentive with this freaking model. You have no idea, right? And again, I also wanted
Happy
to,
birthday,
like,
Kana, so now let it go. Thank you for the bits. Birthday, Kana, so now let it go.
Ha! What? No, we're not letting it go. Heck no. No. Hey, you gotta go. Yeah, take care, DJ. But thank you for the raid, though. Ah! But yes, I'm a bounce. Woo! But yes, I do appreciate, again, like, I'm so glad that, again, people do like the model. Okay, well, okay, I'm not gonna be here and say, oh, I think people are going to hate the model. No, I know for a fact, like, if I made this model. I fell in love with this model. I fell in love with this model so much. Especially the past couple months. I didn't even want to touch my old model. That's how badly I love my new model. So much. I like that cartoon effect with your face. What do you mean? What cartoon face tracking effect? You mean like, this stuff? Are we talking about this? Wow. The little, like, anime stencil stuff. Fizzy textured this. Cause, like, it was, like, so I was, like, trying to make the emotes, right? Because I wanted at least, like, some fun emotes to have on stream. Especially, it's giving model evolution. Like, oh! Wait, oh, you meant the mouth? And this too. Wait, eh? Oh, I see. Yeah, the mouth thing is, like, yes, that is very intentional. Yes. So, because when I was rigging the AR kit, I was intentionally making it where it's still expressive, but it still has, like, an anime expression. I've also, yes, it actually, I love the fact that you even, like, noticed that lower FPS thing. That was actually my intention, because in the face tracking blueprint, there is actually a node, a sorry, I like swallowed spit. A throttle node that I've used to lower the FPS. Now, do I recommend doing it for a full body track? Oh god, no. Oh no. Oh no. Your physics will have a heart attack. Now, unless you know how to inject the freaking stop motion scripting to Magica Cloth, which there is a way to do that, but still, just not beginner friendly. I still am trying to figure out that, but unless you could set that up, which I wanted to try doing it, but then it's like, then when you consider the full body tracking and other stuff, it's kind of like, unless you have a small amount of physics where it's, I guess it's fine, I wouldn't even do it. It's not worth it. It's not. At the very least, I made the face have, like, the sort of low FPS thing.
Oh my god.
Your videos help
A
me
new
so
YouTube
much.
message.
The surprise to see
Welcome
live
drifting
pop
_ abyss.
But yeah, and again, I'm, like, right now just chilling, and I'm kind of just like, wait, oh my god, and tracking. I'm, like, right now, just, like, wait, oh yeah, that's right, because I disabled the pendulum thing. I gotta fix some stuff. But this is, what is it? But this is something new. I'd never seen something like this before. It's funny you say that, because older Kana has always had that. Now, I will say, because the blend shapes were borked, I had to use, I had to replace Warudo's method of AR kit with a custom tracking blueprint as, like, a, I don't know what's up with me, but, like, yeah, I did that for old Kana, but also, yes, it used the same method with the throttle node, but also, I think also, like, the fact of how my new model looks like, right? Because, now, again, don't get me wrong, the past model is still cel-shaded, it is still a similar style, right? I'm not gonna be like, like, the old model was sugar, like, no. I am aware that, like, for the time I made it, right, in 2023, when I modeled that, and that is literally my first model that I made, that was a 1-to-1 of a live 2D model, which was my own live 2D model I paid Fizzy for. Pretty much, yeah, like, it, like, I'd say, like, again, there were, like, because that one was a lot more like how it was modeled, I can understand like over time, it got to a point where it's like you look at the model and it's like this. It's like you know it's like cell shaded, but it's kind of like it doesn't come off, I guess, 2D-ish anymore unless you are a first-time seer. Yes, old model's still good. And then while my current model, I wouldn't say it's perfect either, because it's like, you know this is a 3D model. You see the shadow inaccuracy. You already see the Nilotune issue with the freaking shadow that I tried so hard to fix, but it keeps trying to make smudgy shadows. Please, help. I know, apparently when I was testing a different, like, shader, I found out why this issue is caused. So now I see everything. And like I said, like, there's still issues I see on the model, right? There's clipping here and there, which, that's just because I didn't set up the animator. Once I have the animator set up, a lot of the clipping will just, like, frick off. But, yeah. But I think, like, also, like, just the fact, like, because the way I made this model, like, the shaping definitely helps with, like, the more 2D look. With this now, is it like a live 2D looking model? No, but it does look, you know, honestly, it's just more of like, it's a 3D model that just gives more 2D vibes, I guess, or just anime vibes. I wouldn't say 2D, just anime, and it's, yeah. So I think just like the style here just helps, and also the fact that the AR kit has been, well, not re-rigged, just because it's new face, when I rigged this, at least I had intention with how I wanted the shapes to look like and stuff. Also, a shout out to Mari for having me do so many AR kit commissions, because it did improve on how I go about like the face tracking based on like the feedback I was given from clients and her, like especially like the teeth and stuff. Like that definitely helps a lot. So yeah. But yeah, like I said, there are no correctives on the face, by the way. I want to say that the only correctives that are on the model is the shawl correctives, which is kind of borked right now, but again, like, trust me, I will fix it. You will see the setup, or I'll showcase it, whatever. Something. Reminds me of an older 3D animation where they would use for shoujo anime. W Kana. This is cinema. Ah! So, yeah, and like I said also, like, when I was originally playing this sort of model, blah, blah, and funny enough, like, it's actually kind of funny, I didn't realize, okay, well, I actually half realized, but looking at, like, I guess Twitch and YouTube right now, I literally intentionally didn't use the word debut. I don't know, I just wanted to use a different word. I was like, this model reveal, also because like, if you guys have been seeing my Twitter for the longest of time, y'all practically have seen the entire model, besides the video I posted like yesterday where it was like showing the eyes. Ooh, dark. Actually, hold on a moment. Whoops. Yeah, right now I'm just kind of like rambling. Or ramble. Actually, we could just move to like main, or the chat scene thing. Just feels a little bit more fitting when you're having like just chat setup thing. But what was it? Oh yeah, I could like be in like the spooky room. Hold up. Well, not spooky, but like, what was it? Not environments. Effects, lights. Will this work? Oh. Hello. Hi, spooky. Yes, Saren glows in the dark. If you have like, let's just let the Saren be the Saren, right? But yes, glow in the dark. It's so spooky. Not gonna lie. I was gonna say like the highlights on like here is kind of stupid. I think I kind of like it. It's kind of cute. All right, we're turning back the lights. Turn on the lights. It's too bright. Oh wait, I hardly did anything. Alright, that's fine. Alrighty, though. Yes. Oh, the kick. No, don't get blinded by the, not the light. Don't get blinded by the light. No. I'm gonna have way too much fun with this face expression because I'm like, Oh, what? I'm already having fun with these expressions, honestly. I'm trying to, like, I guess, get used to using them. Because funny enough, I would just forget to use them. But also, it's just the fact that, like, also, like, scratching my brow. Oh my god. It's also just the fact that, if I'm gonna be honest with you, on the old model, I really hated how the love button shape looks like on the other one. Mainly because the hearts on the eyes are way too big. That was on me. I made the hearts way too big on the mesh, and I just didn't bother to fix it. It be like that. Like I said, I have, like, my dislikes and likes on stuff. Even my current model, I'm like, man, maybe I should have had more back shoulder. But I won't. I also don't want to deal with the topology, but also I'm fine with it. But yeah, but yeah, this is cute. Did you just call me cute? Why would you call me cute? No. No calling me cute, that's not allowed. No. No! Not allowed. But yeah, but I guess, like, and again, I'm gonna be sure not to say it. It's more of like, I'll prove it with actions, but, at least now, showing off this model, I'm gonna, I guess it's like, it just kind of feels like very nice that, like,
YouTube message.
I could just say,
I could just, like,
like, cause again, it's like, I showed you a lot of 3D tech, or, well, yeah, 3D tech on stream, but there's still so much more details I can talk about now. I am able to talk about this stuff. I am so happy. I can even talk about the weird chest constraint thing that my model has. Yes, that's a thing. I just didn't... I had it set up on the prototype model for Unity. I didn't like set it up again on the new model. Oh, whoops. Yes, I have chest constraints. So essentially, when my shoulders would go up, and if you paid attention to, if you guys were paying attention in class on the Blender stage, you would have seen this. Unless you just came in, then you're excused. But to those who were there during the freaking, like, Blender session, I don't get it. But yes, hello, Waffle, how you doing? Hi. Thank you. So, essentially, my model... Oh, yeah. The many bones. Yeah, so I have a lot of constraints. So I have twist bone constraints. I have a constraint where when my shoulders rotate upwards, my pectoral muscles get slightly up. And then there's also a constraint that corrects the back end, mainly for, like, because if I don't have that constraint, then everything just looks freaking flat and weird. So there's that constraint there. There's also leg constraints. And
oh my god, a new YouTube message. Welcome, Luffy Woo.
How you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. Let's see. Try to think, was there... Honestly, when it comes to, like, at least the basic VTuber constraints, it's not, like, a lot. But I will say, when I do make an animation rig, which that's being planned, but that's probably when the model's a bit more stable and stuff. But I have planned that, like, I wanted to make an animation rig which will have more constraints. Like, I've done these things before, like the eye controller thing I used to have, the foot IKs, which that's not too difficult. Like, I know I have, like, Auto Rig Pro, which I could just quickly make my model into an animation rig, pose it, or even revert it back, but it's like, I wanted to make it myself, so I actually have full control over how things rotate because I'm picky. Listen, I'm only picky at myself. I will never be picky towards someone else. Also, that's the other thing too. I mean, actually, when you think about it as well, like, after seeing this model, you'll probably
oh my god.
Well,
a new YouTube message.
You are going
Welcome
to see
zero
it.
underscore underscore
You are
underscore
amazing. Hello. I am my worst client. Yes, you are so correct. Yes, you are so correct. But, like, pretty much, what is it? You are gonna... because I still have a lot more planned, right? But honestly, considering everything, considering I'm about to go to college, considering I still have like, I still got a lot of NDA clients, which I'll make sure to take care of that. At least like, we can slowly start like, essentially, we work together on just making, I guess, improving this like whole setup.
Thank you for the hype train.
What the frick?
Hype.
Who start? Why?
Thank you for the
Oh my
gift
god,
bomb.
Nigoto,
Bring it up,
thank you
Kun.
for the 5 tier
Thank
1
you for
subs.
gifting
You
subs.
triggered
Bring
a
it up,
hype
Kun.
train. Then
Thank
again,
you
it's
for
been a
gifting
while.
subs. Bring it up,
I'm
Kun.
so glad.
Thank you for gifting subs. Bring it up, Kun.
Oh my god.
Thank you for gifting subs.
I was not
Bring it
prepared
up,
for.
Kun.
You know, funny enough, I
Thank
wanted
you
to
for
have like an
gifting subs.
avalanche
Bring it up,
of like
Kun.
snowball. Oh, it didn't happen. But yes, hi. What's up? Oh, I'm gonna be sick. I'm fine. It's okay. All right, but yes. Oh my god, look at that. Right, with the bottle debut, despite the crash and despite the scuff, look, a hype. You triggered the hype trail, level 2. Okay, that thing didn't clap properly because I was like, my hands were like oddly angled and stuff. But yes. Ah! Ah! Yes. Oh wait, that's the thing that reminds me. The Kana emotes. I'ma miss them so much. Now, thankfully, I didn't make like the emotes yet, but honestly, eventually, now not right now, right? Because, well...
Thank you for the follow.
Why would you do that to me?
_alalo.
Get this box out. I said I would do like Warudo, like setting up some Warudo stuff today, but it's just I'm kind of like a little tired, but I don't mind like chatting a bit. Box. Yeah, what the you could just make another version without replacing them. Well, the thing, I mean, that's true, right? But it's like, honestly, it's fine. It's fine. We can keep the current Kana emotes, or if I have time, I will replace them myself. But I was thinking eventually I do want to commission somebody, just like how because I was also waiting to show off my model because I want to commission an artist.
A new Twitch message.
Which I've been eyeballing
_alalo.
either on Ko-fi or Regen. I don't like there's 2 I was thinking of, but I don't know. I'm trying to find someone who can have like I guess they make a mouse cursor similar to the Teto cursor, like that. Right, I don't want very detailed. I just want it to look like a Teto cursor, like the one I used to have essentially. I've been trying to find someone who makes a similar setup to that, and I want to pay them for it. Like they don't even have to include the wings, right? I just want it to just be just a Kana, like a pixel Kana, as the mouse cursor. Because again, it's like when people see my videos, funny enough, the cursor is kind of like. It's like another watermark, an unintentional watermark that just exists. So yes, but hello. And again, thank you for the follows. Thank you. But yes, thank you, Zero. Thank you so much. But yeah, but yeah, that's yeah, that was eventually gonna be in the plans, I guess. I was also thinking of like, I know there's like Emote Lab, where you could actually retexture those little characters and you could get a lot of emotes out of it. That was something I wanted to, I guess, try to do. Like, essentially, I'm gonna try, like, I guess, like, self-practice, because the style is, like, very simplistic. So it was, like, my thought process was, okay, I'm gonna try and sketchbook it on my sketchbook. And then, I know how to do Clip Studio, where you use the line tool to trace over your sketches and stuff. And then you could go from there. But again, I need time to do that, and well, we'll see. I'm sure like in terms of schedule, things will start improving a little more. I mean, well, I know college will be a lot, but at least I'm not gonna. I mean, thinking about it though, I remembered like at least when I was in high school and I was VTubing, the only time I had like, I guess a difficult time, like I went on like an old hiatus before, was essentially during midterm or like big exams or when commissions were really high. It was like a mix of both and other stuff, I guess, but it's like mostly, honestly, the school kind of helped me stay on a schedule, which I think it's quite nice. So I think like maybe like me going to college could also help the schedule thing, but even then it's just I just want I want to at least get a stable career and
Thank you for the train.
At least at the very least a stable career, but also to be able to still help people like out there and stuff. But yeah, but I'm getting ready for work. Oh, that's awesome. Make sure you have a really good sandwich for lunch. Like make sure you have like I mean, I know my school has like, was it an area where you get lunch? And the thing was, it's like, I probably have false positive. I mean, I'm still like figuring out the soy thing, like, right? But I know I can't have milk, no. But the soy thing is like, I can still eat foods with soy, so I think that was just a false positive. But whatever, that's on me. But like in terms of food, it's like I usually just have like homemade foods because it's just, you know, I know what's in it, and yeah, it's just nicer for me. Yeah, but also like again, like sometimes homemade foods are just more tastier and stuff. Good morning, I guess. I still work on my commissions. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning. Wait, what was that? What was that freaking show that was like? Wait, no, wait. The memory's like, it was like, good morning to you. Good morning to you. Good morning. Or something like that. I'm trying to remember. It was not Jimmy. It was not Jimmy Neutron, or maybe it was. I'm trying to remember. Oh my god, was it really? No, that's not Toad. No, wait. Oh my god, what is it? No, this is like... I'm trying to remember. What was this from? I'm like I remembered something. Also, wait, I just got a hype chest, and it has a batter up emote with a oh my god. Hold up. Wait, I didn't go to. You just like got me an emote, like one of those hype train emotes. Oh my god, thank you so much. That is adorable. I love it. Oh my god, that is adorable. Ah, such a cute dog. Cute, very cute. I need to check. I need to check right now. What the heck is that freaking thing that go? There's something. Yes, it is something. I'm trying to remember. Please, I need to know who was it. It was like a meme or something. Is it really? Wait, is it really Jimmy? No way, this is from Jimmy Neutron. No way. Wait, no. Wait. Oh my god, wait, it is Jimmy Neutron. Oh, it is from Jimmy Neutron. It was freaking Carl Weezer. Really? Oh my god. That makes sense of the whole, like, the thing at the end. He was just very scared of the freaking ghost. Oh
my god.
I
A new Twitch
freaking
message.
get it
Maritachi.
now. I freaking get it. It's the freaking Carl Weezer. I'm so... Oh my god. Yes. Good luck with work. You're welcome. Thanks for the tutorials and all the stuff you made. No problem. And yes, you're welcome. Hello, Maro. How you doing? Hello. And again, if there are questions, if you have 3D questions right now, please tell me. Or if there is something magical you want to see, which I haven't prepared much of that right now, but I know the tech, right? I have made setups where you have to like toggle the freaking lighting with environments. I've made... What's the biggest amount of outfits I've worked on the client, actually? I think it was 10, actually. 10 or 11 outfits I've worked on a client. That's like the most amount, and I had to make them toggles and then toggles within the toggles and stuff like that. Man, y'all like outfits so much. If y'all like outfits so much, how about I get an outfit? What should I get? Oh, I mean, I did say I want a maid outfit, so I do owe you guys a maid outfit. I still remember that. I'm sorry I've taken way too long on that. We're don't worry, I still remember. I know exactly what I'm gonna wear, and just to make it up for you, cat ears? No, that's a bit cringe. I think that's a bit cringe. Unless we'll see what happens. But for now, for the time being, I'm going to just focus on essentially just we're gonna rebuild this. We're gonna build this animator. We're gonna do the animation stuff that I want to do. I was supposed to recolor my teeth and tongue shadow stuff because they're actually I think it's fine though. I think maybe the teeth could be a little improved. Like I want a more bluer shadow, but I think I'm fine. Yeah, sheesh. Yeah, this is a guy do a lot more stuff, right? And then what's it? Oh yeah, that's right. I want to do the tongue tech. The one where you do like you stick the tongue out and then it shifts and it does all these corrective stuff. Yeah, don't worry, we're doing that. It's a dare. I am being challenged. I will do it. Yes, I will do it. We're gonna get that tech. I mean, I know how to. I've done it for a client before. I mean, someone else did the rigging, but I had to help with the blueprint stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of those stuff. I know for VR chat that is a thing. Because again, am I wrong when it's like, what is it? Am I wrong? What is it? It's when you're doing the VR chat face tracking, they're all done by animators. I mean, everything with the toggles are done by animators. So because of that, I think like, okay, so it's kind of yes. Where the animators will give you a lot of control, and sometimes it'll backfire, and it's kind of annoying, but it's like, you can still do a lot with animators. I've always struggled with a bit of the tongue out because I find no references. Do you mean, like, the correctives, or Wait, like, which one do you mean? Do you mean, like, the normal tongue, or actual correctives? Because if it's correctives... Well, let me cook for okay, because I don't think I can because the step I had to work on improving the blueprints and stuff, I don't think I could show you those blend shape because that's someone else's work though. But I've also essentially I personally have done that for Vive lip tracker stuff, and it's a similar technique. In fact, fun fact, I actually made a old tutorial on how I made the Vive lip tracker blend shapes, but the Vive lip tracker is dead, and I still have the device on me right now. I'm not selling it. The plain one usually is not great on my models. Currently no other question, my head's empty. Maybe work maybe 12 hours and steal no stealing allowed. Well, I mean food, maybe steal the food. No stealing. Maybe the food. No. Okay. The fancy ones must be so cool to do. Yes, and like I said, I will get working on my model, but I had to rig. Well, okay, I didn't rig 417 blend chips in a day. Realistically, it technically took 3 hours, but in the span of a week. So, yeah, I had to do a lot. Again, you'll be surprised how much control I do with my models. That's my. But yes, we'll get the corrective stuff. Don't worry, it will happen. Yes. Anywho, let me show you here. As long as Blender don't freaking have a heart attack, let's what the shit? I'm gonna show the Blender. I'm just waiting for it to load. Let's do the thing of the Blender. Oh, And Blender died. Oh yeah, that's right, because I was using like freaking Windows Capture. Because I was showing like the Warudo thing. And... yeah, there goes Blender. Poor Blender, it's hating everything right now. It's like, no, Kana, no. And I'm like, yes. Okay, so let's move over here. Let me show you how the blend shape, I guess some of the air kit blend shapes look like. And there are some parts that I'm gonna say you probably don't have to do it on like your own models, right? Because the way I did the squint blend shape is there was a reason why I did the squint blend shape the way it is, but it's horrific. I'm not gonna even bother showing it. Just know my old air kit blend shape rigging tutorials like more than enough. I promise. Right. I'm actually gonna show with Mio. Mio. Alright, so there's the AR kit. So tongue, okay, I've had most of the time with my clients, I usually have an easier time, but essentially the tongue out on its own needs to essentially come out from the mouth. I do not recommend having it here or over here. Like, it has to be from the mouth, kind of like this. Because you have to account for the fact that you have jaw open happening, right? What is the add-on for the shapes? This is Mio 3. There's 2 versions of this add-on, right? 2 versions of this add-on that's behind me. This one is specifically for 4.2 and above. There's another version if you are, because I know there are some 3Rs that don't want to use 5.2 or even 4.2, like they are still on 3.6 LTS due to the stability, especially from the issues that EV Next have caused, which is now our new EV, or been our EV. But pretty much, there is a older version, is I guess essentially a V2 version of it. So if you're on the 3.0 series, or early 4.0 series that use the older, like the stable one on their GitHub from Mio. But if you are on 4.2 or above, then you can use this one. Do note it is partially translated, so some parts are in Japanese. I'm kind of just waiting on them to update it, though I could, again, for my personal sake, I could just translate this myself, like edit the Python script, but it's fine. The things I actually use are in English, so that's all I need. But yeah. But you can see how, like, with jaw open... Now, for this case, you see how... Okay, so for my case, due to how I handled the blend shapes, yes, for my case, it does clip. But that's because of how... like, the way my model's made, it's also factoring in... I guess... Oh, yeah, I guess it's just factoring in these other blend shapes that I have set up here, pretty much. So, yeah, but I'm not sure. I'm not real. Okay, it's funny because I rigged these blend shapes, and now I'm like slightly confused. What the frick did I do? I guess it was more like it's clipping like that because I only focus on what actually is happening with the tracking. Because again, mind you, I don't use these blend shapes for animation or posing.
Have a happy rest of your birthday today.
Good night, and
thank you for the best of your birthday today.
I will fix. I promise I will fix that echoing issue. I know the problem is just fix it, but yes. And probably after this, I also need to head out too, because like I'm getting tired myself, right? And it's getting closer to 12 a.m. So it's like, yeah. But good night, good night, good night, good night. But yeah. Either way. Most of my clients, they won't have the clipping shown up here, though, but it depends. Sometimes it will clip, right? Like what you just saw there. But in the actual, like, tracking itself, like, I'll tell you, it's like, yeah, it's like clipping a bit. It could be a little higher, but... I think, yeah, I just realized that. Wait, hold up a minute. It actually is... I hope I didn't just accidentally lower the jaw open on accident because of a clipping issue. But even that, okay. Okay, this is a kind of mistake, actually. This is a kind of mistake in that case. Make sure that for jaw open, the tongue's actually a little higher. Well, it's kind of hard to compensate because, again, it was also the fact, like, I was initially fighting like, okay, the teeth cannot be shown in the mouth itself, but then when tongue is out, it's like, yeah, nah, it's goated. It's alright. Now, I will say when I actually, I guess, make the actual correctives, I'll probably be able to improve it from there, right? Because, again, I have other blend shapes on the model, because I don't use the AR kit for the actual pose, and it's purely tracking. So for the, something like the mouth, you can't see it because my hair is like way too freaking giant. It's like covering the whole thing. Oh my god, I am sorry. I'm gonna have lots of bad hair days, and many times where I'm gonna get angry at my own hair despite it being so cute. What was it? It's these tongue ones. Like, there's this one where it actually opens a mouth, and then there's correctives that can move it, like, up, down, left, right, pretty much. But also, I didn't utilize this properly, but I probably should. There is again, this model has a full-fledged facial rig, right? And again, I'm really proud of the weight paint I did on it. Like, you have no idea. Like, I was even able to make a blink. Okay, it was really hard, but it is possible to make a pretty good... It's actually better than the old model. Like, a better blink... like, a better blink setup, but it's, like, it's not perfect either. You have to do so much scaling to make it work, but it's not, like, impossible. It's just difficult. But yeah, I could also just utilize the thing, but yeah. Most likely, I'll eventually get to the tongue corrective tech. Like I said, I know the blueprint. I've made the blueprint before. I just didn't get time to rig it for this mod, but you'll see how it looks like when I actually get to it. And like I said, again well, not again, but it's like for the peeps wondering about again the eye sphere thing. Yeah. Cause I know I had someone ask me about like, oh, Kana, how you go about the eye sphere thing. And it's like, well, unless you have the add-on and you only use the model specifically for using the, like, VTubing or VR chat. Yeah, essentially what happens is that my eyes actually literally go over the eyes. And yes, there will be a gap. But you don't really see it until you look at the side profile, which is like, yeah, this kind of looks weird, right? Now that you're actually seeing it, now I've traumatized you. I hope you're having a lovely day. But when you look at it from the front, it doesn't look that bad. Like, it's like, yeah, front's fine. Side it was kind of inevitable. But again, it's like, thankfully, because I didn't add shadows to like, I essentially like got rid of it. There was gonna be eyeshadows and stuff, but it was like, no. Yeah, this frick here, I accidentally saved it, I guess. Something, whatever. Okay, frick off, Kana. Frick off! Ow! Alright, so let's, I guess, essentially, let's prep up for, nighttime, though, because I am getting tired, right? And I probably, because I didn't eat, like, much today, I will probably have, like, at least some leftover food, right? Because there's leftover chicken. It's impossible to nail the sphere, don't worry. It's alright. Again, for the sphere eyes, also I'm gonna like stretch real quickly. Yeah, for the sphere eyes, I am so proud of like what I was able to do. Now, of course, if I wanted them even more perfect, you wanna know what I would have actually done? Actually, I'm gonna like stand up and stretch real quickly. It's like, oh my god, my back. I personally would have done a float system with the eyes. No, don't fall asleep, Kana. No, don't fall asleep, Kana. Wake up. I would just try to, like, adjust my chair. Because, like, my chair was, like, spinning. And I'm like, get back, chair. Get back, chair. So, what is it? I would have done a float setup where essentially what you do is that you have an anim file that has the blink from 0, like, frame, like, yeah. So it's, like, this frame to this frame. And then use motion sync. And what I would do in Warudo is that I would bind the value of the AR kit. I think it wasn't.
Ew, an ad.
Ew, the ads. Frick off. What was it? I'm trying to remember. it's the same method I do on my wings. It would be that, literally. So, pretty much that's what I would do. Is like, essentially that if I really wanted the in-between. But also, what I could do as well is, like, the tongue corrected. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm, like, spinning. I should probably also make it where every time the spinning happens, my eyes will immediately turn dizzy like this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try to remember that. I'm not writing that down. But yes. So, there's also, like, essentially how you do the corrective. It's...
Thank you for the rain. Lusty the monkey.
Hello, how you doing? I would literally... Oh, I just, like, got bonked in the freaking head. I was talking about, like, correctives and stuff. Man, we're having so many raids today. Hello! Hello, everyone! Yes, this is the new Kana model. Hi, I am Kana now. I had full body tracking earlier, and I was, like, a lot more energetic and gremlin.
A new Twitch message.
And now I'm
Lusty
just, like,
the monkey.
this. I'm just chilling. And I was, like, rambling about, like, how I'd go about, like, eye correctives. I would have done the float setup, or I would have just done the other setup I did for a client of mine, which it's not bad. Essentially what you're doing is you're using a float greater or less than to define the range and stuff, but yeah. But yes, I'm glad that you like the tutorials. And again, oh my god, my nose. But like, right, again, I'm like, my hands are up. Is there any last minute questions? Cause like, I will say I'm like slowly prepping like to end the stream, because it's like getting closer to 11 p.m. and I probably also should eat something. But I want to like answer any last minute questions. And we were mentioning about the correctives, and now that makes me wonder, like, if yeah, again, like I said, there's I'm gonna have a field. Well, now I'm gonna have a field day now. Okay, like, cause I could say things. I'm gonna have a I don't even. That's the thing. Is like I learned so much. Where do I even begin? What should I... It's like so much like new knowledge. I'm like, I want to teach this. No, I want to teach that. And it's like, almost like, wait, but Warudo's gonna probably do some change. But it's like, I want to teach Unity. I want to teach MMD again. Oh. I probably should just like take my time. We will just teach as much as I can. It's also that's the thing. That's also the thing too. It's like, again, I'm not the only one teaching. There's other
YouTube
people,
message.
right?
Welcome, Captain
But it's like,
Convenience.
oh my god, it's like, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out, because like I've just been overwhelmed with like the amount of stuff I've learned. I don't even know what to teach. Just start your own VTuber school. Let's address the elephant in the room being the UI concerns, and then we'll talk. But otherwise, yeah, yes. New model looks amazing. Really enjoyed the tutorials. Can't wait to see the new stuff you'll share soon. I literally shared just the beginning today. I was talking about some important tech. I was talking about how, okay, here's how you can make it where you don't cause tracking issues, or like you can have like things like certain parts of your face like moving and all that stuff, and there's no clipping, right? I was talking about that. I was talking about like advice on vibe trackers and oh my god, so much. And I was also showing some behind the scenes and oh my god, I think I'm gonna like, you know, like how people barf rainbows when they see something cute. I'm barfing rainbows because I'm like, so much knowledge. Where do I begin? Maybe we should start well, maybe we should start on a very, very simple level. And I think wait. My brain's cooking. Maybe I should just talk about my plugins. Like handy weight. I mean, I've talked about that plugin to all my 3D friends so much. I think I've been annoying about it. Maybe that's... Well, but then again, it's a paid add-on. I kind of want to focus on the things that are, like, you could do for free. Because, funny enough, I kind of... I unintentionally avoid making tutorials with paid plugins. Because it's like, when you're following a tutorial, it's like, oh, I don't want... Okay, now... It's fine, like, if I'm doing, like, a showcase, I can make sure to mark it, like, paid add-on. So, for people who are clicking, they can be aware, like, oh, do they want a free solution? But I try to at least focus on the free solution. I try to avoid... So, I don't mind talking about the paid method, don't get me wrong. I even freaking talk about, like, Rokuko. I made tutorials about that. I like my own reviews, which... Fun fact, by the way, my mocap suit is still alive. Yes, it is still freaking alive. And stuff, but yeah, either way, it's like, I don't know, I mean, that's kind of, I don't know, because, like, that one's kind of, like, I guess, sort of a, I don't know, actually, there's a lot of ideas, paid add-ons, I could talk about Blender plugins, some techniques I've done with modeling, how I go about the Unity animator. I feel that one's, like, definitely something a lot of people, have been, like, curious about, an update magical cloth tutorial because yeah, well, yeah, one thing at a time, because if I think about too much at once, then I'm just gonna procrastinate, I'm gonna stay stuck, and then it's like, oh, I don't do anything because I'm just, like, overwhelmed of, like, happiness. I'm like, ah. So, but we take it slow, right? And I will try to teach as much as I can, and of course you guys are giving me feedback. If, let's say, I do derp up on the tutorial, or if you are confused, then, you know, I'll always try my best to consider, like, remakes and stuff here and there. So yeah, but we'll see. It's funny enough also, like, it's so funny too, like, I recently was, like, also, like, the only reason I'm getting back to, like, doing, like, MMD stuff was because of the fact that I've had many clients ask me about the freaking MMD blend shape rigging. Blend shapes, actually. Actually, it is not VTuber specific. Blend shapes are Maybe I'll focus on the blend shape. Maybe. I'll think about it. But I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I gotta set a script. I gotta record, make time. We'll see. But at least I'll make sure to put on my schedule that
message.
Monday we're like Monday I want to work on my model's animator, and we're gonna get that freaking. We're gonna get the. Because I want the wing in, like, probably for the weekend I will work on some other, like, client or, oh, but I have lessons tomorrow, well, not college, it's a different lesson, so, yeah, we'll see what happens, like, Monday. I think at least for now, like, Monday and Friday is still decent to have my streams on. It depends on what happens, because again, that's why I mentioned the college thing, because around November, I start having daily classes, and I don't know how intense the studying has been. All I know from my sister is that, or as best as I can remember it, is that it's not, like, painful, right? It's not painful, but it's like, you definitely have a lot to do, and it's, yeah. But either way, but yes, hello, Partheon, thank you so much for the compliment. I appreciate, again, I just appreciate everyone for just, like, saying that the model looks awesome. I appreciate it. Your tutorials, for all the programs have been lovely. I've been working through them since May. Oh my god. You were literally looking at my tutorials on my birthday month. But also the month, like, it was a month. I also got, well, I didn't got sick on my birthday, thankfully. It was late May. I was getting sick multiple times, but, like, that's still, like, oh my god, that's, like, it's just, again, it still warms my heart. Like, even though I've been, like, slow on making tutorial, again, I apologize for the bad schedule. I really do. I really do. A lot's been holding me back. But things are, I'm really hoping things are improving. We'll see. We'll see if I keep up my promise on Monday. Phone, you better freaking remind me. You're going to be loud, phone. You are going to be loud. Also, it's a new phone, too. But, either way, but yeah. It just warms my heart. Like, even my old tutorials, the fact that they are still helping people, and they're still working, and I'm like, because if I'm going to be honest, I look back at all my old tutorials, and I'm like, I hate the microphone quality. I hate the explanation type over here. Oh my god, I hate how I explain pendulums. Like, that does not make any sense at all. Like, because I'm, like, looking at them, and I'm like, I don't like that explanation. Oh, no. This needs to be remade. And I'm like, how are people learning from some of these tutorials? Even the ones when I was I was like, what is it? I was like, what is it, 2021 tutorial, and people are still using those freaking tutorials. Like, huh? And then I just look at it and I'm like, man, the background noise. Man, that one tutorial where I was literally recording outside getting bit by mosquitoes, just teaching people about using this program. I'm not even kidding, and that was because I was being told to be quiet a lot at the time, but yeah, I was like, yeah, I just want to thank everybody so much for everything, right? It's been, oh, I'm an idiot. Today is the 6-year anniversary of my YouTube channel. Sorry about that. I had to say something. Okay, so, what was it? Like, literally today is the 6-year anniversary. I forgot to mention that earlier, and I forgot to put it in the title, but yes, it has been 6 years since this channel has been born. From the very first day I made that trailer for the old brand.
Oh my god. A
from
new
the
Twitch
times
message.
that I
Crumble Crown.
from the day I had to rebrand,
Oh my god.
because I had
YouTube
no other
message.
choice.
Welcome Commander
And then
9765.
there was also just ups and downs, hiatuses here and there, different model variations, and a lot has happened for the past years. Because again, literally, you could go on my, when you go to the YouTube channel and you look at, the creation date, it was today. And crazy enough, this channel was technically supposed to be originally born or created on September 14th, but it ended up being August 14th, and honestly, I actually really like the fact that it was made in August, so that's nice. But it's just, yeah. I probably should have put that in the thing, because, that's also the reason why I made the model, because I couldn't do it on my birthday. The model actually was unfinished. But it's why I said August 14th was because that's another special event, which I know I don't talk about much, but, and the only time I actually did something very special was talking about how I became a 3D artist, you know, the fact that, I wanted to do 3D, but I was homeless at the time, or, well, didn't have anything, and eventually my dad was able to get us out of that, situation, and I was able to slowly build up to where I am to this day. And literally just looking back, I'm starting to be a bit sappy. I mean, then again, it's new model. Forgot the fact it's the 6-year anniversary of this channel, or, literally just... It's not even just a channel, it's literally just me existing as a VTuber from the old brand. Though, I will say, the character, I think I created that on my birthday, though. Or somewhere around May. I don't remember, but it was somewhere around May. But it's, just the fact that... What is it? Just... I look back... or not in a bad way, but it's I look back from where I've actually really started, like finding out about 3D for the very first time. And now, I'm right here sitting on this chair. I'm talking to you guys, and the fact, like, I have so many clients wanting my skills, and it's also ironic because my dad literally gave me a motivational speech, like a motivational talk just earlier, and I think we all just also accidentally forgot about the model debut almost, but it's like, just the fact, like, again, the timing was like, because he was just reminding me of how, like, hey, you may not see it, but you do have to give yourself a pat on the back, and it's like, yeah, I really should. I went from being homeless. My dad got all of us out of there. I used a computer, a Dell laptop that used to have a virus that was saved. I eventually was able to get an MSI laptop, thanks to my dad, and that laptop kept driving me through, and I'm okay, I'm like getting a little sad. I'm actually getting a little emotional. Like, have like slight tears going on because I'm like just looking. Yeah, it's like, then I went from that MSI laptop, and then eventually I got to a point where with that MSI laptop I was slowly doing commissions. That was also the laptop, that very laptop, which unfortunately it died because it was 12 years old, but that was the laptop that my character Kana was made in. It was made with the MSI laptop, and I will never forget that laptop. That laptop was literally my baby, and the only reason I gave it away was because I already had Mr. Biscuit, and I prefer Mr. Biscuit. But and in case you're wondering, Mr. Biscuit is my PC's name. And fun fact also, I have my laptop for school, and her name is Miss Pancake. That's the new laptop's name. But anywho, I just went from that, and then eventually I got a desktop. I remember doing like VR, very scuffed VR streams, like learning about it. I went from that, learning about ARK, and I had the worst tracking. I've literally fought Ethernet issues. I literally had to stream outside because of the amount of times I get told to be quiet, and I literally streamed outside because of it. I've literally had so many, like, and the ups and downs I went through with commissions. Like, and mind you, I was a shrimp, and then years later, it's like, just, what? I'm just, when you really think about it, like, when you think, like, you look back at, like, where you come from, even if it's simple to you, it's like, I'm like, Jesus, I like, again, I can't forget the fact that really was my origin. I'm not lying when I say, like, when I made that video, like, when it was my 7th year anniversary of being a 3D artist, when I started doing 3D in January, like, I meant that story. That story is real. It's real. Okay, sorry for being, like, so freaking sappy, like, But, like, that's, yeah, I came from that, and now here's present time. Present time, I literally have multiple different mocap devices. I saved up money. I've worked like nothing, like, not nothing, no. I've worked hard. I've worked everything I can with my skills to get where I am right now. I have, again, I look at my clients who trust me with their work. I keep learning with their stuff. They keep bringing me ideas. Sure, there are times where things get frustrating. Sometimes I'll get stressed and I want to rip my hairs off. But even then, it's like, I still appreciate my clients. They, not only do they give me work opportunity, but also they give me the opportunity to keep my brain fresh with knowledge and learning how to better my techniques. And then, like, just, and then here I am with the new model here, and on my way to college and stuff, and just, oh yeah, let's not forget the fact, let's not forget the fact I still, even despite how crazy my schedule has been, I still did that VTuber SummerSlam. I even put my own money because I wanted to support that charity. Right? Let's not forget that. And you guys, I appreciate y'all for being there, because it's like, and those who donated as well, because again, it's not just me. You guys also helped by even being at the stream and engaging with it to spread awareness, right? And even for those who have spread awareness about misophonia, like when I was like giving out the shirt download, and I apologize, I wasn't very active on like talking or like sharing the links and stuff. Like again, oh yeah, that's right. There was a set like that was the first wave of like a lot of clients I had to work on. It was poor timing, but it's like let's not forget the fact we like as best as we can. We still also try to like spread awareness about myself. Like there are things we've done this year, right? Together. And there's also things I've done, and I'm like, what the heck?
Thank you for the raid. Pure
We have like another raid. I
VD.
said I would go to. I said I like go to freaking sleep, and
Oh
then
my
like
God.
here I am just like
A
being
new
all
Twitch
sappy.
message. Pure
I'm
Hanson
just being
underscore
sappy
VD.
because it's like I just like remember where I came from. It's been like 6 years. This channel's 6 years old, but again, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you guys. Like I apologize for all the delays and hiatuses and even the graduation scare. The fact that people thought I was gonna graduate soon, they were concerned. Just that broke my heart because I'm like, no, that I'm just really busy. I don't want to graduate anytime soon. Oh no. Even if I get super busy, even if I have long hiatuses, that does not mean I'm going to graduate. I want to keep going. This is my passion. I'm not letting my passion go no matter what happens. And I'll make sure my passion stays. Alright. See ya. And I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you, Kana. You helped me so much with your tutorials and stuff. I was already crying earlier. Don't make me cry again. Well, it was like it wasn't a heavy crying though, because I want to like watch out for. I do want to like be careful with my eyes though. But it's like I still kind of like shed a couple tears earlier. Yeah. Also, like, because when I cry, my glasses get super foggy, and then it gets to a point where it's like I can't use a microfiber. I have to put them in the sink. They have to like submerge in the sink just so they're clear. Oh dang, Nabbit, don't cry on my account. Yeah. But thank you again for the raid. Oh, that's so cute. Lovely. New life. I'm not. Does this look like a live 2D model to you? The bow's clipping. No, it's okay. It's okay. But yes, hi, new 3D Kana here, and this is gonna be your Kana for like at least 3 years. Unless this model keeps it up for 5 years. Who knows? Right? Who knows what will happen? I don't want to think about a new Kana. Who like again? I've had VTuber clients who literally stuck with their first ever model for 5 years. You'd be surprised. So yeah, it almost looked 2D for a second. Thank you for the compliment. What was us glasses users? Yes. No. That's a compliment. No, that's what I want. That's what I want, Villain of Legend. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear that this model made I've worked so hard to make this model look pretty and anime as possible. Even despite the clipping and the natural VTubing stuff. It's working. The model's doing its job. I haven't even heard one complaint.
Oh my god.
This model is genuinely
a new YouTube
amazing.
message. Welcomed in Packy 32.
Don't make me cry again. No, it's beautiful. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm so glad. Again, let's do like yeah, right. Here's how the full model looks like. Ah, wow. I also like the fact as well that the renders I can make with like Blender now. Okay, listen, I'm gonna be a goofball, okay? I'll be so much of a goofball. Okay, I don't know if this will actually work. I'll be so much of a goofball, I will literally...
Oh my god. A new Twitch message.
The command's broken.
Kana underscore Fuyuko.
Okay, well, command's broken. Let's... Hold up, let me... Okay, this is gonna be scuffed because I have to fix the freaking camera.
Oh my god.
But hear me out.
Message.
Everyone, everybody, hear me out. See, I'll be a goofball whenever I want. But also, I love the Hime-esque cut. Is that what it's called? Oh my god. Oh no, my scroll wheel's broken. Oh wait. But yeah, I would like check if I miss anything. But yes, all I can say, actually, all I can say again, Fizzy literally cooked on the design. She cooked, okay? Like, I'm not even kidding. She, like, even the anatomy of the model, right? Like, or like the ref sheet, she accounted for the shoulder muscles. She accounted for a lot of stuff. Like, she improved on, like, the way she improved on the new reference sheet is gorgeous. And I even, like, when she was, like, drawing other, like, art for other people after the reference sheet, like, even I was like, oh my god, like, look how insane your art has been getting. It's gorgeous. Like, it's freaking gorgeous. Like, I am so proud of her, too. Because, like, she has improved so much with the ref sheet.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I love
a new
big
YouTube
hair.
message. Welcome Lori Gary.
I think also the big... Okay, well, the reason for the big hair was definitely the silhouette, but also it's just... I always make jokes like, oh, I want fluffy hair. Well, now you get fluffy hair. But that also begs the question...
A new YouTube message. Welcome the Cryptic Light.
It's so hard to fucking go to sleep when there's so many people. Ah! Okay, so... Cryptic Light. Hello, you. How you doing? You. You're the one who has been giving the feedback. This frick face, I want you to follow him. Please, this... no, get back. No, come back. No. Everybody, give this guy some love, because this guy was... He has helped out whenever I have questions or need, like, feedback stuff. This guy, follow him. I also still use his Blender shader. Like, and you've seen how beautiful it looks in the freaking renders. You've seen y'all seen the freaking post. That's his shader. Just this guy, follow him. He makes really gorgeous models too. Like, this guy, follow him. Anything else you want to say, Cryptic? You got anything to say? Because you wanna know what I would say? I'd say tuna fish. You're going so long. Let's have a freaking redeem where I just Actually, I was gonna say, like, someone hit me with a... Wait. What if I hate giving myself ideas I probably would never do, but what if, like, we just I model a frying pan, and y'all have a new redeem where you could just hit me with a frying pan? Actually, I mean, that wouldn't be that hard, though. I mean, a frying pan's very easy to make. Also, what's a brick? Which is your No. I have a better idea. What will happen with this frying pan is that it will fling me so much, or okay, not fling so much, but like, it'll be it's like the frying pan will be anime in a way where it's like by the like baseball, where I'm like the baseball, and then the frying pan is the thing, the batter, and it just like hits me, and then you just see me getting like yeeted in the back and stuff. And yeah, I think that would be the frying pan. It's like by the swing, just crushes Kana. Yes. We're cooking with ideas. Awa. Via sakana. Ego puckering. I still gotta make that tongue correct. There's still so much to do, but we take our time addressing every tech thing, the Unity, the blueprints, this and that, and the stupid optimization. How much time you... Do you really want to know? You really want to know how long this model took? Okay, wait. Actually, hold up. Real question. Real question. Are we talking about the planning of the model or the 3D model? Because that's two different. That is two different answers. The planning with the model, or just the model. I need to know. You're gonna call me crazy for this. 3 years. I'm not kidding when I say it took 3 years. So, allow me to elaborate again. So you're crazy for that. Why do you think? Okay, why do you think there was like at least 4 delays that were like mentioned? So the first year was initially like planning, right? The first year there was also a lot of delays that were happening, and at least it allowed me time to focus on trying to get better reference material and figure out what style I really wanted to go for, right? So it took me time. It was like, yeah. And then eventually it was kind of like in and out when it came to like, I guess, the ref sheet. Because again, we were, you know, we were both busy. So it took time. But also I was, like I said, we were all just very busy. So it did took some more time, but it did help also once again. I guess it took like 2 years of planning, essentially. But it was really in and out. And then finally, the ref sheet finally got finished. Which, honestly, like, and again, I am so, again, I, like, Fizzy, I don't know if you're still here, though, but, like, I still appreciate you for your patience. That I appreciate you for also being patient with me and stuff, because it was so in and out. But then, there was the 3D model progression, which was kind of in and out. But at least the progress was kind of fast-ish. But it still took about a year-ish, I think. Because, like, wait. That's a really good question. When did I start modeling the freaking thing? I know the file's name is called Face Test. This was... Okay, hold up. Correction. The day I actually started working on the model, the actual modeling progress, was on July 12th, 2025. Yeah, essentially a year. It literally took a year. Oh my god. Literally last month was like the year anniversary of that model being made. Oh my goodness. And fun fact, the previous model only took 2 weeks to be made. That's a comparison. Remember, the previous model took 2 weeks to be fully modeled, while this one took a year to even be modeled. Send help. Mood, I can never sit down for hours doing something. But yeah, I am very crazy about saying, like, yeah, it took so long. So, it's why I do. Now, other than, yeah, sure, we'll do model improvement, I am not making a new Kana for a good while. If it took 3 years for this creature to exist, don't even ask me to make a new model. Shut up. All I just want, at the very least, maybe an outfit or so. Depends, but for now, I'm probably just for at least, you know, the next part of our chapters, just focus on improving, like, finishing the Unity setup, because I didn't even get to the animation. That's why the wings aren't moving. They're supposed to move. But I don't know, do you guys prefer the wings to just exist? I mean, we could probably do, like, a mix, like, I guess the wings, I don't know. I'm gonna see what I prefer. Because I don't want to be too distracting, but I also want it to be expressive. We'll see. We'll see. But, anywho, I think, yeah, it's getting way too late. But I just, again, want to thank everybody for, being on the stream. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you for the freaking amount of raids. And for everyone, like, thank you for the compliments. And thank you, Mr. Biscuit, for dying, like, almost, like, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Biscuit, for, like, dying one part of the stream. And, well, look forward to, like, look forward to me just, like, I guess throwing up rainbows about 3D tech. I'm gonna talk, we're gonna talk about the the freaking peck constraint I have. I still gotta see how it works with, I mean, I had it working, but either way, I'm gonna talk. We're talking. We're freaking talking. Be warned. And maybe also some cute pictures, because this model is definitely a lot more, what, I don't know what you call it when you say, like, a plant looks so beautiful, it's perfect for pictures, like, non-stop. But, yeah, I'm gonna, I guess, experiment with some cute, rendering stuff. And if you have a question about that, then feel free to let me know. Oh, I'm so photogenic! I'll get the dirt blend shape back, don't worry. Photogenic? Yes, I am photogenic. I'm a plant, yep. Yeah, I'm a plant, clearly. It's fine, it's fine. Ow. But yes, yes, girl. But yeah, thank you again for all the support, thank you for everything. Even with my derp ups. And, oh, I'm sorry, the command's broken. We will fix the head, Pat Redeem. It's just because I didn't want to reuse the old hand model. I actually wanted to use a different model. I'm not gonna lie, I probably wouldn't use my own. I kind of wanted something cuter. We're gonna go for cuteness, but we're gonna go for chaotic cuteness when we're doing the setup together. Stuff. Keep an eye out for my Twitter. You're gonna see some stuff. Probably stupid things. Yeah. Anywho, we'll see what happens. I will show you. I can't just say it. You guys gotta see it when I do it. We'll see how crazy it gets. But thank you so much for seeing them all. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you for everything, everyone. Thank you so much, everybody. Look forward to, I guess, the next part of our journey together. And if you have questions, you better tell me. Say it to my face. Alright. But good night, everybody. Bye-bye. I don't know how to go to end the screen thing, because it's derped. Tears. I'll probably just press the button. Where's
God. A new YouTube message.
Actually,
welcome
wait.
the underscore indecisive one.
Okay, we have a problem, Houston. My streaming button is missing. Oh no. No. Wait. Okay, no, it's back. Okay. Wait, hold up. Wait. Everyone shush. Somebody has a question. Wait, is that a question or is that... Oh yeah, it's a question. Everybody shh. Okay. Hey, Kana. Aspiring VTuber here. I was wondering, how do I do a setup? How do I do a setup being an expression without hotkey? Like, motion capture. Wait, are we talking... Oh, okay. So is your question you want to do, let's say, emotes like this, but you don't want to... Like, you see how I'm pressing the button on the stream deck? You're essentially wanting to do this, but purely, like, face tracking, right? Since I have my VTuber tracking pads and suit. Do you... What kind of suit is it? What is this? What is this tracking device? I need to know. Depending on the mocap device, I'll tell you what gloves are best for it. There goes my freaking knees. Me when I hit my knees against the table. Or almost did. But yes. Okay, I love how, like, literally last minute I'm about to leave, and then we got... this is why I wait. This is why I wait. Go ahead. Go ahead. Could you... like, if you're saying, like, again, like, what is it? You want the face to be, like, fully face tracking based? I I wouldn't do too many blend shapes, is what I'll tell you. So technically in the newest version of Vignan, now again, all of my tutorials are based off of like a mix of old Vignan. Actually, it's a lot of old Vignan. Vignan has changed a lot, but also it's like there are still stuff I'd say, but anywho, that's my own nitpick. It should be in like the expression tab where you'll click on the add button to add an expression. And this tab here, I believe, even though one of my tutorials is still outdated, the UI is still the same, where you can essentially, the only difference is that the newer version of Vignan has a button where you can actually make a pose. It'll tell you the instructions on how to like go about it. It's in the program. But you'll essentially have the program record the exact facial expression that you want for the emote to trigger. Now, the thing you have to keep in mind is that the more expressions you have and you're trying to control with your face, the more they're going to conflict with each other. So I only would recommend either 1 or 2 at max. If you could make more work to your liking, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But honestly, at that point, unless it's like the blush or like if it's a symbol stuff like this, I can understand. But if you're trying to just make your face tracking a lot more expressive, depending on the style you're trying to go for, that is, I personally would just edit your ARKit blend shapes. In that case, if you're, let's say your face tracking is stiff. Now my face tracking is stiff on purpose because it's for the style I'm trying to go for. It could be a little better here and there, but it's like, this is done intentionally. But I also know like I've done ARKit that's a lot more dynamic. So keep that in mind pretty much. But try to only do 1 or 2 expressions on just the face tracking if it's something like this, like these like sort of, I mean, they don't have to be exactly like this, but it's like essentially like if you're a Void model or something, I don't know if you are, but you have like the joy, the fun, like you should be able to do that a little more easily on the newer, like the current version of Vignan, right? But if it's too janky, where let's say the emotes just trigger way too badly, then in that case, if that's the case, then I personally wouldn't recommend it. You can manually adjust the settings, right? But I still personally wouldn't recommend it. I just hand do the toggles and I just make sure that the face tracking is as expressive as I can make it, pretty much. But is there anyone has any other like questions? Oh, my ding. Okay, streamer bot's like perfectly fine. Woohoo. But yeah, and as for Presveil, because I'm not sure, how do I persist? What do you mean by that? Oh, do you mean like I have to? Oh wait, huh? Oh, is this another 3D question? Are we having last minute 3D questions? Please, I'd like to hear it. This again. I'm like right here. I wasn't able to go bye because I was missing my stop streaming button. So I think that just like saved y'all for like some answers. So I have 2 different models of your persona. Sorry, I sent too quickly. I'm always reiterating and it can't be I mean, if I'm already working on a 3rd one already. Oh, I see. If I have a mocap suit without the gloves, do I have to find some the amazing mocap set? I mean, it depends on what you're trying to go for, Presveil, but I personally would recommend having mocap gloves. Because if, again, when you talk with your hands, you can see how, like, even with a leap motion, my fingers allows me to come off more expressive. It also kind of makes up the fact that because my face is intentionally stiff, because of the style that I'm trying to go for on the face tracking, hands kind of help add up that expression where it's like a clean sort of expression. So, I do recommend it. Now, if you can't afford the gloves, you could try media pipe. And you can mix like the media pipe for the fingers and have the mocap suit and see how that feels for you. Now, if it's a Rococo suit, I would personally recommend just sticking with the Rococo gloves. If your Perception Neuron, honestly, because Perception Neuron and Rococo have their own gloves, I would personally recommend sticking with them. But also, you don't have to, right? Because I don't know how their stuff would go. Well, I know the Rococo one, not Perception though. I only know a certain amount. But when it comes to the gloves, you can use gloves like Stretch Sense or You'd Cap, and you can be able to mix it. So I think like you should be fine in that case. Now, Stretch Sense, like, I would only recommend that glove if you're very particular on the comfort, but even then, I'm really just right now I'm just waiting on EOZ to finally release their mocap glove for sale, like actual sale and stuff. Because I know they've had way too many, like, a lot of delays, which I can relate. My model has been delayed for so freaking long. I get it. But whenever it does, I would be interested to seeing how it works for other people. Because from what I'm hearing, I've heard a lot of positive stuff. So with that, like, it is a really budget-friendly mocap glove, but it's like, until then, I personally have used the used cap gloves. And again, the issues I've mentioned about it is just kind of common with like elastic band based finger solutions. For IMU based, honestly, for Rococo, I've never had drift. Even though the fingers are IMU based, I've never had drift with the fingers themselves on Rococo. But I do get drift on the wrist thing, so I always have to use a Quill Pro and all that. I think I use Cap Glove, but I don't think they ship to Australia. I thought I had a client who lives in Australia that got UCAP gloves, or maybe hold on, do the UCAP? I'm not sure. I mean, you could check. Wait. Oh, other region. Okay, so it's like, I think it's more of like, I guess there'll be extra expenses to possibly expect, maybe, but like mainly just taxes stuff. But I think I'm not sure actually. They have a Discord server, and you could probably ask over there. I know their support team is active. Like, they do answer questions, which is quite nice. Because I actually, before I bought the cap gloves, I actually asked some people what their opinions were, and they were honest. They said, like, and this was before the V2 update for the material of the mocap glove, because it was really bad at durability. Now it's much better. But you could ask the support team on their Discord server to double check. Yes. Oh, you're planning some. Oh, wait. Are you having a 3D model debut too? But yes, please, get going. I gotta also like control myself because I'm just like talky. Again, we have other streams. Just remember your schedule. We will get other streams and talk more. Nah, not yet. But what is this end of month thing? Oh wait. Who knows what it will be, but I look forward to again, I congratulate you on having your mocap suit. And again, if you do get UCAP gloves, I'd be happy to help you out if you ever need. Because even though I still have my nitpicks with it, still to this very day, out of like my mocap glove collection, they are still my favorite, even despite like the drifting issues that makes me very angry. Again, at least the finger tracking is expressive and it works with the freaking vibes. I'd rather take that than like finger tracking that hardly moves. But then again, I have a leap motion for a reason. But yeah, all right then. But I think that should be. I think like right now, regarding questions, I think I really need to call it. It's been like we've been doing this for 5 hours, right? And I'm so again talky. I'm such a yapper, but I have to get to bed, right? I gotta rest up and stuff, and forgot about the chicken, but yeah. But I'm gonna head out. I'm just gonna simply click on the stop streaming button, and hopefully I'm gonna see what I can do on fixing some of the overlay stuff, so at least I can get to the end screen and not have it derp out. But thank you guys so much for the support. It means so much to me. And again, next stream, I'm gonna do the best I can to hopefully schedule it so we can work on some Unity animator stuff. Either that or we'll do the blueprints. But it's just, I want to make sure I'm well rested. But I'll see you guys next time. And again, look forward to seeing this Kana in your next tutorial, next stream, or even the next post. So good night, rest well, everyone. And
oh my god,
I thought I was already following you, but
message.
well.
Measlin89. Thank you for the follow. Measlin89.
I gotta do the thing. I gotta do the thing, okay? Alright. Well, with that being said though, okay, can the box get out? Okay. Bye bye everyone. I hope to see you guys next time, okay? Bye bye.